1. The handsome dining room of the Hotel Wessex, with its gilded plaster shields and the mural depicting the Green Mountains, had been reserved for the ladies' night dinner of the Fort Beulah Rotary Club. Here in Vermont the affair was not so picturesque as it might have been on the western prairies. Oh, it had its points. There was a skit in which Metairie Cole and Lewis Rotenstern announced that they were those historic Vermonters, Brigham Young and Joseph Smith, and with their jokes about imaginary plural wives they got in ever so many funny digs at the ladies present. But the occasion was essentially serious. All of America was serious now, after the 7 years of depression since 1929. It was just long enough after the Great War of 1914-18 for the young people who had been born in 1917 to be ready to go to college, or to another war, almost any old war that might be handy. The features of this night among the Rotarians were nothing funny, at least not obviously funny, for they were the patriotic addresses of Brigadier General Herbert Y. Edgeways, USA, who dealt angrily with the topic peace through defense millions for arms but not 1 cent for tribute, and of Mrs. Adelaide Tarr-Gimmich, she who was no more renowned for her gallant anti-suffrage campaigning way back in 1919 than she was for having, during the Great War, kept the American soldiers entirely out of French cafes by the clever trick of sending them 10,000 sets of dominoes. Nor could any social-minded patriot sneeze at her recent somewhat unappreciated effort to maintain the purity of the American home by barring from the motion picture industry all persons, actors, or directors or cameramen, who had, ever been divorced, been born in any foreign country except Great Britain, since Mrs. Gimmich thought very highly of Queen Mary, or declined to take an oath to revere the flag, the Constitution, the Bible, and all other peculiarly American institutions. The annual ladies' dinner was a most respectable gathering, the flower of Fort Beulah. Most of the ladies and more than half of the gentlemen wore evening clothes, and it was rumored that before the feast the inner circle had had cocktails, privily served in room 289 of the hotel. The tables, arranged on 3 sides of a hollow square, were bright with candles, cut glass dishes of candy and slightly tough almonds, figurines of Mickey Mouse, brass rotary wheels, and small silk American flags stuck in gilded hard-boiled eggs. On the wall was a banner lettered "Service before self," and the menu: the celery, cream of tomato soup, broiled haddock, chicken croquettes, peas, and tutti frutti ice cream was up to the highest standards of the Hotel Wessex. They were all listening, agape. General Edgeways was completing his manly yet mystical rhapsody on nationalism. For these United States, alone among the great powers, have no desire for foreign conquest. Our highest ambition is to be darned well let alone. Our only genuine relationship to Europe is in our arduous task of having to try and educate the crass and ignorant masses that Europe has wished onto us up to something like a semblance of American culture and good manners. But, as I explained to you, we must be prepared to defend our shores against all the alien gangs of international racketeers that call themselves governments, and that with such feverish envy are always eyeing our inexhaustible mines, our towering forests, our titanic and luxurious cities, our fair and far-flung fields. For the first time in all history, a great nation must go on arming itself more and more, not for conquest, not for jealousy, not for war, but for peace. Pray God it may never be necessary, but if foreign nations don't sharply heed our warning, there will, as when the proverbial dragon's teeth were sowed, spring up an armed and fearless warrior upon every square foot of these United States, so arduously cultivated and defended by our pioneer fathers, whose sword-girded images we must be, or we shall perish. The applause was cyclonic. Professor Emil Stogmeyer, the superintendent of schools, popped up to scream, 3 cheers for the general, hip, hip, hooray. All the audience made their faces to shine upon the general and Mr. Stogmeyer, all save a couple of crank pacifist women, and one Doremus Jessup, editor of the Fort Beulah Daily Informer, locally considered a pretty smart fellow but kind of a cynic, who whispered to his friend the Reverend Mr. Falk, "Our pioneer fathers did rather of a skimpy job in arduously cultivating some of the square feet in Arizona. The culminating glory of the dinner was the address of Mrs. Adelaide Tarr-Gimmich, known throughout the country as the Uncie's Girl, because during the Great War she had advocated calling our boys in the AEF the Unkies. She hadn't merely given them dominoes, indeed her first notion had been far more imaginative. She wanted to send to every soldier at the front a canary in a cage. Think what it would have meant to them in the way of companionship and inducing memories of home and mother. A dear little canary. And who knows, maybe you could train 'em to hunt cooties. Seething with the notion, she got herself clear into the office of the Quartermaster General, but that stuffy machine-minded official refused her, muttering in a cowardly way some foolishness about lack of transport for canaries. It is said that her eyes flashed real fire, and that she faced the Jack-in office like Joan of Arc with eyeglasses while she gave him a piece of her mind that he never forgot. In those good days women really had a chance. They were encouraged to send their menfolks, or anybody else's menfolks, off to war. Mrs. Gimmich addressed every soldier she met, and she saw to it that she met any of them who ventured within 2 blocks of her as my own dear boy. It is fabled that she thus saluted a colonel of Marines who had come up from the ranks and who answered, "We own dear boys are certainly getting a lot of mothers these days. Personally, I'd rather have a few more mistresses." And the fable continues that she did not stop her remarks on the occasion, except to cough, for 1 hour and 17 minutes, by the colonel's wristwatch. But her social services were not all confined to prehistoric eras. It was as recently as 1935 that she had taken up purifying the films, and before that she had first advocated and then fought prohibition. She had also been a Republican committee woman in 1932, and sent to President Hoover daily a lengthy telegram of advice. And, though herself unfortunately childless, she was esteemed as a lecturer and writer about child culture, and she was the author of a volume of nursery lyrics, including the immortal couplet, "All of the roundies are resting in rows, with roundy roundies around their toes." But always, 1917 or 1936, she was a raging member of the Daughters of the American Revolution. The DAR is a somewhat confusing organization, as confusing as Theosophy, Relativity, or the Hindu vanishing boy trick, all 3 of which it resembles. It is composed of females who spend 1/2 their waking hours boasting of being descended from the seditious American colonists of 1776, and the other and more ardent half in attacking all contemporaries who believe in precisely the principles for which those ancestors struggled. The DAR has become as sacrosanct, as beyond criticism, as even the Catholic Church or the Salvation Army. And there is this to be said, it has provided hearty and innocent laughter for the judicious, since it has contrived to be just as ridiculous as the unhappily defunct Ku Klux Klan, without any need of wearing, like the KKK, high dunces caps and public nightshirts. So, whether Mrs. Adelaide Tarr-Gimmich was called in to inspire military morale, or to persuade Lithuanian choral societies to begin their program with Columbia, the gem of the ocean, always she was a DAR, and you could tell it as you listened to her with the Fort Beulah Rotarians on this happy May evening. She was short, plump, and pert of nose. Her luxuriant gray hair could be seen below her youthful, floppy leghorn hat. She wore a silk print dress with an enormous string of crystal beads, and pinned above her ripe bosom was an orchid among lilies of the valley. She was full of friendliness toward all the men present, she wriggled at them, she cuddled at them, as in a voice full of flute sounds and chocolate sauce she poured out her oration on how you boys can help us girls. Women, she pointed out, had done nothing with the vote. If the United States had only listened to her back in 1919 she could have saved them all this trouble. No. Certainly not. No votes. In fact, woman must resume her place in the home and, as that great author and scientist, Mr. Arthur Brisbane, has pointed out, what every woman ought to do is to have 6 children. At this second there was a shocking, an appalling interruption. One Lorinda Pike, widow of a notorious Unitarian preacher, was the manager of a country superboarding house that called itself the Beulah Valley Tavern. She was a deceptively Madonna-like, youngish woman, with calm eyes, smooth chestnut hair parted in the middle, and a soft voice often colored with laughter. But on a public platform her voice became brassy, her eyes filled with embarrassing fury. She was the village scold, the village crank. She was constantly poking into things that were none of her business, and at town meetings she criticized every substantial interest in the whole county, the electric company's rates, the salaries of the school teachers, the ministerial association's high-minded censorship of books for the public library. Now, at this moment when everything should have been all service and sunshine, Mrs. Lorinda Pike cracked the spell by jeering. 3 cheers for Brisbane. But what if a poor gal can't hook a man? Have her 6 kids out of wedlock? Then the good old war horse, Gimmich, veteran of 100 campaigns against subversive Reds, trained to ridicule out of existence the cant of socialist hecklers and turn the laugh against them, swung into gallant action. My dear good woman, if a gal, as you call it, has any real charm and womanliness, she won't have to hook a man, she'll find 'em lined up 10 deep on her doorstep. The lady hoodlum had merely stirred Mrs. Gimmich into noble passion. She did not cuddle at them now. She tore into it. I tell you, my friends, the trouble with this whole country is that so many are selfish. Here's 120 million people, with 95% of 'em only thinking of self, instead of turning to and helping the responsible businessmen to bring back prosperity. All these corrupt and self-seeking labor unions. Money grubbers. Thinking only of how much wages they can extort out of their unfortunate employer, with all the responsibilities he has to bear. What this country needs is discipline. Peace is a great dream, but maybe sometimes it's only a pipe dream. I'm not so sure now this will shock you, but I want you to listen to one woman who will tell you the unadulterated hard truth instead of a lot of sentimental taffy, and I'm not sure but that we need to be in a real war again, in order to learn discipline. We don't want all this highbrow intellectuality, all this book learning. That's good enough in its way, but isn't it, after all, just a nice toy for grown-ups? No, what we all of us must have, if this great land is going to go on maintaining its high position among the Congress of Nations, is discipline, will power, character. She turned prettily then toward General Edgeways and laughed. You've been telling us about how to secure peace, but come on, now, General, just among us Rotarians and Rotarians, fess up. With your great experience, don't you honest, cross your heart, think that perhaps just maybe when a country has gone money mad, like all our labor unions and workmen, with their propaganda to hoist income taxes, so that the thrifty and industrious have to pay for the shiftless ne'er-do wheels, then maybe, to save their lazy souls and get some iron into them, a war might be a good thing? Come on, now, tell your real middle name, Mong General. Dramatically she sat down, and the sound of clapping filled the room like a cloud of downy feathers. The crowd bellowed, come on, General. Stand up, and she's called your bluff what you got, or just a tolerant, attaboy, Gen. The General was short and globular, and his red face was smooth as a baby's bottom and adorned with white gold-framed spectacles. But he had the military snort and a virile chuckle. Well, sir, he guffawed, on his feet, shaking a chummy forefinger at Mrs. Gimmich, since you folks are bound and determined to drag the secrets out of a poor soldier, I better confess that while I do abhor war, yet there are worse things. Ah, my friends, far worse. A state of so-called peace, in which labor organizations are riddled, as by plague germs, with insane notions out of anarchistic Red Russia. A state in which college professors, newspapermen, and notorious authors are secretly promulgating these same seditious attacks on the grand old Constitution. A state in which, as a result of being fed with these mental drugs, the people are flabby, cowardly, grasping, and lacking in the fierce pride of the warrior. No, such a state is far worse than war at its most monstrous. I guess maybe some of the things I said in my former speech were kind of a little bit obvious and what we used to call old hat when my brigade was quartered in England. About the United States only wanting peace, and freedom from all foreign entanglements. No. What I'd really like us to do would be to come out and tell the whole world, now you boys never mind about the moral side of this. We have power, and power is its own excuse. I don't altogether admire everything Germany and Italy have done, but you've got to hand it to 'em, they've been honest enough and realistic enough to say to the other nations, just tend to your own business, will you? We've got strength and will, and for whomever has those divine qualities it's not only a right, it's a duty, to use 'em. Nobody in God's world ever loved a weakling, including that weakling himself. And I've got good news for you. This gospel of clean and aggressive strength is spreading everywhere in this country among the finest type of youth. Why today, in 1936, there's less than 7% of collegiate institutions that do not have military training units under discipline as rigorous as the Nazis, and where once it was forced upon them by the authorities, now it is the strong young men and women who themselves demand the right to be trained in warlike virtues and skill for, mark you, the girls, with their instruction in nursing and the manufacture of gas masks and the like, are becoming every whit as zealous as their brothers. And all the really thinking type of professors are right with them. Why, here, as recently as 3 years ago, a sickeningly big percentage of students were blatant pacifists, wanting to knife their own native land in the dark. But now, when the shameless fools and the advocates of communism try to hold pacifist meetings, why, my friends, in the past 5 months, since January 1st, no less than 76 such exhibitionistic orgies have been raided by their fellow students, and no less than 59 disloyal Red students have received their just deserts by being beaten up so severely that never again will they raise in this free country the blood-stained banner of anarchism. That, my friends, is news. As the general sat down, amid ecstasies of applause, the village troublemaker, Mrs. Lorinda Pike, leaped up and again interrupted the love feast. Look here, Mr. Edgeways, if you think you can get away with this sadistic nonsense without. She got no farther. Francis Tasbraw, the quarry owner, the most substantial industrialist in Fort Beulah, stood grandly up, quieted Lorinda with an outstretched arm, and rumbled in his Jerusalem the golden basso, "A moment please, my dear lady. All of us here locally have got used to your political principles. But as chairman, it is my unfortunate duty to remind you that General Edgeways and Mrs. Gimmich have been invited by the club to address us, whereas you, if you will excuse my saying so, are not even related to any Rotarian but merely here as the guest of the Reverend Falk, than whom there is no one whom we more honor. So, if you will be so good, I thank you, madam." Lorinda Pike had slumped into her chair with her fuse still burning. Mr. Francis Tasbraw did not slump, he sat like the Archbishop of Canterbury on the archiepiscopal throne. And Doremus Jessup popped up to soothe them all, being an intimate of Lorinda, and having, since milkiest boyhood, chummed with and detested Francis Tasbraw. This Doremus Jessup, publisher of the Daily Informer, for all that he was a competent businessman and a writer of editorials not without wit and good New England earthiness, was yet considered the prime eccentric of Fort Beulah. He was on the school board, the library board, and he introduced people like Oswald Garrison Villard, Norman Thomas, and Admiral Byrd when they came to town lecturing. Jessup was a littlish man, skinny, smiling, well-tanned, with a small grey mustache, a small and well-trimmed grey beard in a community where to sport a beard was to confess oneself a farmer, a Civil War veteran, or a Seventh-day Adventist. Doremus's detractors said that he maintained the beard just to be highbrow and different, to try to appear artistic. Possibly they were right. Anyway, he skipped up now and murmured, "Well, all the birdies in their nest agree. My friend, Mrs. Pike, ought to know that freedom of speech becomes mere license when it goes so far as to criticize the army, differ with the DAR, and advocate the rights of the mob. So, Lorinda, I think you ought to apologize to the general, to whom we should be grateful for explaining to us what the ruling classes of the country really want. Come on now, my friend, jump up and make your excuses." He was looking down on Lorinda with sternness, yet Metairie Cole, president of Rotary, wondered if Doremus wasn't kidding them. He had been known to. Yes, no, he must be wrong, for Mrs. Lorinda Pike was caroling, "Oh yes. I do apologize, General. Thank you for your revelatory speech." The General raised his plump hand, he bowed like Galahad or a head waiter, he shouted with parade ground maleness, not at all, madam. We old campaigners never mind a healthy scrap. Glad when anybody's enough interested in our fool ideas to go and get sore at us, huh, huh, huh." And everybody laughed and sweetness reigned. The program wound up with Louis Rotenstern singing of a group of patriotic ditties, marching through Georgia and tenting on the old campground, and Dixie and Old Black Joe and I'm only a poor cowboy and I know I done wrong. Louis Rotenstern was by all of Fort Beulah classed as a good fellow, a caste just below that of real, old-fashioned gentlemen. Doremus Jessup liked to go fishing with him, and partridge hunting, and he considered that no Fifth Avenue tailor could do anything tastier in the way of a seersucker outfit. But Louis was a jingo. He explained, and rather often, that it was not he nor his father who had been born in the ghetto in Prussian Poland, but his grandfather. Louis's pocket heroes were Calvin Coolidge, Leonard Wood, Dwight L. Moody, and Admiral Dewey. He was not only 100%er American, he exacted 40%er of chauvinistic interest on top of the principle. He was on every occasion heard to say, "We ought to keep all these foreigners out of the country, and what I mean, the kikes just as much as the wops and hunkas and shanks." Louis was altogether convinced that if the ignorant politicians would keep their dirty hands off banking and the stock exchange and hours of labor for salesmen in department stores, then everyone in the country would profit, as beneficiaries of increased business, and all of them be rich as Aga Khan. So Louis put into his melodies not only his burning voice of a Bijazich cantor but all his nationalistic fervor, so that everyone joined in the choruses, particularly Mrs. Adelaide Targimich, with her celebrated train caller's contralto. The dinner broke up in cataract-like sounds of happy adieus, and Doremus Jessup muttered to his good wife Emma, a solid, kindly, worried soul, who liked knitting, solitaire, and the novels of Kathleen Norris, "Was I terrible, butting in that way?" "Oh, no, Dormouse, you did just right. I am fond of Lorinda Pike, but why does she have to show off and parade all her silly socialist ideas?" "You old Tory," said Doremus. "Don't you want to invite the Siamese elephant, the Gimich, to drop in and have a drink?" "I do not," said Emma Jessup. And in the end, as the Rotarians shuffled and dealt themselves and their innumerable motor cars, it was Frank Tasbraw who invited the choicer males, including Doremus, home for an after-party. 2. As he took his wife home and drove up Pleasant Hill to Tasbraw's, Doremus Jessup meditated upon the epidemic patriotism of General Edgeways. But he broke it off to let himself be absorbed in the hills, as it had been his habit for the 53 years, out of his 60 years of life, that he had spent in Fort Beulah, Vermont. Legally a city, Fort Beulah was a comfortable village of old red brick, old granite workshops, and houses of white clapboards or gray shingles, with a few smug little modern bungalows, yellow or seal brown. There was but little manufacturing, a small woolen mill, a sash and door factory, a pump works. The granite which was its chief produce came from quarries 4 miles away. In Fort Beulah itself were only the offices, all the money, the meager shacks of most of the quarry workers. It was a town of perhaps 10,000 souls, inhabiting about 20,000 bodies. The proportion of soul possession may be too high. There was but one skyscraper in town, the 6-story Tasbraw building, with the offices of the Tasbraw and Scarlet Granite Quarries, the offices of Doremus's son-in-law, Fowler Greenhill, M.D., and his partner, old Dr. Olmsted, of lawyer Mungo Kit Eric, of Harry Kinderman, agent for maple syrup and dairying supplies, and of 30 or 40 other village samurai. It was a downy town, a drowsy town, a town of security and tradition, which still believed in Thanksgiving, 4th of July, Memorial Day, and to which May Day was not an occasion for labor parades but for distributing small baskets of flowers. It was a May night late in May of 1936 with a 3/4 moon. Doramis's house was a mile from the business center of Fort Beulah, on Pleasant Hill, which was a spur thrust like a reaching hand out from the dark rearing mass of Mount Terror. Upland meadows, moon glistening, he could see, among the wildernesses of spruce and maple and poplar on the ridges far above him, and below, as his car climbed, was Ethan Creek flowing through the meadows. Deep woods rearing mountain bulwarks, the air like spring water, serene clapboarded houses that remembered the War of 1812 and the boyhoods of those errant Vermonters, Stephen A. Douglas, the Little Giant, and Hiram Powers and Thaddeus Stevens and Brigham Young and President Chester Alan Arthur. No Powers and Arthur, they were weak sisters, pondered Doramus. But Douglas and Thad Stevens and Brigham, the old stallion, I wonder if we're breeding up any paladins like those stout, grouchy old devils, if we're producing 'em anywhere in New England, anywhere in America? Anywhere in the world? They had guts. Independence. Did what they wanted to and thought what they liked, and everybody could go to hell. The youngsters today, oh, the aviators have plenty of nerve. The physicists, these 25-year-old PhDs that violate the inviolable atom, they're pioneers. But most of the wishy-washy young people today going 70 miles an hour but not going anywhere, not enough imagination to want to go anywhere. Getting their music by turning a dial. Getting their phrases from the comic strips instead of from Shakespeare and the Bible and Veblen and old Bill Sumner. Pap-fed flabs. Like this smug pup Malcolm Tasbraw, hanging around Sissy. Ah! Wouldn't it be hell if that stuffed shirt, Edgeways, and that political Mae West, Kimmich, were right, and we need all these military monkey shines and maybe a fool war to put some starch and get into these marionettes we call our children? Ah! But rats, these hills. Castle walls. And this air. They can keep their Cotswolds and Hartz Mountains and Rockies. D. Jessup, topographical patriot. And I am a Dormouse. Would you mind driving on the right-hand side of the road on curves, anyway, said his wife peaceably. An upland hollow and mist beneath the moon, a veil of mist over apple blossoms and the heavy bloom of an ancient lilac bush beside the ruin of a farmhouse burned these 60 years and more. Mr. Francis Tasbraw was the president, general manager, and chief owner of the Tasbraw and Scarlet Granite Quarries, at West Beulah, 4 miles from the fort. He was rich, persuasive, and he had constant labor troubles. He lived in a New Georgian brick house on Pleasant Hill, a little beyond Doramus Jessup's, and in that house he maintained a private barroom luxurious as that of a motor company's advertising manager at Grosse Pointe. It was no more the traditional New England than was the Catholic part of Boston, and Frank himself boasted that, though his family had for 6 generations lived in New England, he was no tight Yankee, but in his efficiency, his salesmanship, the complete Pan-American business executive. He was a tall man, Tasbraw, with a yellow mustache and a monotonously emphatic voice. He was 54, 6 years younger than Doramus Jessup, and when he had been 4, Doramus had protected him from the results of his singularly unpopular habit of hitting the other small boys over the head with things, all kinds of things, sticks and toy wagons and lunch boxes and dry cow flops. Assembled in his private barroom tonight, after the Rotarian dinner, were Frank himself, Doramus Jessup, Metairie Cole, the miller, superintendent of schools Emil Stogmeyer, R.C. Crowley, Roscoe Conkling Crowley, the weightiest banker in Fort Beulah, and, rather surprisingly, Tasbraw's pastor, the Episcopal minister, the Rev. Mr. Falk, his old hands as delicate as porcelain, his wilderness of hair silk soft and white, his unfleshly face betokening the good life. Mr. Falk came from a solid Knickerbocker family, and he had studied in Edinburgh and Oxford along with the General Theological Seminary of New York, and in all of the Beulah Valley there was, aside from Doramus, no one who more contentedly hid away in the shelter of the hills. The barroom had been professionally interior decorated by a young New York gentleman with the habit of standing with the back of his right hand against his hip. It had a stainless steel bar, framed illustrations from La Vie Parisienne, silvered metal tables, and chromium-plated aluminum chairs with scarlet leather cushions. All of them except Tasbra, Metairie Cole, and Professor Emile Stogmeyer were uncomfortable in this parrot cage elegance, but none of them, including Mr. Falk, seemed to dislike Frank soda and excellent scotch or the sardine sandwiches. And I wonder if Thad Stevens would have liked this, either, considered Doremus. He'd have snarled. Old cornered catamount. But probably not at the whiskey. Doremus, demanded Tasbra, why don't you take a tumble to yourself? All these years you've had a lot of fun criticizing always being age in the government, kidding everybody, posing as such a liberal that you'll stand for all these subversive elements. Time for you to quit playing tag with crazy ideas and come in and join the family. These are serious times, maybe 28 million on relief, and beginning to get ugly thinking they've got a vested right now to be supported. And the Jew communists and Jew financiers plotting together to control the country. I can understand how, as a younger fellow, you could pump up a little sympathy for the unions and even for the Jews, though, as you know, I'll never get over being sore at you for taking the side of the strikers when those thugs were trying to ruin my whole business, burn down my polishing and cutting shops. Why, you were even friendly with that alien murderer Carl Pascal, who started the whole strike. Maybe I didn't enjoy firing him when it was all over. But anyway, these labor racketeers are getting together now, with communist leaders, and determined to run the country, to tell men like me how to run our business, and just like General Edgeways said, they'll refuse to serve their country if we should happen to get dragged into some war. Yes sir, a mighty serious hour, and it's time for you to cut the cackle and join the really responsible citizens. Said Doremus. Yes, I agree, it's a serious time. With all the discontent there is in the country to wash him into office, Senator Winthrop has got an excellent chance to be elected president next November, and if he is, probably his gang of buzzards will get us into some war, just to grease their insane vanity and show the world that we're the huskiest nation going. And then I, the liberal, and you, the plutocrat, the bogus Tory, will be let out and shot at 3 a.m. Serious? Huh. Rats? You're exaggerating, said R.C. Crowley. Doremus went on, if Bishop Prang, our Savonarola in a Cadillac 16, swings his radio audience and his League of Forgotten Men to Buzz Winthrop, Buzz will win. People will think they're electing him to create more economic security. Then watch the terror. God knows there's been enough indication that we can have tyranny in America, the fix of the southern sharecroppers, the working conditions of the miners and garment makers, and are keeping Mooney in prison so many years. But wait till Winthrop shows us how to say it with machine guns. Democracy. Here and in Britain and France, it hasn't been so universal a sniveling slavery as Nazism in Germany, such an imagination-hating, Pharisaic materialism as Russia, even if it has produced industrialists like you, Frank, and bankers like you, R.C., and given you altogether too much power and money. On the whole, with scandalous exceptions, democracy's given the ordinary worker more dignity than he ever had. That may be menaced now by Winthrop, all the Winthrops. All right. Maybe we'll have to fight paternal dictatorship with a little sound patricide, fight machine guns with machine guns. Wait till Buzz takes charge of us. A real fascist dictatorship. Nonsense. Nonsense, snorted Tasbra. That couldn't happen here in America, not possibly. We're a country of freemen. The answer to that, suggested Doremus Jessup, if Mr. Falk will forgive me, is the hell it can't. Why, there's no country in the world that can get more hysterical, yes, or more obsequious, than America. Look how Huey Long became absolute monarch over Louisiana, and how the Right Honorable Mr. Senator Berzelius Winthrop owns his state. Listen to Bishop Prang and Father Coughlin on the radio, divine oracles, to millions. Remember how casually most Americans have accepted Tammany grafting and Chicago gangs and the crookedness of so many of President Harding's appointees? Could Hitler's bunch, or Winthrop's, be worse? Remember the Ku Klux Klan? Remember our war hysteria, when we called sauerkraut Liberty Cabbage and somebody actually proposed calling German measles Liberty Measles? And wartime censorship of honest papers? Bad as Russia. Remember our kissing the well, the feet of Billy Sunday, the $1 Million Evangelist, and of Amy McPherson, who swam from the Pacific Ocean clear into the Arizona desert and got away with it? Remember Voliva and Mother Eddie? Remember our Red Scares and our Catholic Scares, when all well-informed people knew that the OGPU were hiding out in Oskaloosa, and the Republicans campaigning against Al Smith told the Carolina Mountaineers that if Al won the Pope would illegitimize their children? Remember Tom Heflin and Tom Dixon? Remember when the Hick legislators in certain states, in obedience to William Jennings Bryan, who learned his biology from his pious old grandma, set up shop as scientific experts and made the whole world laugh itself sick by forbidding the teaching of evolution? Remember the Kentucky Night Riders? Remember how trainloads of people have gone to enjoy lynchings? Not happen here? Prohibition shooting down people just because they might be transporting liquor? No, that couldn't happen in America. Why, where in all history has there ever been a people so ripe for a dictatorship as ours? We're ready to start on a children's crusade only of adults right now, and the Right Reverend Abbots Winthrop and Prang are all ready to lead it. Well, what if they are, protested R.C. Crowley. It might not be so bad. I don't like all these irresponsible attacks on us bankers all the time. Of course, Senator Winthrop has to pretend publicly to bawl the banks out, but once he gets into power he'll give the banks their proper influence in the administration and take our expert financial advice. Yes. Why are you so afraid of the word fascism, Doremus? Just a word, just a word. And might not be so bad, with all the lazy bums we got panhandling relief nowadays, and living on my income tax and yours. Not so worse to have a real strong man, like Hitler, or Mussolini, like Napoleon or Bismarck in the good old days, and have em really run the country and make it efficient and prosperous again. In other words, have a doctor who won't take any back chat, but really boss the patient and make him get well whether he likes it or not. Yes, said Emil Stogmeyer. Didn't Hitler save Germany from the Red Plague of Marxism? I got cousins there. I know. Said Doremus, as often Doremus did say it. Cure the evils of democracy by the evils of fascism. Funny therapeutics. I've heard of their curing syphilis by giving the patient malaria, but I've never heard of their curing malaria by giving the patient syphilis. Think that's nice language to use in the presence of the Reverend Falk, raged Tasbraw. Mr. Falk piped up, I think it's quite nice language, and an interesting suggestion, Brother Jessup. Besides, said Tasbraw, this chewing the rag is all nonsense, anyway. As Crowley says, might be a good thing to have a strong man in the saddle, but it just can't happen here in America. And it seemed to Doremus that the softly moving lips of the Reverend Mr. Falk were framing, the hell it can't. 3. D. Ormuz Jessup, editor and proprietor of the Daily Informer, the Bible of the conservative Vermont farmers up and down the Beulah Valley, was born in Fort Beulah in 1876, only son of an impecunious Universalist pastor, the Reverend Loren Jessup. His mother was no less than a base, of Massachusetts. The Reverend Loren, a bookish man and fond of flowers, merry but not noticeably witty, used to chant alas, alas, that a base of Mass should marry a minister prone to gas, and he would insist that she was all wrong theologically. She should have been a cod, not a base. There was in the parsonage little meat but plenty of books, not all theological by any means, so that before he was 12 Doremus knew the profane writings of Scott, Dickens, Thackeray, Jane Austen, Tennyson, Byron, Keats, Shelley, Tolstoy, Balzac. He graduated from Isaiah College, once a bold Unitarian venture, but by 1894 an interdenominational outfit with nebulous Trinitarian yearnings, a small and rustic stable of learning, in North Beulah, 13 miles from the fort. But Isaiah College has come up in the world today excepting educationally, for in 1931 it held the Dartmouth football team down to 64-6. During college, Doremus wrote a great deal of bad poetry and became an incurable book addict, but he was a fair track athlete. Naturally, he corresponded for papers in Boston and Springfield, and after graduation he was a reporter in Rutland and Worcester, with one glorious year in Boston, whose grimy beauty and shards of the past were to him what London would be to a young Yorkshireman. He was excited by concerts, art galleries, and bookshops. Thrice a week he had a 25-cent seat in the upper balcony of some theater, and for 2 months he roomed with a fellow reporter who had actually had a short story in the Century and who could talk about authors and technique like the very Dickens. But Doremus was not particularly beefy or enduring, and the noise, the traffic, the bustle of assignments, exhausted him, and in 1901, 3 years after his graduation from college, when his widowed father died and left him $2,980 and his library, Doremus went home to Fort Beulah and bought a quarter interest in the Informer, then a weekly. By 1936 it was a daily, and he owned all of it, with a perceptible mortgage. He was an equable and sympathetic boss, an imaginative news detective. He was, even in this iron-bound Republican state, independent in politics, and in his editorials against graft and injustice, though they were not fanatically chronic, he could slash like a dog whip. He was a third cousin of Calvin Coolidge, who had considered him sound domestically but loose politically. Doremus considered himself just the opposite. He had married his wife, Emma, out of Fort Beulah. She was the daughter of a wagon manufacturer, a placid, prettyish, broad-shouldered girl with whom he had gone to high school. Now, in 1936, of their 3 children, Philip was married and ambitiously practicing law in Worcester. Mary was the wife of Fowler Greenhill, M.D., of Fort Beulah, a gay and hustling medico, a choleric and red-headed young man, who was a wonder worker in typhoid, acute appendicitis, obstetrics, compound fractures, and diets for anemic children. Fowler and Mary had one son, Doremus's only grandchild, the bonny David, who at 8 was a timid, inventive, affectionate child with such morning hound dog eyes and such red gold hair that his picture might well have been hung at a National Academy show or even been reproduced on the cover of a women's magazine with 2,500,000 circulation. The Greenhills neighbors inevitably said of the boy, "My, Davy's got such an imagination, hasn't he? I guess he'll be a writer, just like his grandpa." Third of Doremus's children was the gay, the pert, the dancing Cecilia, known as Sissy, aged 18, where her brother Philip was 32 and Mary, Mrs. Greenhill, turned 30. She rejoiced the heart of Doremus by consenting to stay home while she was finishing high school, though she talked vigorously of going off to study architecture and simply make millions, my dear, by planning and erecting miraculous small homes. Mrs. Jessup was lavishly certain that her Philip was the spit and image of the Prince of Wales. Philip's wife, Marilla, curiously like the Princess Marina, that Mary would by any stranger be taken for Katharine Hepburn. That Sissy was a dryad and David a medieval page, and that Doremus amazingly resembled that naval hero, Winfield Scott Sly, as he looked in 1898. She was a loyal woman, Emma Jessup, warmly generous, a cordon bleu at making lemon meringue pie, a parochial Tory, an orthodox Episcopalian, and completely innocent of any humor. Doremus was perpetually tickled by her kind solemnity, and it was to be chalked down to him as a singular act of grace that he refrained from pretending that he had become a working communist and was thinking of leaving for Moscow immediately. Doremus looked depressed, looked old, when he lifted himself, as from an invalid's chair, out of the Chrysler, in his hideous garage of cement and galvanized iron. He cursed competently as, on the cement walk from the garage to the kitchen, he barked his shins on the lawn-mower, left there by his hired man, one Oscar Lejew, known always as Shad, a large and red-faced, a sulky and surly Irish Canuck peasant. Shad always did things like leaving lawn mowers about to snap at the shins of decent people. He was entirely incompetent and vicious. He never edged up the flower beds, he kept his stinking old cap on his head when he brought in logs for the fireplace, he did not scythe the dandelions in the meadow till they had gone to seed, he delighted in failing to tell cook that the peas were now ripe, and he was given to shooting cats, stray dogs, chipmunks, and honey-voiced blackbirds. At least twice a day, Doremus resolved to fire him, but perhaps he was telling himself the truth when he insisted that it was amusing to try to civilize this prize bull. Doremus trotted into the kitchen, decided that he did not want some cold chicken and a glass of milk from the icebox, nor even a wedge of the celebrated coconut layer cake made by their cook general, Mrs. Candy, and mounted to his study, on the third, the attic floor. His house was an ample, white, clapboard structure of the vintage of 1880, a square bulk with a mansard roof and, in front, a long porch with insignificant square white pillars. Doremus declared that the house was ugly, but ugly in a nice way. His study, up there, was his one perfect refuge from annoyances and bustle. It was the only room in the house that Mrs. Candy was never allowed to clean. It was an endearing mess of novels, copies of the Congressional Record, of the New Yorker, Time, Nation, New Republic, New Masses, and Speculum, treatises on taxation and monetary systems, road maps, volumes on exploration in Abyssinia and the Antarctic, chewed stubs of pencils, a shaky portable typewriter, fishing tackle, rumpled carbon paper, 2 comfortable old leather chairs, a Windsor chair at his desk, the complete works of Thomas Jefferson, his chief hero, a microscope, and a collection of Vermont butterflies, Indian arrowheads, exiguous volumes of Vermont village poetry printed in local newspaper offices, the Bible, the Koran, the Book of Mormon, Science and Health, selections from the Mahabharata, the poetry of Sandberg, Frost, Masters, Jeffers, Ogden Nash, Edgar Guest, Omar Khayyam, and Milton, a shotgun and a .22 repeating rifle, an Isaiah College banner, faded, the complete Oxford Dictionary, 5 fountain pens of which 2 would work. A vase from Crete dating from 327 B.C. Very ugly. The World Almanac for year before last, with the cover suggesting that it had been chewed by a dog, odd pairs of horn-rimmed spectacles and of rimless eyeglasses, none of which now suited his eyes, a fine, reputedly Tudor oak cabinet from Devonshire, portraits of Ethan Allen and Thaddeus Stevens, rubber wading boots, senile red Morocco slippers, a poster issued by the Vermont Mercury at Woodstock, on September 2, 1840, announcing a glorious Whig victory, 24 boxes of safety matches one by one stolen from the kitchen, assorted yellow scratch pads, 7 books on Russia and Bolshevism extraordinarily pro or extraordinarily con, a signed photograph of Theodore Roosevelt, 6 cigarette cartons, all half empty, a rag carpet on the floor, a withered sprig of holly with a silver Christmas ribbon, a case of 7 unused genuine Sheffield razors, dictionaries in French, German, Italian and Spanish, the first of which languages he really could read, a canary in a Bavarian gilded wicker cage, a worn linen-bound copy of old Hearthside songs for home and picnic whose selections he was wont to croon, holding the book on his knee, and an old cast-iron Franklin stove. Everything, indeed, that was proper for a hermit and improper for impious domestic hands. Before switching on the light he squinted through a dormer window at the bulk of mountains cutting the welter of stars. In the center were the last lights of Fort Beulah, far below, and on the left, unseen, the soft meadows, the old farmhouses, the great dairy barns of the Ethan mowing. It was a kind country, cool and clear as a shaft of light, and, he meditated, he loved it more every quiet year of his freedom from city towers and city clamor. One of the few times when Mrs. Candy, their housekeeper, was permitted to enter his hermit's cell was to leave there, on the long table, his mail. He picked it up and started to read briskly, standing by the table. He sighed then, and sat in his Windsor chair, leaning his elbows on the table and studiously reading the first letter over again. It was from Victor Loveland, one of the younger, more international-minded teachers in Doremus's old school, Isaiah College. Dear Dr. Jessup, a very dangerous situation has arisen here at Isaiah, and those of us who are trying to advocate something like integrity and modernity are seriously worried not, probably, that we need to be long, as we shall probably all get fired. Where 2 years ago most of our students just laughed at any idea of military drilling, they have gone warlike in a big way, with undergrads drilling with rifles, machine guns, and cute little blueprints of tanks and planes all over the place. 2 of them, voluntarily, are going down to Rutland every week to take training in flying, avowedly to get ready for wartime aviation. When I cautiously ask them what the Dickens war they are preparing for, they just scratch and indicate they don't care much, so long as they can get a chance to show what virile proud gents they are. Well, we've got used to that. But just this afternoon the newspapers haven't got this yet. The Board of Trustees, including Mr. Francis Tasbraw and our President, Dr. Owen P. Zealy, met and voted a resolution that now listen to this, will you, Dr. Jessup, any member of the faculty or student body of Isaiah who shall in any way, publicly or privately, in print, writing, or by the spoken word, adversely criticize military training at or by Isaiah College, or in any other institution of learning in the United States, or by the state militias, federal forces, or other officially recognized military organizations in this country, shall be liable to immediate dismissal from this college, and any student who shall, with full and proper proof, bring to the attention of the president or any trustee of the college such malign criticism by any person whatever connected in any way with the institution shall receive extra credits in his course in military training. Such credits to apply to the number of credits necessary for graduation. What can we do with such fast exploding fascism? Victor Loveland. And Loveland, teacher of Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit, had never till now meddled in any politics of more recent date than AD 180. So Frank was there at trustees' meeting, and didn't dare tell me, Doremus sighed. Encouraging them to become spies. Gestapo. Oh, my dear Frank, this a serious time. You, my good bonehead, for once you said it. President Owen J. P. Zealy, the bagged-faced, pious, racketeering, damned hedge schoolmaster. But what can I do? Oh, write another editorial viewing with alarm, I suppose. He plumped into a deep chair and sat fidgeting, like a bright-eyed, apprehensive little bird. On the door was a tearing sound, imperious, demanding. He opened to admit Foolish, the family dog. Foolish was a reliable combination of English setter, Airedale, Cocker Spaniel, wistful doe, and rearing hyena. He gave one abrupt snort of welcome and nuzzled his brown satin head against Doremus's knee. His bark awakened the canary, under the absurd old blue sweater that covered its cage, and it automatically caroled that it was noon, summer noon, among the pear trees in the Green Hearts Hills, none of which was true. But the birds trilling, the dependable presence of Foolish, comforted Doremus, made military drill and belching politicians seem unimportant, and in security he dropped asleep in the worn brown leather chair. 4. A.L.L. This June week, Doremus was waiting for 2 p.m. On Saturday, the divinely appointed hour of the weekly prophetic broadcast by Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Now, 6 weeks before the 1936 National Conventions, it was probable that neither Franklin Roosevelt, Herbert Hoover, Senator Vandenberg, Ogden Mills, General Hugh Johnson, Colonel Frank Knox, nor Senator Borah would be nominated for president by either party, and that the Republican standard-bearer, meaning the one man who never has to lug a large, bothersome, and somewhat ridiculous standard, would be that loyal yet strangely honest old-line Senator, Walt Trowbridge, a man with a touch of Lincoln in him, dashes of Will Rogers and George W. Norris, a suspected trace of Jim Farley, but all the rest plain, bulky, placidly defiant Walt Trowbridge. Few men doubted that the Democratic candidate would be that skyrocket, Senator Berzelius Winthrop, that is to say, Winthrop as the mask and bellowing voice, with his satanic secretary, Lee Saracen, as the brain behind. Senator Winthrop's father was a small-town Western druggist, equally ambitious and unsuccessful, and had named him Berzelius after the Swedish chemist. Usually he was known as Buzz. He had worked his way through a Southern Baptist college, of approximately the same academic standing as a Jersey City business college, and through a Chicago law school, and settled down to practice in his native state and to enliven local politics. He was a tireless traveler, a boisterous and humorous speaker, an inspired guesser at what political doctrines the people would like, a warm handshaker, and willing to lend money. He drank Coca-Cola with the Methodists, beer with the Lutherans, California white wine with the Jewish village merchants and, when they were safe from observation, white mule corn whiskey with all of them. Within 20 years he was as absolute a ruler of his state as ever a sultan was of Turkey. He was never governor. He had shrewdly seen that his reputation for research among planters' punch recipes, varieties of poker, and the psychology of girl stenographers might cause his defeat by the church people, so he had contented himself with coaxing to the gubernatorial shearing a trained lamb of a country schoolmaster whom he had gaily led on a wide blue ribbon. The state was certain that he had given it a good administration, and they knew that it was Buzz Winthrop who was responsible, not the governor. Winthrop caused the building of impressive high roads and of consolidated country schools. He made the state buy tractors and combines and lend them to the farmers at cost. He was certain that someday America would have vast business dealings with the Russians and, though he detested all Slavs, he made the state university put in the first course in the Russian language that had been known in all that part of the West. His most original invention was quadrupling the state militia and rewarding the best soldiers in it with training in agriculture, aviation, and radio and automobile engineering. The militiamen considered him their general and their god, and when the state attorney general announced that he was going to have Winthrop indicted for having grafted $200,000 of tax money, the militia rose to Buzz Winthrop's orders as though they were his private army and, occupying the legislative chambers and all the state offices, and covering the streets leading to the Capitol with machine guns, they herded Buzz's enemies out of town. He took the United States senatorship as though it were his monarchy all right, and for 6 years, his only rival as the most bouncing and feverish man in the Senate had been the late Huey Long of Louisiana. He preached the comforting gospel of so redistributing wealth that every person in the country would have several $1,000s a year, while all the rich men were nevertheless to be allowed enough to get along, on a maximum of $500,000 a year. So everybody was happy in the prospect of Winthrop's becoming president. The Reverend Dr. Edgerton School Emile, Dean of St. Agnes Cathedral, San Antonio, Texas, stated that Buzz's coming into power would be like the heaven-blessed fall of revivifying rain upon a parched and thirsty land. Dr. School Emile did not say anything about what happened when the blessed rain came and kept falling steadily for 4 years. No one, even among the Washington correspondents, seemed to know precisely how much of a part in Senator Winthrop's career was taken by his secretary, Lee Saracen. When Winthrop had first seized power in his state, Saracen had been managing editor of the most widely circulated paper in all that part of the country. Saracen's genesis was and remained a mystery. It was said that he had been born in Georgia, in Minnesota, on the east side of New York, in Syria, that he was pure Yankee, Jewish, Charleston Huguenot. It was known that he had been a singularly reckless lieutenant of machine gunners as a youngster during the Great War, and that he had stayed over, ambling about Europe, for 3 or 4 years, that he had worked on the Paris edition of the New York Herald, nibbled at painting and at black magic in Florence and Munich, had a few sociological months at the London School of Economics, associated with decidedly curious people in arty Berlin night restaurants. Returned home, Saracen had become decidedly the hard-boiled reporter of the shirt-sleeved tradition, who asserted that he would rather be called a prostitute than anything so sissified as journalist. But it was suspected that nevertheless he still retained the ability to read. He had been variously a socialist and an anarchist. Even in 1936 there were rich people who asserted that Saracen was too radical, but actually he had lost his trust in the masses during the hoggish nationalism after the war, and he believed now only in resolute control by a small oligarchy. In this he was a Hitler, a Mussolini. Saracen was lanky and drooping, with thin flaxen hair, and thick lips in a bony face. His eyes were sparks at the bottoms of two dark wells. In his long hands there was bloodless strength. He used to surprise persons who were about to shake hands with him by suddenly bending their fingers back till they almost broke. Most people didn't much like it. As a newspaperman he was an expert of the highest grade. He could smell out a husband murder, the grafting of a politician, that is to say, of a politician belonging to a gang opposed by his paper, the torture of animals or children, and this last sort of story he liked to write himself, rather than hand it to a reporter, and when he did write it, you saw the moldy cellar, heard the whip, felt the slimy blood. Compared with Lee Saracen as a newspaperman, little Doremus Jessup of Fort Beulah was like a village parson compared with the $20,000 minister of a 20-story New York institutional tabernacle with radio affiliations. Senator Winthrop had made Saracen, officially, his secretary, but he was known to be much more bodyguard, ghostwriter, press agent, economic advisor, and in Washington, Lee Saracen became the man most consulted and least liked by newspaper correspondents in the whole Senate office building. Winthrop was a young 48 in 1936, Saracen an aged and sagging-cheeked 41. Though he probably based it on notes dictated by Winthrop himself, no fool in the matter of fictional imagination, Saracen had certainly done the actual writing of Winthrop's lone book, the Bible of his followers, part biography, part economic program, and part plain exhibitionistic boasting, called 0 Hour Over the Top. It was a salty book and contained more suggestions for remolding the world than the 3 volumes of Karl Marx and all the novels of H.G. Wells put together. Perhaps the most familiar, most quoted paragraph of 0 Hour, beloved by the provincial press because of its simple earthiness, was: "When I was a little shaver back in the cornfields, we kids used to just wear one-strap suspenders on our pants, and we called them the galluses on our breeches, but they held them up and saved our modesty just as much as if we had put on a high-toned limey accent and talked about braces and trousers. That's how the whole world of what they call scientific economics is like. The Marxians think that by writing of galluses as braces, they've got something that knocks the stuffings out of the old-fashioned ideas of Washington and Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton. Well and all, I sure believe in using every new economic discovery, like they have been worked out in the so-called fascist countries, like Italy and Germany and Hungary and Poland. Yes, by thunder, and even in Japan we probably will have to lick those little yellow men someday, to keep them from pinching our vested and rightful interests in China, but don't let that keep us from grabbing off any smart ideas that those cute little beggars have worked out. I want to stand up on my hind legs and not just admit but frankly holler right out that we've got to change our system a lot, maybe even change the whole Constitution to bring it up from the horseback and corduroy road epoch to the automobile-lancement highway period of today. The executive has got to have a freer hand and be able to move quick in an emergency, and not be tied down by a lot of dumb shyster lawyer congressmen taking months to shoot off their mouths in debates. But and it's a but as big as Deacon Checkerboard's hay barn back home. These new economic changes are only a means to an end, and that end is and must be, fundamentally, the same principles of liberty, equality, and justice that were advocated by the founding fathers of this great land back in 1776. The most confusing thing about the whole campaign of 1936 was the relationship of the two leading parties. Old guard Republicans complained that their proud party was begging for office, hat in hand, veteran Democrats that their traditional covered wagons were jammed with college professors, city slickers, and yachtsmen. The rival to Senator Winthrop in public reverence was a political titan who seemed to have no itch for office, the Reverend Paul Peter Prang, of Persepolis, Indiana, Bishop of the Methodist Episcopal Church, a man perhaps 10 years older than Winthrop. His weekly radio address, at 2 p.m. every Saturday, was to millions the very oracle of God. So supernatural was this voice from the air that for it men delayed their golf, and women even postponed their Saturday afternoon contract bridge. It was Father Charles Coughlin, of Detroit, who had first thought out the device of freeing himself from any censorship of his political sermons on the Mount by buying his own time on the air, it being only in the 20th century that mankind has been able to buy time as it buys soap and gasoline. This invention was almost equal, in its effect on all American life and thought, to Henry Ford's early conception of selling cars cheap to millions of people, instead of selling a few as luxuries. But to the pioneer Father Coughlin, Bishop Paul Peter Prang was as the Ford the Fifth 8 to the Model A. Prang was more sentimental than Coughlin, he shouted more, he agonized more, he reviled more enemies by name, and rather scandalously, he told more funny stories, and ever so many more tragic stories about the repentant deathbeds of bankers, atheists, and communists. His voice was more nasally native, and he was pure Middle West, with a New England Protestant Scotch-English ancestry, where Coughlin was always a little suspect, in the Sears Roebuck regions, as a Roman Catholic with an agreeable Irish accent. No man in history has ever had such an audience as Bishop Prang, nor so much apparent power. When he demanded that his auditors telegraph their congressman to vote on a bill as he, Prang, ex cathedra and alone, without any college of cardinals, had been inspired to believe they ought to vote, then 50,000 people would telephone, or drive through backhill mud, to the nearest telegraph office and in his name give their commands to the government. Thus, by the magic of electricity, Prang made the position of any king in history look a little absurd and tinselled. To millions of League members he sent mimeographed letters with facsimile signature, and with the salutation so craftily typed in that they rejoiced in a personal greeting from the founder. Doremus Jessup, up in the provincial hills, could never quite figure out just what political gospel it was that Bishop Prang thundered from his Sinai, which, with its microphone and typed revelations timed to the split second, was so much more snappy and efficient than the original Sinai. In detail, he preached nationalization of the banks, mines, water power and transportation, limitation of incomes, increased wages, strengthening of the labor unions, more fluid distribution of consumer goods. But everybody was nibbling at those noble doctrines now, from Virginia senators to Minnesota farmer laborites, with no one being so credulous as to expect any of them to be carried out. There was a theory around some place that Prang was only the humble voice of his vast organization, the League of Forgotten Men. It was universally believed to have 27 million members, along with proper assortments of national officers and state officers, and town officers and hordes of committees with stately names like National Committee on the Compilation of Statistics on Unemployment and Normal Employability in the Soybean Industry. Hither and yon, Bishop Prang, not as the still small voice of God but in lofty person, addressed audiences of 20,000 persons at a time, in the larger cities all over the country, speaking in huge halls meant for prize fighting, in cinema palaces, in armories, in baseball parks, in circus tents, while after the meetings his brisk assistants accepted membership applications and dues for the League of Forgotten Men. When his timid detractors hinted that this was all very romantic, very jolly and picturesque, but not particularly dignified, and Bishop Prang answered, "My master delighted to speak in whatever vulgar assembly would listen to him," no one dared answer him, "But you aren't your master not yet." With all the flourish of the League and its mass meetings, there had never been a pretense that any tenet of the League, any pressure on Congress and the President to pass any particular bill, originated with anybody save Prang himself, with no collaboration from the committees or officers of the League. All that the Prang who so often crooned about the humility and modesty of the Savior wanted was for 130 million people to obey him, their priest-king, implicitly in everything concerning their private morals, their public asseverations, how they might earn their livings, and what relationships they might have to other wage earners. And that, Doremus Jessup grumbled, relishing the shocked piety of his wife Emma, makes Brother Prang a worse tyrant than Caligula, a worse fascist than Napoleon. Mind you, I don't really believe all these rumors about Prang's grafting on membership dues and the sale of pamphlets and donations to pay for the radio. It's much worse than that. I'm afraid he's an honest fanatic. That's why he's such a real fascist menace. He's so confoundedly humanitarian, in fact so noble, that a majority of people are willing to let him boss everything, and with a country this size, that's quite a job, my beloved, even for a Methodist bishop who gets enough gifts so that he can actually buy time. All the while, Walt Trowbridge, possible Republican candidate for president, suffering from the deficiency of being honest and disinclined to promise that he could work miracles, was insisting that we live in the United States of America and not on a golden highway to utopia. There was nothing exhilarating in such realism, so all this rainy week in June, with the apple blossoms and the lilacs fading, Doremus Jessup was awaiting the next encyclical of Pope Paul Peter Prang. 5. I know the press only too well. Almost all editors hide away in spider dens, men without thought of family or public interest or the humble delights of jaunts out of doors, plotting how they can put over their lies, and advance their own positions and fill their greedy pocketbooks by calumniating statesmen who have given their all for the common good and who are vulnerable because they stand out in the fierce light that beats around the throne. 0 Hour, Berzelius Winthrop. T. He June morning shone, the last petals of the wild cherry blossoms lay dew-covered on the grass, robins were about their brisk business on the lawn. Doremus, by nature a late liar and pilferer of naps after he had been called at 8, was stirred to spring up and stretch his arms out fully 5 or 6 times in Swedish exercises, in front of his window, looking out across the Beulah River Valley to dark masses of pine on the mountain slopes 3 miles away. Doremus and Emma had had each their own bedroom, these 15 years, not altogether to her pleasure. He asserted that he couldn't share a bedroom with any person living, because he was a night mutterer, and liked to make a really good, uprearing, pillow-slapping job of turning over in bed without feeling that he was disturbing someone. It was Saturday, the day of the Prang revelation, but on this crystal morning, after days of rain, he did not think of Prang at all, but of the fact that Philip, his son, with wife, had popped up from Worcester for the weekend, and that the whole crew of them, along with Lorinda Pike and Buck Titus, were going to have a real, old-fashioned, family picnic. They had all demanded it, even the fashionable Sissy, a woman who, at 18, had much concern with tennis tees, golf, and mysterious, appallingly rapid motor trips with Malcolm Tasbraw, or with the Episcopal parson's grandson, Julian Falk. Doremus had scolded that he could go to any blame picnic, it was his job, as editor, to stay home and listen to Bishop Prang's broadcast at 2, but they had laughed at him and rumpled his hair and miscalled him until he had promised. They didn't know it, but he had slyly borrowed a portable radio from his friend, the local RC priest, Father Stephen Pearfeeks, and he was going to hear Prang whether or no. He was glad they were going to have Lorinda Pike. He was fond of that sardonic saint, and Buck Titus, who was perhaps his closest intimate. James Buck Titus, who was 50 but looked 38, straight, broad-shouldered, slim-waisted, long-mustached, swarthy Buck was the Daniel Boone type of old American, or, perhaps, an Indian fighting cavalry captain, out of Charles King. He had graduated from Williams, with 10 weeks in England and 10 years in Montana, divided between cattle raising, prospecting, and a horse breeding ranch. His father, a Rishish railroad contractor, had left him the great farm near West Beulah, and Buck had come back home to grow apples, to breed Morgan stallions, and to read Voltaire, Anatole France, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky. He served in the war, as a private, detested his officers, refused a commission, and liked the Germans at Cologne. He was a useful polo player, but regarded riding to the hounds as childish. In politics, he did not so much yearn over the wrongs of labor as feel scornful of the tight-fisted exploiters who denned in office and stinking factory. He was as near to the English country squire as one may find in America. He was a bachelor, with a big mid-Victorian house, well kept by a friendly Negro couple, a tidy place in which he sometimes entertained ladies who were not quite so tidy. He called himself an agnostic instead of an atheist only because he detested the street bawling, tract-peddling evangelicism of the professional atheists. He was cynical, he rarely smiled, and he was unwaveringly loyal to all the Jessups. His coming to the picnic made Doremus as blithe as his grandson David. Perhaps, even under fascism, the church clock will stand at 10 to 3, and there will be honey still for tea, Doremus hoped, as he put on his rather dandified country tweeds. The only stain on the preparations for the picnic was the grouchiness of the hired man, Shad Leju. When he was asked to turn the ice cream freezer, he growled, "Why the heck don't you folks get an electric freezer?" He grumbled, most audibly, at the weight of the picnic baskets, and when he was asked to clean up the basement during their absence, he retorted only with a glare of silent fury. "You ought to get rid of that fellow, Leju," urged Doremus's son Philip, the lawyer. "Oh, I don't know," considered Doremus. "Probably just shiftlessness on my part. But I tell myself I'm doing a social experiment, trying to train him to be as gracious as the average Neanderthal man. Or perhaps I'm scared of him. He's the kind of vindictive peasant that sets fire to barns. Did you know that he actually reads, Phil?" "No." "Yep. Mostly movie magazines, with necked ladies and wild western stories, but he also reads the papers. Told me he greatly admired Buzz Windrop, says Windrop will certainly be president, and then everybody, by which, I'm afraid, Shad means only himself, will have 5,000 a year. Buzz certainly has a bunch of philanthropists for followers. Now listen, Dad. You don't understand Senator Windrop. Oh, he's something of a demagogue. He shoots off his mouth a lot about how he'll jack up the income tax and grab the banks, but he won't. That's just molasses for the cockroaches. What he will do, and maybe only he can do it, is to protect us from the murdering, thieving, lying Bolsheviks that would. Why, they'd like to stick all of us that are going on this picnic, all the decent clean people that are accustomed to privacy, into hall bedrooms, and make us cook our cabbage soup on a primus stuck on a bed. Yes, or maybe liquidate us entirely. No sir, Berzelius Windrop is the fellow to balk the dirty sneaking Jew spies that pose as American liberals. The face is the face of my reasonably competent son, Philip, but the voice is the voice of the Jew baiter, Julius Streicher," sighed Doremus. The picnic ground was among a Stonehenge of grey and lichen-painted rocks, fronting a birch grove high up on Mount Terror, on the upland farm of Doremus's cousin, Henry Veeder, a solid, reticent Vermonter of the old days. They looked through a distant mountain gap to the faint mercury of Lake Champlain and, across it, the bulwark of the Adirondacks. Davy Greenhill and his hero, Buck Titus, wrestled in the hardy pasture grass. Philip and Dr. Fowler Greenhill, Doremus's son-in-law, argued about the merits of the autogyro. Doremus lay with his head against a rock, his cap over his eyes, gazing down into the paradise of Beulah Valley. He could not have sworn to it, but he rather thought he saw an angel floating in the radiant upper air above the valley. The women, Emma and Mary Greenhill, Sissy and Philip's wife and Lorinda Pike, were setting out the picnic lunch: a pot of beans with crisp salt pork, fried chicken, potatoes warmed over with croutons, tea biscuits, crabapple jelly, salad, raisin pie on a red and white tablecloth spread on a flat rock. But for the parked motor cars, the scene might have been New England in 1885, and you could see the women in chip hats and tight-bodiced, high-necked frocks with bustles, the men in straw boaters with dangling ribbons and adorned with side whiskers, Doremus's beard not clipped, but flowing like a bridal veil. When Dr. Greenhill fetched down cousin Henry Veeder, a bulky yet shy enough pre-Ford farmer in clean, faded overalls, then was time again, unbought, secure, serene. And the conversation had a comfortable triviality, an affectionate Victorian dullness. However Doremus might fret about conditions, however skittishly Sissy might long for the presence of her beaux, Julian Falk and Malcolm Tasbraw, there was nothing modern and neurotic, nothing savoring of Freud, Adler, Marx, Bertrand Russell, or any other divinity of the 1930s, when Mother Emma chattered to Mary and Marilla about her rose bushes that had winter killed, and the new young maples that the field mice had gnawed, and the difficulty of getting Shad Leju to bring in enough fireplace wood, and how Shad gorged pork chops and fried potatoes and pie at lunch, which he ate at the Jessops. And the view. The women talked about the view as honeymooners once talked at Niagara Falls. David and Buck Titus were playing ship, now, on a rearing rocket was the bridge, and David was Captain Popeye, with Buck his bosun, and even Dr. Greenhill, that impetuous crusader who was constantly infuriating the county board of health by reporting the slovenly state of the poor farm and the stench in the county jail, was lazy in the sun and with the greatest of concentration kept an unfortunate little ant running back and forth on a twig. His wife Mary the golfer, the runner-up in state tennis tournaments, the giver of smart but not too bibulous cocktail parties at the country club, the wearer of smart brown tweeds with a green scarf seemed to have dropped gracefully back into the domesticity of her mother, and to consider as a very weighty thing a recipe for celery and Roquefort sandwiches on toasted soda crackers. She was the handsome older Jessup girl again, back in the White House with the mansard roof. And foolish, lying on his back with his forepaws idiotically flopping, was the most pastorally old-fashioned of them all. The only serious flare of conversation was when Buck Titus snarled to Doremus, "Certainly a lot of messiahs pottin' at you from the bushes these days, Buzz Windrop and Bishop Prang and Father Coughlin and Dr. Townsend and Upton Sinclair and Rev. Frank Buckman and Bernard McFadden and Willem Randolph Hearst and Governor Talmadge and Floyd Olson, and say, I swear the best messiah in the whole show is this darky, Father Divine. He doesn't just promise he's going to feed the underprivileged 10 years from now, he hands out the fried drumsticks and gizzard right along with the salvation. How about him for president?" Out of nowhere appeared Julian Falk. This young man, freshman in Amherst the past year, grandson of the Episcopal rector and living with the old man because his parents were dead, was in the eyes of Doremus the most nearly tolerable of Sissy's suitors. He was Swede blonde and wiry, with a neat, small face and canny eyes. He called Doremus sir, and he had, unlike most of the radio and motor hypnotized 18-year-olds in the fort, read a book, and voluntarily read Thomas Wolfe and William Rollins, John Strachey and Stuart Chase and Ortega. Whether Sissy preferred him to Malcolm Tasbraw, her father did not know. Malcolm was taller and thicker than Julian, and he drove his own streamlined DeSoto, while Julian could only borrow his grandfather's shocking old flivver. Sissy and Julian bickered amiably about Alice Allot's skill in backgammon, and Foolish scratched himself in the sun. But Doremus was not being pastoral. He was being anxious and scientific. While the others jeered, "When does Dad take his audition, and what's he learning to be a crooner or a hockey announcer?" Doremus was adjusting the doubtful portable radio. Once he thought he was going to be with them in the home sweet home atmosphere, for he tuned in on a program of old songs, and all of them, including Cousin Henry Veeder, who had a hidden passion for fiddlers and barn dances and parlor organs, hummed gaily the Troubadour and Maid of Athens and Darling Nellie Gray. But when the announcer informed them that these ditties were being sponsored by Toily Oily, the Natural Home Cathartic, and that they were being rendered by a sextet of young males horribly called the Smoothies, Doremus abruptly shut them off. "Why, what's the matter, Dad?" cried Sissy. "Smoothies. God. This country deserves what it's going to get," snapped Doremus. "Maybe we need a Buzz Windrop." The moment, then it should have been announced by cathedral chimes of the weekly address of Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Coming from an airless closet, smelling of sacerdotal woolen union suits, in Persepolis, Indiana, it leapt to the farthest stars. It circled the world at 186,000 miles a second, a million miles while you stopped to scratch. It crashed into the cabin of a whaler on a dark polar sea, into an office, paneled with linen fold oak looted from a Nottinghamshire castle, on the 67th story of a building on Wall Street, into the Foreign Office in Tokyo, into the rocky hollow below the shining birches upon Mount Terror, in Vermont. Bishop Prang spoke, as he usually did, with a grave kindliness, a virile resonance, which made his self, magically coming to them on the unseen aerial pathway, at once dominating and touched with charm, and whatever his purposes might be, his words were on the side of the angels. "My friends of the radio audience, I shall have but 6 more weekly petitions to make you before the national conventions, which will decide the fate of this distraught nation, and the time has come now to act. Enough of words. Let me put together certain separated phrases out of the 6th chapter of Jeremiah, which seem to have been prophetically written for this hour of desperate crisis in America. O ye children of Benjamin, gather yourselves together to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem. Prepare ye war, arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us! For the day goeth away, for the shadows of the evening are stretched out. Arise, and let us go by night and let us destroy her palaces. I am full of the fury of the Lord, I am weary with holding it in, I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together, for even the husband with the wife shall be taken, the aged with him that is full of days. I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of this land, saith the Lord. For from the least of them even unto the greatest, every one is given to covetousness, and from the prophet even unto the priest, every one dealeth falsely, saying peace, peace, when there is no peace. So spake the book, of old. But it was spoken also to America, of 1936. There is no peace. For more than a year now, the League of Forgotten Men has warned the politicians, the whole government, that we are sick unto death of being the dispossessed and that, at last, we are more than 50 million strong, no whimpering horde, but with the will, the voices, the votes to enforce our sovereignty. We have in no uncertain way informed every politician that we demand certain measures, and that we will brook no delay. Again and again we have demanded that both the control of credit and the power to issue money be unqualifiedly taken away from the private banks, that the soldiers not only receive the bonus they with their blood and anguish so richly earned in 17 and 18, but that the amount agreed upon be now doubled, that all swollen incomes be severely limited and inheritances cut to such small sums as may support the heirs only in youth and in old age, that labor and farmers' unions be not merely recognized as instruments for joint bargaining but be made, like the syndicates in Italy, official parts of the government, representing the toilers, and that international Jewish finance and, equally, international Jewish communism and anarchism and atheism be, with all the stern solemnity and rigid inflexibility this great nation can show, barred from all activity. Those of you who have listened to me before will understand that or rather that the League of Forgotten Men has no quarrel with individual Jews, that we are proud to have rabbis among our directors, but those subversive international organizations which, unfortunately, are so largely Jewish, must be driven with whips and scorpions from off the face of the earth. These demands we have made, and how long now, O Lord, how long, have the politicians and the smirking representatives of big business pretended to listen, to obey? Yes, yes, my masters of the League of Forgotten Men, yes, we understand, just give us time. There is no more time. Their time is over and all their unholy power. The conservative senators, the United States Chamber of Commerce, the giant bankers, the monarchs of steel and motors and electricity and coal, the brokers and the holding companies, they are all of them like the Bourbon kings, of whom it was said that they forgot nothing and they learned nothing. But they died upon the guillotine. Perhaps we can be more merciful to our Bourbons. Perhaps we can save them from the guillotine, the gallows, the swift firing squad. Perhaps we shall, in our new regime, under our new constitution, with our new deal that really will be a new deal and not an arrogant experiment, perhaps we shall merely make these big bugs of finance and politics sit on hard chairs, in dingy offices, toiling unending hours with pen and typewriter as so many white-collar slaves for so many years have toiled for them. It is, as Senator Berzelius Windrop puts it, the 0 hour, now, this second. We have stopped bombarding the heedless ears of these false masters. We're going over the top. At last, after months and months of taking counsel together, the directors of the League of Forgotten Men, and I myself, announce that in the coming Democratic National Convention we shall, without one smallest reservation, listen. Listen. History being made. Doremus cried at his heedless family. Use the tremendous strength of the millions of League members to secure the Democratic presidential nomination for Senator Berzelius Windrop, which means, flatly, that he will be elected and that we of the League shall elect him as President of these United States. His program and that of the League do not in all details agree. But he has implicitly pledged himself to take our advice, and, at least until election, we shall back him, absolutely, with our money, with our loyalty, with our votes, with our prayers. And may the Lord guide him and us across the desert of iniquitous politics and swinishly grasping finance into the golden glory of the promised land. God bless you. Mrs. Jessup said cheerily, "Why, Dormouse, that bishop isn't a fascist at all, he's a regular red radical." But does this announcement of his mean anything, really? Oh, well, Doremus reflected, he had lived with Emma for 34 years, and not oftener than once or twice a year had he wanted to murder her. Blandly he said, "Why, nothing much, except that in a couple of years now, on the ground of protecting us, the Buzz Windrop dictatorship will be regimenting everything, from where we may pray to what detective stories we may read. Sure he will. Sometimes I'm tempted to turn communist. Funny me with my fat-headed old Hudson River Valley Dutch ancestors," marveled Julian Falk. "Fine idea. Out of the frying pan of Windrop and Hitler into the fire of the New York Daily Worker and Stalin and automatics. And the 5-year plan, I suppose they'd tell me that it's been decided by the commissar that each of my Marrays is to bear 6 colts a year now," snorted Buck Titus, while Dr. Fowler Greenhill jeered. "Ah, shoot, Dad, and you too, Julian, you young paranoiac, you're monomaniacs. Dictatorship. Better come into the office and let me examine your heads. Why, America's the only free nation on earth. Besides, country's too big for a revolution. No, no. Couldn't happen here. 6. I'd rather follow a wild-eyed anarchist like M. Goldman, if they'd bring more johnnycake and beans and spuds into the humble cabin of the common man, than a 24-carat, college graduate, ex-cabinet member statesman that was just interested in our turning out more limousines. Call me a socialist or any blame thing you want to, as long as you grab hold of the other end of the crosscut saw with me and help slash the big logs of poverty and intolerance to pieces. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. H. His family, at least his wife and the cook, Mrs. Candy, and Sissy, and Mary, Mrs. Fowler Greenhill, believed that Doremus was of fickle health, that any cold would surely turn into pneumonia, that he must wear his rubbers, and eat his porridge, and smoke fewer cigarettes, and never overdo. He raged at them. He knew that though he did get staggeringly tired after a crisis in the office, a night's sleep made him a little dynamo again, and he could turn out copy faster than his spryest young reporter. He concealed his dissipations from them like any small boy from his elders, lied unscrupulously about how many cigarettes he smoked, kept concealed a flask of bourbon from which he regularly had one nip, only one, before he padded to bed, and when he had promised to go to sleep early, he turned off his light till he was sure that Emma was slumbering, then turned it on and happily read till 2, curled under the well-loved hand-woven blankets from a loom up on Mount Terror, his legs twitching like a dreaming setter's. What time the chief inspector of the CID, alone and unarmed, walked into the counterfeiter's hideout. And once a month or so he sneaked down to the kitchen at 3 in the morning and made himself coffee and washed up everything so that Emma and Mrs. Candy would never know. He thought they never knew. These small deceptions gave him the ripest satisfaction in a life otherwise devoted to public service, to trying to make shad leju edge up the flower beds, to feverishly writing editorials that would excite 3% of his readers from breakfast time till noon and by 6 p.m. be eternally forgotten. Sometimes when Emma came to loaf beside him in bed on a Sunday morning and put her comfortable arm about his thin shoulder blades, she was sick with the realization that he was growing older and more frail. His shoulders, she thought, were pathetic as those of an anemic baby. That sadness of hers Doremus never guessed. Even just before the paper went to press, even when Shad Leja took off 2 hours and charged an item of $2 to have the lawnmower sharpened, instead of filing it himself, even when Sissy and her gang played the piano downstairs till 2 on nights when he did not want to lie awake, Doremus was never irritable except, usually, between arising and the first life-saving cup of coffee. The wise Emma was happy when he was snappish before breakfast. It meant that he was energetic and popping with satisfactory ideas. After Bishop Prang had presented the crown to Senator Winthrop, as the summer hobbled nervously toward the national political conventions, Emma was disturbed. For Doremus was silent before breakfast, and he had rheumy eyes, as though he was worried, as though he had slept badly. Never was he cranky. She missed hearing him croaking, "Isn't that confounded idiot, Mrs. Candy, ever going to bring in the coffee? I suppose she's sitting there reading her testament. And will you be so kind as to tell me, my good woman, why Sissy never gets up for breakfast, even after the rare nights when she goes to bed at 1 a.m.? And will you look out at that walk? Covered with dead blossoms. That swine Shad hasn't swept it for a week. I swear, I am going to fire him, and right away, this morning." Emma would have been happy to hear these familiar animal sounds, and to cluck in answer, "Oh, why, that's terrible. I'll go tell Mrs. Candy to hustle in the coffee right away." But he sat unspeaking, pale, opening his Daily Informer as though he were afraid to see what news had come in since he had left the office at 10. When Doremus, back in the 1920s, had advocated the recognition of Russia, Fort Beulah had fretted that he was turning out and out communist. He, who understood himself abnormally well, knew that far from being a left-wing radical, he was at most a mild, rather indolent and somewhat sentimental liberal, who disliked pomposity, the heavy humor of public men, and the itch for notoriety which made popular preachers and eloquent educators and amateur play producers and rich lady reformers and rich lady sportswomen and almost every brand of rich lady come preeningly in to see newspaper editors, with photographs under their arms, and on their faces. The simper of fake humility. But for all cruelty and intolerance, and for the contempt of the fortunate for the unfortunate, he had not mere dislike but testy hatred. He had alarmed all his fellow editors in northern New England by asserting the innocence of Tom Mooney, questioning the guilt of Sacco and Vanzetti, condemning our intrusion in Haiti and Nicaragua, advocating an increased income tax, writing, in the 1932 campaign, a friendly account of the socialist candidate, Norman Thomas, and stirring up a little local and ineffective hell regarding the serfdom of the southern sharecroppers and the California fruit pickers. He even suggested editorially that when Russia had her factories and railroads and giant farms really going, say, in 1945, she might conceivably be the pleasantest country in the world for the average man. When he wrote that editorial, after a lunch at which he had been irritated by the smug croaking of Frank Tasbraw and R.C. Crowley, he really did get into trouble. He got named Bolshevik, and in 2 days his paper lost 150 out of its 5,000 circulation. Yet he was as little of a Bolshevik as Herbert Hoover. He was, and he knew it, a small-town bourgeois intellectual. Russia forbade everything that made his toil worth enduring: privacy, the right to think and to criticize as he freakishly pleased. To have his mind policed by peasants in uniform rather than that he would live in an Alaska cabin, with beans and 100 books and a new pair of pants every 3 years. Once, on a motor trip with Emma, he stopped in at a summer camp of communists. Most of them were city college Jews or neat Bronx dentists, spectacled, and smooth-shaven except for foppish small mustaches. They were hot to welcome these New England peasants and to explain the Marxian gospel. Over macaroni and cheese in an unpainted dining shack, they longed for the black bread of Moscow. Later, Doremus chuckled to find how much they resembled the YMCA campers 20 miles down the highway, equally puritanical, hortatory, and feudal, and equally given to silly games with rubber balls. Once only had he been dangerously active. He had supported the strike for union recognition against the Quarry Company of Francis Tasbraw. Men whom Doremus had known for years, solid cits like superintendent of Schools Emil Stogmeyer, and Charlie Betts of the furniture store, had muttered about riding him out of town on a rail. TASPRO reviled him even now, 8 years later. After all this, the strike had been lost, and the strike leader, an avowed communist named Karl Pascal, had gone to prison for inciting to violence. When Pascal, best of mechanics, came out, he went to work in a littered little Fort Beulah garage owned by a friendly, loquacious, belligerent Polish socialist named John Polico. All day long Pascal and Polico yelpingly raided each other's trenches in the battle between social democracy and communism, and Doremus often dropped in to stir them up. That was hard for TASPRO, Stogmeyer, banker Crowley, and lawyer Kit Eric to bear. If Doremus had not come from 3 generations of debt-paying Vermonters, he would by now have been a penniless wandering printer, and possibly less detached about the sorrows of the dispossessed. The conservative Emma complained, "How you can tease people this way, pretending you really like greasy mechanics like this Pascal when you could just associate with decent, prosperous people like Frank. It's beyond me. What they must think of you, sometimes. They don't understand that you're really not a socialist one bit, but really a nice, kind-hearted, responsible man. Oh, I ought to smack you, Dormouse." Not that he liked being called Dormouse. But then, no one did so except Emma and, in rare slips of the tongue, Buck Titus. So it was endurable. 7. When I am protestingly dragged from my study and the family hearthside into the public meetings that I so much detest, I try to make my speech as simple and direct as those of the child Jesus talking to the doctors in the temple. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. T. Hunter in the mountains, clouds marching down the Beulah Valley, unnatural darkness covering the world like black fog, and lightning that picked out ugly scarps of the hills as though they were rocks thrown up in an explosion. To such fury of the enraged heavens, Doremus awakened on that morning of late July. As abruptly as one who, in the death cell, startles out of sleep to the realization, "Today they'll hang me," he sat up, bewildered, as he reflected that today Senator Berzelius Windrop would probably be nominated for president. The Republican convention was over, with Walt Trowbridge as presidential candidate. The Democratic convention, meeting in Cleveland, with a good deal of gin, strawberry soda, and sweat, had finished the committee reports, the kind words said for the flag, the assurances to the ghost of Jefferson that he would be delighted by what, if Chairman Jim Farley consented, would be done here this week. They had come to the nomination. Senator Windrop had been nominated by Colonel Dewey Hike, congressman and power in the American Legion. Gratifying applause and hasty elimination had greeted such favorite sons of the several states as Al Smith, Carter Glass, William Mikado, and Cordell Hull. Now, on the 12th ballot, there were 4 contestants left, and they, in order of votes, were Senator Windrop, President Franklin D. Roosevelt, Senator Robinson of Arkansas, and Secretary of Labor Francis Perkins. Great and dramatic shenanigans had happened, and Doremus Jessup's imagination had seen them all clearly as they were reported by the hysterical radio and by bulletins from the AP that fell red hot and smoking upon his desk at the Informer office. In honor of Senator Robinson, the University of Arkansas brass band marched in behind a leader riding in an old horse-drawn buggy which was plastered with great placards proclaiming "Save the Constitution" and "Robinson for Sanity." The name of Miss Perkins had been cheered for 2 hours, while the delegates marched with their state banners, and President Roosevelt's name had been cheered for 3, cheered affectionately and quite homicidally, since every delegate knew that Mr. Roosevelt and Miss Perkins were far too lacking in circus tinsel and general clownishness to succeed at this critical hour of the nation's hysteria, when the electorate wanted a ringmaster revolutionist like Senator Windrop. Windrop's own demonstration, scientifically worked up beforehand by his secretary press agent private philosopher, Lee Saracen, yielded nothing to others. For Saracen had read his Chesterton well enough to know that there is only one thing bigger than a very big thing, and that is a thing so very small that it can be seen and understood. When Colonel Dewey Hike put Buzz's name in nomination, the colonel wound up by shouting, "One thing more. Listen. It is the special request of Senator Winthrop that you do not waste the time of this history-making assembly by any cheering of his name, any cheering whatever. We of the League of Forgotten Men don't want empty acclaim, but a solemn consideration of the desperate and immediate needs of 60% of the population of the United States. No cheers, but may Providence guide us in the most solemn thinking we have ever done. As he finished, down the center aisle came a private procession. But this was no parade of thousands. There were only 31 persons in it, and the only banners were 3 flags and 2 large placards. Leading it, in old blue uniforms, were 2 GAR veterans, and between, arm in arm with them, a Confederate in gray. They were such very little old men, all over 90, leaning one on another and glancing timidly about in the hope that no one would laugh at them. The Confederate carried a Virginia regimental banner, torn as by shrapnel, and one of the Union veterans lifted high a slashed flag of the 1st Minnesota. The dutiful applause which the convention had given to the demonstrations of other candidates had been but rain patter compared with the tempest which greeted the 3 shaky, shuffling old men. On the platform the band played, inaudibly, Dixie, Then When Johnny Comes. Marching home again, and, standing on his chair midway of the auditorium, as a plain member of his state delegation, Buzz Winthrop bowed and tried to smile, while tears started from his eyes and he sobbed helplessly, and the audience began to sob with him. Following the old men were 12 legionnaires, wounded in 1918, stumbling on wooden legs, dragging themselves between crutches, one in a wheelchair, yet so young-looking and gay, and one with a black mask before what should have been a face. Of these, one carried an enormous flag, and another a placard demanding, "Our starving families must have the bonus, we want only justice, we want Buzz for president." And leading them, not wounded, but upright and strong and resolute, was Major General Herman Meinecke, United States Army. Not in all the memory of the older reporters had a soldier on active service ever appeared as a public political agitator. The press whispered one to another, "That general'll get canned, unless Buzz is elected, then he'd probably be made Duke of Hoboken." Following the soldiers were 10 men and women, their toes through their shoes, and wearing rags that were the more pitiful because they had been washed and revached till they had lost all color. With them tottered 4 pallid children, their teeth rotted out, between them just managing to hold up a placard declaring, "We are on relief. We want to become human beings again. We want Buzz." 20 feet behind came one lone tall man. The delegates had been craning around to see what would follow the relief victims. When they did see, they rose, they bellowed, they clapped. For the lone man, few of the crowd had seen him in the flesh, all of them had seen him 100 times in press pictures, photographed among litters of books in his study, photographed in conference with President Roosevelt and Secretary Ickes, photographed shaking hands with Senator Winthrop, photographed before a microphone, his shrieking mouth a dark open trap and his lean right arm thrown up in hysterical emphasis. All of them had heard his voice on the radio till they knew it as they knew the voices of their own brothers, all of them recognized, coming through the wide main entrance, at the end of the Winthrop parade, the apostle of the forgotten men, Bishop Paul Peter Prang. Then the convention cheered Buzz Winthrop for 4 unbroken hours. In the detailed descriptions of the convention which the news bureaus sent following the feverish first bulletins, one energetic Birmingham reporter pretty well proved that the Southern battle flag carried by the Confederate veteran had been lent by the museum in Richmond, and the Northern flag by a distinguished meat packer of Chicago who was the grandson of a Civil War general. Lee Saracen never told anyone save Buzz Winthrop that both flags had been manufactured on Hester Street, New York, in 1929, for the patriotic drama, Morgan's Riding, and that both came from a theatrical warehouse. Before the cheering, as the Winthrop parade neared the platform, they were greeted by Mrs. Adelaide Targimich, the celebrated author, lecturer, and composer, who suddenly conjured onto the platform as if whisked out of the air, sang to the tune of Yankee Doodle words which she herself had written. Berzelius Winthrop went to Washington. A riding on a hobby. To throw big business out, by gosh. And be the people's lobby. Chorus. Buzz and keep it up. Our cares and needs he's toting. You are a most ungrateful pup. Unless for Buzz you're voting. The League of the Forgotten Men. Don't like to be forgotten. They went to Washington and then they sang, There's Something Rotten. That joyous battle song was sung on the radio by 19 different prima donnas before midnight, by some 16 million less vocal Americans within 48 hours, and by at least 90 million friends and scoffers in the struggle that was to come. All through the campaign, Buzz Windrop was able to get lots of jolly humor out of puns on going to Washington, and to wash. Walt Trowbridge, he jeered, wasn't going to either of them. Yet Lee Saracen knew that in addition to this comic masterpiece, the cause of Windrop required an anthem more elevated in thought and spirit, befitting the seriousness of crusading Americans. Long after the convention's cheering for Windrop had ended and the delegates were again at their proper business of saving the nation and cutting one another's throats, Saracen had Mrs. Gimmich sing a more inspirational hymn, with words by Saracen himself, in collaboration with a quite remarkable surgeon, one Dr. Hector Macablin. This Dr. Macablin, soon to become a national monument, was as accomplished in syndicated medical journalism, in the reviewing of books about education and psychoanalysis, in preparing glosses upon the philosophies of Hegel, Professor Gunter, Houston Stewart Chamberlain, and Lothrop Stoddard, in the rendition of Mozart on the violin, in semi-professional boxing, and in the composition of epic poetry, as he was in the practice of medicine. Dr. Macablin. What a man! The Saracen Macablin Ode, entitled Bring Out the Old-Time Musket, became to Buzz Windrop's band of liberators what Giovenza was to the Italians, the Horst Wessel song to the Nazis, the International to all Marxians. Along with the convention, the radio millions heard Mrs. Adelaide Tarr Gimmich's contralto, rich as peat, chanting, Bring out the old-time musket. Dear Lord, we have sinned, we have slumbered, and our flag lies stained in the dust, and the souls of the past are calling, calling, arise from your sloth you must. Lead us, O soul of Lincoln, inspire us, spirit of Lee, to rule all the world for righteousness, to fight for the right, to awe with our might, as we did in '63. Chorus. See, youth with desire hot glowing. See, maiden, with fearless eye, leading our ranks. Thunder the tanks. Aeroplanes cloud the sky. Bring out the old-time musket. Rouse up the old-time fire. See, all the world is crumbling. Dreadful and dark and dire. America, rise and conquer. The world to our heart's desire. Great showmanship. P.T. Barnum or Flo Ziegfeld never put on a better, mused Doremus, as he studied the A.P. Flimsies, as he listened to the radio he had had temporarily installed in his office. And, much later, when Buzz gets in, he won't be having any parade of wounded soldiers. That'll be bad fascist psychology. All those poor devils he'll hide away in institutions, and just bring out the lively young human slaughter cattle in uniforms. The thunderstorm, which had mercifully lulled, burst again in wrathful menace. All afternoon the convention balloted, over and over, with no change in the order of votes for the presidential candidate. Towards 6, Miss Perkins's manager threw her votes to Roosevelt, who gained then on Senator Windrop. They seemed to have settled down to an all-night struggle, and at 10 in the evening Doremus wearily left the office. He did not, tonight, want the sympathetic and extremely feminized atmosphere of his home, and he dropped in at the rectory of his friend Father Perfex. There he found a satisfyingly unfeminized, untulcumized group. The Reverend Mr. Falk was there. Swart, sturdy young Perfex and silvery old Falk often worked together, were fond of each other, and agreed upon the advantages of clerical celibacy and almost every other doctrine except the supremacy of the Bishop of Rome. With them were Buck Titus, Louis Rotenstern, Dr. Fowler Greenhill, and Banker Crowley, a financier who liked to cultivate an appearance of free intellectual discussion, though only after the hours devoted to refusing credit to desperate farmers and storekeepers. And not to be forgotten was Foolish the dog, who that thunderous morning had suspected his master's worry, followed him to the office, and all day long had growled at Hike and Saracen and Mrs. Gimmich on the radio and showed an earnest conviction that he ought to chew up all flimsies reporting the convention. Better than his own glacial white-paneled drawing-room with its portraits of dead Vermont worthies, Doremus liked Father Perifa's little study, and its combination of churchliness, of freedom from commerce, as displayed in a crucifix and a plaster statuette of the Virgin and a shrieking red and green Italian picture of the Pope, with practical affairs, as shown in the oak roll-top desk and steel filing cabinet and well-worn portable typewriter. It was a pious hermit's cave with the advantages of leather chairs and excellent rye highballs. The night passed as the 8 of them all sipped and listened, the night passed as the convention balloted, furiously, unavailingly, that Congress 600 miles away, 600 miles of befogged night, yet with every speech, every derisive yelp, coming into the priest's cabinet in the same second in which they were heard in the hall at Cleveland. Father Perifa's housekeeper came in with scrambled eggs, cold beer. When my dear wife was still among us, she used to send me to bed at midnight, sighed Dr. Falk. My wife does now, said Doremus. So does mine and her a New York girl, said Louis Rotenstern. Father Steve, here, and I are the only guys with a sensible way of living, crowed Buck Titus. Celibates. We can go to bed with our pants on, or not go to bed at all, and Father Perfeeks murmured, but it's curious, Buck, what people find to boast of you that you're free of God's tyranny and also that you can go to bed in your pants. Mr. Falk and Dr. Greenhill and I, that God is so lenient with us that some nights he lets us off from sick calls and we can go to bed with em off. And Louis, because listen. Listen. Sounds like business. Colonel Dewey Hike, Buzz's proposer, was announcing that Senator Winthrop felt it would be only modest of him to go to his hotel now, but he had left a letter which he, Hike, would read. And he did read it, inexorably. Winthrop stated that, just in case anyone did not completely understand his platform, he wanted to make it all ringingly clear. Summarized, the letter explained that he was all against the banks but all for the bankers except the Jewish bankers, who were to be driven out of finance entirely, that he had thoroughly tested plans to make all wages very high and the prices of everything produced by these same highly paid workers very low, that he was 100%er for labor, but 100%er against all strikes, and that he was in favor of the United States so arming itself, so preparing to produce its own coffee, sugar, perfumes, tweeds, and nickel instead of importing them, that it could defy the world, and maybe, if that world was so impertinent as to defy America in turn, Buzz hinted, he might have to take it over and run it properly. Each moment the brassy import unities of the radio seemed to Doremus the more offensive, while the hillside slept in the heavy summer night, and he thought about the mazurka of the fireflies, the rhythm of crickets like the rhythm of the revolving earth itself, the voluptuous breezes that bore away the stink of cigars and sweat and whiskey breaths and mint chewing gum that seemed to come to them from the convention over the sound waves, along with the oratory. It was after dawn, and Father Perfeeks had just brought them in a grateful tray of onion soup. With a gob of Hamburg steak for Foolish, when the opposition to Buzz collapsed and hastily, on the next ballot, Senator Berzelius Winthrop was nominated as Democratic candidate for President of the United States. Doremus, Buck Titus, Perfeeks, and Falk were for a time too gloomy for speech, so possibly was the dog Foolish, as well, for at the turning off of the radio he tail-thumped in only the most tentative way. R.C. Crowley gloated, well, all my life I voted Republican, but here's a man that well, I'm going to vote for Winthrop. Father Perfeeks said tartly, and I voted Democratic ever since I came from Canada and got naturalized, but this time I'm going to vote Republican. What about you fellows? Rotenstern was silent. He did not like Winthrop's reference to Jews. The ones he knew best no, they were Americans. Lincoln was his tribal god too, he vowed. Me? I'll vote for Walt Trowbridge, of course, growled Buck. So will I, said Doremus. No. I won't either. Trowbridge won't have a chance. I think I'll indulge in the luxury of being independent, for once, and vote Prohibition or the Battle Creek bran and spinach ticket, or anything that makes some sense. It was after 7 that morning when Doremus came home, and, remarkably enough, Shad Leju, who was supposed to go to work at 7, was at work at 7. Normally he never left his bachelor shack in Lower Town till 10 to 8, but this morning he was on the job, chopping kindling. Shad was tall and hulking, his shirt was sweat-stained, and as usual he needed a shave. Foolish growled at him. Doremus suspected that at some time he had been kicking Foolish. He wanted to honor Shad for the sweaty shirt, the honest toil, and all the rugged virtues, but even as a liberal American humanitarian, Doremus found it hard always to keep up the Longfellow's village blacksmith-cum-Marx attitude consistently and not sometimes backslide into a belief that there must be some crooks and swine among the toilers as, notoriously, there were so shockingly many among persons with more than $3,500 a year. Well, been sitting up listening to the radio, purred Doremus. Did you know the Democrats have nominated Senator Windrop? That's so. Shad growled. Yes. Just now. How you planning to vote? Well now, I'll tell you, Mr. Jessup. Shad struck an attitude, leaning on his axe. Sometimes he could be quite pleasant and condescending, even to this little man who was so ignorant about coon hunting and the games of craps and poker. I'm going to vote for Buzz Windrop. He's going to fix it so everybody will get $4,000, immediate, and I'm going to start a chicken farm. I can make a bunch of money out of chickens. I'll show some of these guys that think they're so rich. But, Shad, you didn't have so much luck with chickens when you tried to raise 'em in the shed back there. I'm afraid you sort of let their water freeze up on 'em in winter, and they all died, you remember. Oh, them. So what? Heck. There was too few of 'em. I'm not going to waste my time foolin' with just a couple dozen chickens. When I get 5,000 of 'em to make it worth my while, then I'll show you. You bet. And, most patronizingly, Buzz Windrop is O.K. I'm glad he has your imprimatur. Huh, said Shad, and scowled. But as Doremus plodded up on the back porch he heard from Shad a faint derisive O.K., Chief. 8. I don't pretend to be a very educated man, except maybe educated in the heart, and in being able to feel for the sorrows and fear of every ornery fellow human being. Still and all, I've read the Bible through, from Kiver to Kiver, like my wife's folks say down in Arkansas, some 11 times. I've read all the law books they printed, and as to contemporaries, I don't guess I've missed much of all the grand literature produced by Bruce Barton, Edgar Guest, Arthur Brisbane, Elizabeth Dilling, Walter Pitkin, and William Dudley Pelley. This last gentleman I honor not only for his rattling good yarns, and his serious work in investigating life beyond the grave and absolutely proving that only a blind fool could fail to believe in personal immortality, but, finally, for his public-spirited and self-sacrificing work in founding the Silver Shirts. These true knights, even if they did not attain quite all the success they deserved, were one of our most noble and Galahad-like attempts to combat the sneaking, snaky, sinister, surreptitious, seditious plots of the Red Radicals and other sour brands of Bolsheviks that incessantly threaten the American standards of liberty, high wages, and universal security. These fellows have messages, and we haven't got time for anything in literature except a straight, hard-hitting, heart-throbbing message. 0 Hour, Berzelius Windrop. D. During the very first week of his campaign, Senator Windrop clarified his philosophy by issuing his distinguished proclamation, The 15 Points of Victory for the Forgotten Men. The 15 planks, in his own words, were these: all finance in the country, including banking, insurance, stocks, and bonds and mortgages, shall be under the absolute control of a federal central bank, owned by the government and conducted by a board appointed by the president, which board shall, without need of recourse to Congress for legislative authorization, be empowered to make all regulations governing finance. Thereafter, as soon as may be practicable, this said board shall consider the nationalization and government ownership, for the profit of the whole people, of all mines, oil fields, water power, public utilities, transportation, and communication. The President shall appoint a commission, equally divided between manual workers, employers, and representatives of the public, to determine which labor unions are qualified to represent the workers, and report to the executive, for legal action, all pretended labor organizations, whether company unions, or red unions, controlled by communists and the so-called Third International. The duly recognized unions shall be constituted bureaus of the government, with power of decision in all labor disputes. Later, the same investigation and official recognition shall be extended to farm organizations. In this elevation of the position of the worker, it shall be emphasized that the League of Forgotten Men is the chief bulwark against the menace of destructive and un-American radicalism. In contradistinction to the doctrines of Red Radicals, with their felonious expropriation of the arduously acquired possessions which ensure to aged persons their security, this League and Party will guarantee private initiative and the right to private property for all time. Believing that only under God Almighty, to whom we render all homage, do we Americans hold our vast power, we shall guarantee to all persons absolute freedom of religious worship, provided, however, that no atheist, agnostic, believer in black magic, nor any Jew who shall refuse to swear allegiance to the New Testament, nor any person of any faith who refuses to take the pledge to the flag, shall be permitted to hold any public office or to practice as a teacher, professor, lawyer, judge, or as a physician, except in the category of obstetrics. Annual net income per person shall be limited to $500,000. No accumulated fortune may at any one time exceed $3 million per person. No one person shall, during his entire lifetime, be permitted to retain an inheritance or various inheritances in total exceeding $2 million. All incomes or estates in excess of the sums named shall be seized by the federal government for use in relief and in administrative expenses. Profit shall be taken out of war by seizing all dividends over and above 6% that shall be received from the manufacture, distribution, or sale, during wartime, of all arms, munitions, aircraft, ships, tanks, and all other things directly applicable to warfare, as well as from food, textiles, and all other supplies furnished to the American or to any Allied army. Our armaments and the size of our military and naval establishments shall be consistently enlarged until they shall equal, but since this country has no desire for foreign conquest of any kind, not surpass, in every branch of the forces of defense, the martial strength of any other single country or empire in the world. Upon inauguration, this League and Party shall make this its first obligation, together with the issuance of a firm proclamation to all nations of the world that our armed forces are to be maintained solely for the purpose of ensuring world peace and amity. Congress shall have the sole right to issue money, and immediately upon our inauguration it shall at least double the present supply of money, in order to facilitate the fluidity of credit. We cannot too strongly condemn the unchristian attitude of certain otherwise progressive nations in their discriminations against the Jews, who have been among the strongest supporters of the League, and who will continue to prosper and to be recognized as fully Americanized, though only so long as they continue to support our ideals. All Negroes shall be prohibited from voting, holding public office, practicing law, medicine, or teaching in any class above the grade of grammar school, and they shall be taxed 100% of all sums in excess of $10,000 per family per year which they may earn or in any other manner receive. In order, however, to give the most sympathetic aid possible to all Negroes who comprehend their proper and valuable place in society, all such colored persons, male or female, as can prove that they have devoted not less than 45 years to such suitable tasks as domestic service, agricultural labor, and common labor in industries, shall at the age of 65 be permitted to appear before a special board, composed entirely of white persons, and upon proof that while employed they have never been idle except through sickness, they shall be recommended for pensions not to exceed the sum of $500 per person per year, nor to exceed $700 per family. Negroes shall, by definition, be persons with at least 1/16 colored blood. Far from opposing such high-minded and economically sound methods of the relief of poverty, unemployment, and old age as the epic plan of the Hon. Upton Sinclair, the Share the Wealth and every Manaching proposals of the late Hon. Huey Long to assure every family $5,000 a year, the Townsend Plan, the Utopian Plan, technocracy, and all competent schemes of unemployment insurance. A commission shall immediately be appointed by the new administration to study, reconcile, and recommend for immediate adoption the best features in these several plans for Social Security, and the Hon. Messrs. Sinclair, Townsend, Eugene Reed, and Howard Scott are herewith invited to in every way advise and collaborate with that commission. All women now employed shall, as rapidly as possible, except in such peculiarly feminine spheres of activity as nursing and beauty parlors, be assisted to return to their incomparably sacred duties as homemakers and as mothers of strong, honorable future citizens of the Commonwealth. Any person advocating communism, socialism, or anarchism, advocating refusal to enlist in case of war, or advocating alliance with Russia in any war whatsoever, shall be subject to trial for high treason, with a minimum penalty of 20 years at hard labor in prison, and a maximum of death on the gallows, or other form of execution which the judges may find convenient. All bonuses promised to former soldiers of any war in which America has ever engaged shall be immediately paid in full, in cash, and in all cases of veterans with incomes of less than $5,000 a year, the formerly promised sums shall be doubled. Congress shall, immediately upon our inauguration, initiate amendments to the Constitution providing, that the President shall have the authority to institute and execute all necessary measures for the conduct of the government during this critical epoch, that Congress shall serve only in an advisory capacity, calling to the attention of the President and his aides and Cabinet any needed legislation, but not acting upon same until authorized by the President so to act, and, that the Supreme Court shall immediately have removed from its jurisdiction the power to negate, by ruling them to be unconstitutional or by any other judicial action, any or all acts of the President, his duly appointed aides, or Congress. Addendum, it shall be strictly understood that, as the League of Forgotten Men and the Democratic Party, as now constituted, have no purpose nor desire to carry out any measure that shall not unqualifiedly meet with the desire of the majority of voters in these United States, the League and Party regard none of the above 15 points as obligatory and unmodifiable except number 15, and upon the others they will act or refrain from acting in accordance with the general desire of the public, who shall under the new regime be again granted an individual freedom of which they have been deprived by the harsh and restrictive economic measures of former administrations, both Republican and Democratic. But what does it mean, marveled Mrs. Jessup, when her husband had read the platform to her. It's so inconsistent. Sounds like a combination of Norman Thomas and Calvin Coolidge. I don't seem to understand it. I wonder if Mr. Winthrop understands it himself. Sure. You bet he does. It mustn't be supposed that because Winthrop gets that intellectual dressmaker Saracen to prettify his ideas up for him he doesn't recognize 'em and clasp 'em to his bosom when they're dolled up in $2 words. I'll tell you just what it all means. Articles 1 and 5 mean that if the financiers and transportation kings and so on don't come through heavily with support for Buzz they may be threatened with bigger income taxes and some control of their businesses. But they are coming through, I hear, handsomely they're paying for Buzz's radio and his parades. 2. That by controlling their unions directly, Buzz's gang can kidnap all labor into slavery. 3. Backs up the security for big capital and 4. Brings the preachers into line as scared and unpaid press agents for Buzz. 6. Doesn't mean anything at all. Munition firms with vertical trusts will be able to wangle 1/6% on manufacture, 1 on transportation, and 1 on sales at least. 7. Means we'll get ready to follow all the European nations in trying to hog the whole world. 8. Means that by inflation, big industrial companies will be able to buy their outstanding bonds back at a cent on the dollar, and 9. That all Jews who don't cough up plenty of money for the robber baron will be punished, even including the Jews who haven't much to cough up. 10. That all well-paying jobs and businesses held by Negroes will be grabbed by the poor white trash among Buzz's worshippers, and that instead of being denounced they'll be universally praised as patriotic protectors of racial purity. 11. That Buzz'll be able to pass the buck for not creating any real relief for poverty. 12. That women will later lose the vote and the right to higher education and be foxed out of all decent jobs and urged to rear soldiers to be killed in foreign wars. 13. That anybody who opposes Buzz in any way at all can be called a communist and scragged for it. Why, under this clause, Hoover and Al Smith and Ogden Mills, yes, and you and me will all be communists. 14. That Buzz thinks enough of the support of the veterans' vote to be willing to pay high for it in other people's money. And 15. Well, that's the one lone clause that really does mean something, and it means that Winthrop and Lee Saracen and Bishop Prang and I guess maybe this Colonel Dewey Hike and this Dr. Hector McAblin, you know, this doctor that helps write the high-minded hymns for Buzz, they've realized that this country has gone so flabby that any gang daring enough and unscrupulous enough, and smart enough not to seem illegal, can grab hold of the entire government and have all the power and applause and salutes, all the money and palaces and willing women they want. They're only a handful, but just think how small Lenin's gang was at first, and Mussolini's, and Hitler's, and Kemal Pasha's, and Napoleon's. You'll see all the liberal preachers and modernist educators and discontented newspapermen and farm agitators, maybe they'll worry at first, but they'll get caught up in the web of propaganda, like we all were in the Great War, and they'll all be convinced that, even if our Buzzy maybe has got a few faults, he's on the side of the plain people, and against all the tight old political machines, and they'll rouse the country for him as the great liberator, and then, by God, this crook, oh, I don't know whether he's more of a crook or an hysterical religious fanatic. Along with Saracen and Hike and Prang and McAblin, these 5 men will be able to set up a regime that'll remind you of Henry Morgan the pirate capturing a merchant ship. But will Americans stand for it long? Whimpered Emma. Oh, no, not people like us, the descendants of the pioneers. Dunno. I'm going to try help see that they don't. Of course you understand that you and I and Sissy and Fowler and Mary will probably be shot if I do try to do anything. I sound brave enough now, but probably I'll be scared to death when I hear Buzz's private troops go marching by. Oh, you will be careful, won't you? Begged Emma. Oh. Before I forget it. How many times must I tell you, Dormouse, not to give foolish chicken bones, they'll stick in his poor throat and choke him to death. And you just never remember to take the keys out of the car when you put it in the garage at night. I'm perfectly sure Shad Leju or somebody will steal it one of these nights. Father Stephen Pearfeeks, when he read the 15 points, was considerably angrier than Doremus. He snorted, "What? Negroes, Jews, women, they all banned and they leave us Catholics out, this time? Hitler didn't neglect us. He's persecuted us. Must be that Charlie Coughlin. He's made us too respectable." Sissy, who was eager to go to a school of architecture and become a creator of new styles in houses of glass and steel, Lorinda Pike, who had plans for a Carlsbad Vichy Saratoga in Vermont, Mrs. Candy, who aspired to a home bakery of her own when she should be too old for domestic labor. They were all of them angrier than either Doremus or Father Pearfeeks. Sissy sounded not like a flirtatious girl but like a battling woman as she snarled, "So the League of Forgotten Men is going to make us a League of Forgotten Women? Send us back to washing diapers and leaching out ashes for soap? Let us read Louisa May Alcott and Barn except on the Sabbath, of course. Let us sleep in humble gratitude with men." Sissy, wailed her mother. "Like Shad Leju. Well, Dad, you can sit right down and write busy Berzelius for me that I'm going to England on the next boat." Mrs. Candy stopped drying the water glasses long enough to croak, "What nasty men. I do hope they get shot soon," which for Mrs. Candy was a startlingly long and humanitarian statement. "Yes. Nasty enough. But what I've got to keep remembering is that Winthrop is only the lightest cork on the whirlpool. He didn't plot all this thing. With all the justified discontent there is against the smart politicians and the plush horses of plutocracy, oh, if it hadn't been one Winthrop, it'd been another. We had it coming, we respectables. But that isn't going to make us like it, thought Doremus. 9. Those who have never been on the inside in the councils of state can never realize that with really high-class statesmen, their chief quality is not political canniness, but a big, rich, overflowing love for all sorts and conditions of people and for the whole land. That love and that patriotism have been my sole guiding principles in politics. My one ambition is to get all Americans to realize that they are, and must continue to be, the greatest race on the face of this old earth, and second, to realize that whatever apparent differences there may be among us, in wealth, knowledge, skill, ancestry or strength, though, of course, all this does not apply to people who are racially different from us, we are all brothers, bound together in the great and wonderful bond of national unity, for which we should all be very glad. And I think we ought to for this be willing to sacrifice any individual gains at all. 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. B. Berzelius Winthrop, of whom in late summer and early autumn of 1936 there were so many published photographs showing him popping into cars and out of aeroplanes, dedicating bridges, eating corn pone and side meat with Southerners and clam chowder and bran with Northerners, addressing the American Legion, the Liberty League, the YMHA, the Young People's Socialist League, the Elks, the Bartenders and Waiters Union, the Anti-Saloon League, the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in Afghanistan, showing him kissing lady centenarians and shaking hands with ladies called Madam, but never the opposite, showing him in Savile Row riding clothes on Long Island and in overalls and a khaki shirt in the Ozarks. This Buzz Winthrop was almost a dwarf, yet with an enormous head, a bloodhound head, of huge ears, pendulous cheeks, mournful eyes. He had a luminous, ungrudging smile which he turned on and off deliberately, like an electric light, but which could make his ugliness more attractive than the simpers of any pretty man. His hair was so coarse and black and straight, and worn so long in the back, that it hinted of Indian blood. In the Senate he preferred clothes that suggested the competent insurance salesman, but when farmer constituents were in Washington he appeared in an historic 10-gallon hat with a mussy gray cutaway which somehow you erroneously remembered as a black Prince Albert. In that costume, he looked like a sawed-off museum model of a medicine show doctor, and indeed it was rumored that during one Lawshul vacation Buzz Winthrop had played the banjo and done card tricks and handed down medicine bottles and managed the shell game for no less scientific an expedition than old Dr. Allagash's traveling laboratory, which specialized in the Choctaw cancer cure, the Chinook consumption soother, and the Oriental remedy for piles and rheumatism prepared from a world-old secret formula by the Gypsy Princess, Queen Peshawara. The company, ardently assisted by Buzz, killed off quite a number of persons who, but for their confidence in Dr. Allagash's bottles of water, coloring matter, tobacco juice, and raw corn whiskey, might have gone early enough to doctors. But since then, Winthrop had redeemed himself, no doubt, by ascending from the vulgar fraud of selling bogus medicine, standing in front of a megaphone, to the dignity of selling bogus economics, standing on an indoor platform under mercury vapor lights in front of a microphone. He was in stature but a small man, yet remember that so were Napoleon, Lord Beaverbrook, Stephen A. Douglas, Frederick the Great, and the Dr. Goebbels, who is privily known throughout Germany as Wotan's Mickey Mouse. Doremus Jessup, so inconspicuous an observer, watching Senator Winthrop from so humble a Boeotia, could not explain his power of bewitching large audiences. The senator was vulgar, almost illiterate, a public liar easily detected, and in his ideas almost idiotic, while his celebrated piety was that of a traveling salesman for church furniture, and his yet more celebrated humor the sly cynicism of a country store. Certainly there was nothing exhilarating in the actual words of his speeches, nor anything convincing in his philosophy. His political platforms were only wings of a windmill. 7 years before his present credo derived from Lee Saracen, Hitler, Gottfried Feder, Rocco, and probably the review of the icing Little Buzz, back home, had advocated nothing more revolutionary than better beef stew in the county poor farms, and plenty of graft for loyal machine politicians, with jobs for their brothers-in-law, nephews, law partners, and creditors. Doremus had never heard Winthrop during one of his orgasms of oratory, but he had been told by political reporters that under the spell you thought Winthrop was Plato, but that on the way home you could not remember anything he had said. There were two things, they told Doremus, that distinguished this prairie demos thence. He was an actor of genius. There was no more overwhelming actor on the stage, in the motion pictures, nor even in the pulpit. He would whirl arms, bang tables, glare from mad eyes, vomit biblical wrath from a gaping mouth, but he would also coo like a nursing mother, beseech like an aching lover, and in between tricks would coldly and almost contemptuously jab his crowds with figures and facts that were inescapable even when, as often happened, they were entirely incorrect. But below this surface stagecraft was his uncommon natural ability to be authentically excited by and with his audience, and they by and with him. He could dramatize his assertion that he was neither a Nazi nor a fascist but a Democrat, a homespun Jeffersonian Lincolnian Clevelandian Wilsonian Democrat, and make you see him veritably defending the Capitol against barbarian hordes, the while he innocently presented as his own warm-hearted democratic inventions, every anti-libertarian, anti-Semitic madness of Europe. Aside from his dramatic glory, Buzz Winthrop was a professional common man. Oh, he was common enough. He had every prejudice and aspiration of every American common man. He believed in the desirability and therefore the sanctity of thick buckwheat cakes with adulterated maple syrup, in rubber trays for the ice cubes in his electric refrigerator, in the especial nobility of dogs, all dogs, in the oracles of S. Parks Cadman, in being chummy with all waitresses at all junction lunchrooms, and in Henry Ford, and the superiority of anyone who possessed $1 million. He regarded spats, walking sticks, caviar, titles, tea drinking, poetry not daily syndicated in newspapers, and all foreigners, possibly excepting the British, as degenerate. But he was the common man 20 times magnified by his oratory, so that while the other commoners could understand his every purpose, which was exactly the same as their own, they saw him towering among them, and they raised hands to him in worship. In the greatest of all Native American arts, namely, in the art of publicity, Lee Saracen was in no way inferior even to such acknowledged masters as Edward Bernays, the late Theodore Roosevelt, Jack Dempsey, and Upton Sinclair. Saracen had, as it was scientifically called, been building up Senator Winthrop for 7 years before his nomination as president. Where other senators were encouraged by their secretaries and wives to expand from village backslapping to noble, rotund, Ciceronian gestures, Saracen had encouraged Winthrop to keep up in the great world all of the clownishness which had endeared him to his simple-hearted constituents in his native state. Winthrop danced a hornpipe before an alarmed academic audience when he got his first honorary degree, he kissed Miss Flandreau at the South Dakota Beauty Contest, he entertained the Senate, or at least the Senate galleries, with detailed accounts of how to catch catfish from the bait digging to the ultimate effects of the jug of corn whiskey. He challenged the venerable Chief Justice of the Supreme Court to a duel with slingshots. Though she was not visible, Winthrop did have a wife. Saracen had none, nor was likely to, and Walt Trowbridge was a widower. Buzz's lady stayed back home, raising spinach and chickens and telling the neighbors that she expected to go to Washington next year, the while Winthrop was informing the press that his Frau was so edifyingly devoted to their 2 small children and to Bible study that she simply could not be coaxed to come east. But when it came to assembling a political machine, Winthrop had no need of counsel from Lee Saracen. Where Buzz was, there were the vultures also. His hotel suite, in the capital city of his home state, in Washington, in New York, or in Kansas City, was like, well, Frank Sullivan once suggested that it resembled the office of a tabloid newspaper upon the impossible occasion of Bishop Cannon setting fire to St. Patrick's Cathedral, kidnapping the Dion quintuplets, and eloping with Greta Garbo in a stolen tank. In the parlor of any of these suites, Buzz Windrop sat in the middle of the room, a telephone on the floor beside him, and for hours he shrieked at the instrument, "Hello, ya speaking," or at the door, come in, and sit down and take a load off your feet." All day, all night till dawn, he would be bellowing, "Tell him he can take his bill and go climb a tree," or "Why certainly, old man tickled to death to support it utility corporation Sir NLY been getting a raw deal, and you tell the governor I want Kippy elected sheriff and I want the indictment against him quashed and I want it damn quick." Usually, squatted there cross-legged, he would be wearing a smart belted camel's hair coat with an atrocious checked cap. In a fury, as he was at least every quarter hour, he would leap up, peel off the overcoat, fling it on the floor, and put it on again with slow dignity, while he bellowed his anger like Jeremiah cursing Jerusalem, or like a sick cow mourning its kidnapped young. There came to him stockbrokers, labor leaders, distillers, anti-vivisectionists, vegetarians, disbarred shyster lawyers, missionaries to China, lobbyists for oil and electricity, advocates of war and of war against war. Gah! "Every guy in the country with a bad case of the gimmies comes to see me," he growled to Saracen. He promised to further their causes, to get an appointment to West Point for the nephew who had just lost his job in the creamery. He promised fellow politicians to support their bills if they would support his. He gave interviews upon subsistence farming, backless bathing suits, and the secret strategy of the Ethiopian army. He grinned and knee-patted and backslapped, and few of his visitors, once they had talked with him, failed to look upon him as their little father and to support him forever. The few who did fail, most of them newspapermen, disliked the smell of him more than before they had met him. Even they, by the unusual spiritedness and color of their attacks upon him, kept his name alive in every column. By the time he had been a senator for 1 year, his machine was as complete and smooth running and as hidden away from ordinary passengers as the engines of a liner. On the beds in any of his suites there would, at the same time, repose 3 top hats, 2 clerical hats, a green object with a feather, a brown derby, a taxi driver's cap, and 9 ordinary, Christian brown felts. Once, within 27 minutes, he talked on the telephone from Chicago to Palo Alto, Washington, Buenos Aires, Wilmette, and Oklahoma City. Once, in half a day, he received 16 calls from clergymen asking him to condemn the dirty burlesque show, and 7 from theatrical promoters and real estate owners asking him to praise it. He called the clergyman doctor or brother or both, he called the promoters buddy and pal, he gave equally ringing promises to both, and for both he loyally did nothing whatever. Normally, he would not have thought of cultivating foreign alliances, though he never doubted that someday, as president, he would be leader of the world orchestra. Lee Saracen insisted that Buzz look into a few international fundamentals, such as the relationship of sterling to the lira, the proper way in which to address a baronet, the chances of the Archduke Otto, the London oyster bars and the brothels near the Boulevard de Sebastopol best to recommend to junketing representatives. But the actual cultivation of foreign diplomats resident in Washington he left to Saracen, who entertained them on terrapin and canvasback duck with black currant jelly, in his apartment that was considerably more tapestried than Buzz's own ostentatiously simple Washington quarters. However, in Saracen's place, a room with a large silk-hung Empire double bed was reserved for Buzz. It was Saracen who had persuaded Windrop to let him write 0 Hour, based on Windrop's own dictated notes, and who had beguiled millions into reading and even thousands into buying that Bible of economic justice, Saracen who had perceived there was now such a spate of private political weeklies and monthlies that it was a distinction not to publish one, Saracen who had the inspiration for Buzz's emergency radio address at 3 a.m. upon the occasion of the Supreme Court's throttling the NRA. In May, 1935. Though not many adherents, including Buzz himself, were quite certain as to whether he was pleased or disappointed, though not many actually heard the broadcast itself, everyone in the country except sheep herders and Professor Albert Einstein heard about it and was impressed. Yet it was Buzz who all by himself thought of first offending the Duke of York by refusing to appear at the embassy dinner for him in December, 1935, thus gaining, in all farm kitchens and parsonages and barrooms, a splendid reputation for homespun democracy, and of later mollifying His Highness by calling on him with a touching little home bouquet of geraniums, which endeared him, if not necessarily to royalty yet certainly to the DAR, the English speaking Union, and all motherly hearts who thought the pudgy little bunch of geraniums too sweet for anything. By the newspapermen Buzz was credited with having insisted on the nomination of Pearlie Beecroft for vice president at the Democratic Convention, after Doremus Jessup had frenetically ceased listening. Beecroft was a Southern tobacco planter and storekeeper, an ex-governor of his state, married to an ex-schoolteacher from Maine who was sufficiently scented with salt spray and potato blossoms to win any Yankee. But it was not his geographical superiority which made Mr. Beecroft the perfect running mate for Buzz Windrop, but that he was malaria-yellowed and laxly mustached, where Buzz's horsey face was ruddy and smooth, while Beecroft's oratory had a vacuity, a profundity of slowly enunciated nonsense, which beguiled such solemn deacons as were irritated by Buzz's cataract of slang. Nor could Saracen ever have convinced the wealthy that the more Buzz denounced them and promised to distribute their millions to the poor, the more they could trust his common sense and finance his campaign. But with a hint, a grin, a wink, a handshake, Buzz could convince them, and their contributions came in by the 100,000, often disguised as assessments on imaginary business partnerships. It had been the peculiar genius of Berzelius Windrop not to wait until he should be nominated for this office or that to begin shanghaiing his band of buccaneers. He had been coaxing in supporters ever since the day when, at the age of 4, he had captivated a neighborhood comrade by giving him an ammonia pistol which later he thriftily stole back from the comrade's pocket. Buzz might not have learned, perhaps could not have learned, much from sociologists Charles Beard and John Dewey, but they could have learned a great deal from Buzz. And it was Buzz's, not Saracen's, master stroke that, as warmly as he advocated everyone's getting rich by just voting to be rich, he denounced all fascism and Nazism, so that most of the Republicans who were afraid of democratic fascism, and all the Democrats who were afraid of Republican fascism, were ready to vote for him. 10. While I hate befogging my pages with scientific technicalities and even neologies, I feel constrained to say here that the most elementary perusal of the economy of abundance would convince any intelligent student that the Cassandras who miscall the much-needed increase in the fluidity of our currential circulation inflation, erroneously basing their parallel upon the inflationary misfortunes of certain European nations in the era 1919 to 1923, fallaciously and perhaps inexcusably fail to comprehend the different monetary status in America inherent in our vastly greater reservoir of natural resources. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. M. Most of the mortgaged farmers. Most of the white-collar workers who had been unemployed these 3 years and 4 and 5. Most of the people on relief rolls who wanted more relief. Most of the suburbanites who could not meet the installment payments on the electric washing machine. Such large sections of the American Legion as believed that only Senator Windrop would secure for them, and perhaps increase, the bonus. Such popular Myrtle Boulevard or Elm Avenue preachers as, spurred by the examples of Bishop Prang and Father Coughlin, believed they could get useful publicity out of supporting a slightly queer program that promised prosperity without anyone's having to work for it. The remnants of the Ku Klux Klan, and such leaders of the American Federation of Labor as felt they had been inadequately courted and bepromised by the old-line politicians, and the non-unionized common laborers who felt they had been inadequately courted by the same AFL. Backstreet and over-the-garage lawyers who had never yet wangled governmental jobs. The lost legion of the Anti-Saloon League, since it was known that, though he drank a lot, Senator Windrop also praised teetotalism a lot, while his rival, Walt Trowbridge, though he drank but little, said nothing at all in support of the messiahs of prohibition. These messiahs had not found professional morality profitable of late, with the Rockefellers and Wanamaker's no longer praying with them nor paying. Besides these necessitous petitioners, a goodish number of burghers who, while they were millionaires, yet maintained that their prosperity had been sorely checked by the fiendishness of the bankers in limiting their credit. These were the supporters who looked to Berzelius Winthrop to play the divine raven and feed them handsomely when he should become president, and from such came most of the fervid elocutionists who campaigned for him through September and October. Pushing in among this mob of camp followers who identified political virtue with money for their rent came a flying squad who suffered not from hunger but from congested idealism, intellectuals and reformers and even rugged individualists, who saw in Winthrop, for all his clownish swindlerism, a free vigor which promised a rejuvenation of the crippled and senile capitalistic system. Upton Sinclair wrote about Buzz and spoke for him just as in 1917, unyielding pacifist though he was, Mr. Sinclair had advocated America's wholehearted prosecution of the Great War, foreseeing that it would unquestionably exterminate German militarism and thus forever end all wars. Most of the Morgan partners, though they may have shuddered a little at association with Upton Sinclair, saw that, however much income they themselves might have to sacrifice, only Winthrop could start the business recovery, while Bishop Manning of New York City pointed out that Winthrop always spoke reverently of the church and its shepherds, whereas Walt Trowbridge went horseback riding every Sabbath morning and had never been known to telegraph any female relative on Mother's Day. On the other hand, the Saturday Evening Post enraged the small shopkeepers by calling Umdrip a demagogue, and the New York Times, once independent Democrat, was anti-Winthrop. But most of the religious periodicals announced that with a saint like Bishop praying for backer, Winthrop must have been called of God. Even Europe joined in, with the most modest friendliness, explaining that they wished not to intrude on American domestic politics but only to express personal admiration for that great Western advocate of peace and prosperity, Berzelius Winthrop. There came representatives of certain foreign powers, lecturing throughout the land. General Balba, so popular here because of his leadership of the flight from Italy to Chicago in 1933, a scholar who, though he now lived in Germany and was an inspiration to all patriotic leaders of German recovery, yet had graduated from Harvard University and had been the most popular piano player in his class, namely, Dr. Ernst Hanfstaengl, and Great Britain's lion of diplomacy, the Gladstone of the 1930s, the handsome and gracious Lord Lossiemouth who, as Prime Minister, had been known as the RT. Hon. Ramsay MacDonald, P.C. All three of them were expensively entertained by the wives of manufacturers, and they persuaded many millionaires who, in the refinement of wealth, had considered Buzz vulgar, that actually he was the world's one hope of efficient international commerce. Father Coughlin took one look at all the candidates and indignantly retired to his cell. Mrs. Adelaide Targimich, who would surely have written to the friends she had made at the Rotary Club dinner in Fort Beulah if she could only have remembered the name of the town, was a considerable figure in the campaign. She explained to women voters how kind it was of Senator Winthrop to let them go on voting, so far, and she sang Berzelius Winthrop's Gone to Washington an average of 11 times a day. Buzz himself, Bishop Prang, Senator Porkwood, and Colonel Osceola Lutheran Orne, the editor, though their prime task was reaching millions by radio, also, in a 40-day tram trip, traveled over 27,000 miles, through every state in the Union, on the scarlet and silver, ebony-paneled, silk-upholstered, streamlined, diesel-engined, rubber-padded, air-conditioned, aluminum-forgotten men's special. It had a private bar that was forgotten by none save the bishop. The train fares were the generous gift of the combined railways. Over 600 speeches were discharged, ranging from 8-minute hellos delivered to the crowds gathered at stations, to 2-hour fulminations in auditoriums and fairgrounds. Buzz was present at every speech, usually starring, but sometimes so hoarse that he could only wave his hand and croak, "Howdy, folks," while he was spelled by Prang, Porkwood, Colonel Lutheran Orne, or such volunteers from his regiment of secretaries, doctoral consulting specialists in history and economics, cooks, bartenders, and barbers, as could be lured away from playing craps with the accompanying reporters, photographers, sound recorders, and broadcasters. TIOFER of the United Press has estimated that Buzz thus appeared personally before more than 2 million persons. Meanwhile, almost daily hurtling by aeroplane between Washington and Buzz's home, Lee Saracen supervised dozens of telephone girls and scores of girl stenographers, who answered thousands of daily telephone calls and letters and telegrams and cables and boxes containing poisoned candy. Buzz himself had made the rule that all these girls must be pretty, reasonable, thoroughly skilled, and related to people with political influence. For Saracen, it must be said that in this bedlam of public relations he never once used contact as a transitive verb. The Hon. Pearlie Beecroft, vice presidential candidate, specialized on the conventions of fraternal orders, religious denominations, insurance agents, and traveling men. Colonel Dewey Hike, who had nominated Buzz at Cleveland, had an assignment unique in campaigning, one of Saracen's slickest inventions. Hike spoke for Winthrop not in the most frequented, most obvious places, but at places so unusual that his appearance there made news, and Saracen and Hike saw to it that there were nimble chroniclers present to get that news. Flying in his own plane, covering 1,000 miles a day, he spoke to 9 astonished miners whom he caught in a copper mine a mile below the surface, while 39 photographers snapped the 9. He spoke from a motorboat to a stilled fishing fleet during a fog in Gloucester Harbor. He spoke from the steps of the Sub-Treasury at noon on Wall Street. He spoke to the aviators and ground crew at Shushan Airport, New Orleans, and even the flyers were ribald only for the first 5 minutes, till he had described Buzz Winthrop's gallant but ludicrous efforts to learn to fly. He spoke to state policemen, to stamp collectors, players of chess in secret clubs, and steeplejacks at work. He spoke in breweries, hospitals, magazine offices, cathedrals, crossroad churches 40 by 30, prisons, lunatic asylums, nightclubs, till the art editors began to send photographers the memo, "For Pete's sake, no more photos." Colonel Hike spieling in sporting houses and Hoosgow, yet went on using the pictures. For Colonel Dewey Hike was a figure as sharp-lighted, almost, as Buzz Winthrop himself. Son of a decayed Tennessee family, with one Confederate general grandfather and one a Dewey of Vermont, he had picked cotton, become a youthful telegraph operator, worked his way through the University of Arkansas and the University of Missouri Law School, settled as a lawyer in a Wyoming village and then in Oregon, and during the war served in France as captain of infantry, with credit. Returned to America, he had been elected to Congress, and become a colonel in the militia. He studied military history. He learned to fly, to box, to fence. He was a ramrod-like figure yet had a fairly amiable smile. He was liked equally by disciplinary army officers of high rank, and by such roughnecks as Mr. Shad Lejew, the Caliban of Doremus Jessup. Hike brought to Buzz's fold the very picaroons who had most snickered at Bishop Prang's solemnity. All this while, Hector McAblin, the cultured doctor and burly boxing fan, co-author with Saracen of the campaign anthem, "Bring Out the Old-Time Musket," was specializing in the inspiration of college professors, associations of high school teachers, professional baseball teams, training camps of pugilists, medical meetings, summer schools in which well-known authors taught the art of writing to earnest aspirants who could never learn to write, golf tournaments, and all such cultural congresses. But the pugilistic Dr. McAblin came nearer to danger than any other campaigner. During a meeting in Alabama, where he had satisfactorily proved that no Negro with less than 25% or white blood can ever rise to the cultural level of a patent medicine salesman, the meeting was raided, the costly residence section of the whites was raided, by a band of colored people headed by a Negro who had been a corporal on the Western Front in 1918. McAblin and the town were saved by the eloquence of a colored clergyman. Truly, as Bishop Prang said, the apostles of Senator Winthrop were now preaching his message unto all manner of men, even unto the heathen. But what Doremus Jessup said, to Buck Titus and Father Perfex, was, "This is revolution in terms of rotary." 11. When I was a kid, one time I had an old maid teacher that used to tell me, "Buzz, you're the thickest-headed dunce in school." But I noticed that she told me this a whole lot oftener than she used to tell the other kids how smart they were, and I came to be the most talked about scholar in the whole township. The United States Senate isn't so different, and I want to thank a lot of stuffed shirts for their remarks about yours truly. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. B. Ut. There were certain of the heathen who did not heed those heralds Prang and Windrop and Hike and Dr. Macablin. Walt Trowbridge conducted his campaign as placidly as though he were certain to win. He did not spare himself, but he did not moan over the forgotten men nor become hysterical at a private bar in a scarlet and silver special tram. Quietly, steadfastly, speaking on the radio and in a few great halls, he explained that he did advocate an enormously improved distribution of wealth, but that it must be achieved by steady digging and not by dynamite that would destroy more than it excavated. He wasn't particularly thrilling. Economics rarely are, except when they have been dramatized by a bishop, staged and lighted by a Saracen, and passionately played by a Buzz Windrop with rapier and blue satin tights. For the campaign the Communists had brightly brought out their sacrificial candidates. In fact, all 7 of the current Communist parties had. Since, if they all stuck together, they might entice 900,000 votes, they had avoided such bourgeois grossness by enthusiastic schisms, and their creeds now included, the Party, the Majority Party, the Leftist Party, the Trotsky Party, the Christian Communist Party, the Workers' Party, and, less baldly named, something called the American Nationalist Patriotic Cooperative Fabian Post-Marxian Communist Party. It sounded like the names of royalty but was otherwise dissimilar. But these radical excursions were not very significant compared with the new Jeffersonian Party, suddenly fathered by Franklin D. Roosevelt. 48 hours after the nomination of Windrop at Cleveland, President Roosevelt had issued his defiance. Senator Windrop, he asserted, had been chosen not by the brains and hearts of genuine Democrats but by their temporarily crazed emotions. He would no more support Windrop because he claimed to be a Democrat than he would support Jimmy Walker. Yet, he said, he could not vote for the Republican Party, the party of entrenched special privilege, however much, in the past 3 years, he had appreciated the loyalty, the honesty, the intelligence of Senator Walt Trowbridge. Roosevelt made it clear that his Jeffersonian or true Democratic faction was not a third party in the sense that it was to be permanent. It was to vanish as soon as honest and coolly thinking men got control again of the old organization. Buzz Windrop aroused mirth by dubbing it the Bull Mouse Party, but President Roosevelt was joined by almost all the liberal members of Congress, Democratic or Republican, who had not followed Walt Trowbridge, by Norman Thomas and the Socialists who had not turned communist, by Governors Floyd Olson and Olin Johnston, and by Mayor LaGuardia. The conspicuous fault of the Jeffersonian Party, like the personal fault of Senator Trowbridge, was that it represented integrity and reason, in a year when the electorate hungered for frisky emotions, for the peppery sensations associated, usually, not with monetary systems and taxation rates but with baptism by immersion in the creek, young love under the elms, straight whiskey, angelic orchestras heard soaring down from the full moon, fear of death when an automobile teeters above a canyon, thirst in a desert and quenching it with spring water, all the primitive sensations which they thought they found in the screaming of Buzz Windrop. Far from the hot lighted ballrooms where all these crimson-tunicked bandmasters shrill squabbled as to which should lead for the moment the tremendous spiritual jazz, far off in the cool hills a little man named Doremus Jessup, who wasn't even a bass drummer but only a citizen editor, wondered in confusion what he should do to be saved. He wanted to follow Roosevelt and the Jeffersonian Party partly for admiration of the man, partly for the pleasure of shocking the ingrown republicanism of Vermont. But he could not believe that the Jeffersonians would have a chance. He did believe that, for all the mothball odor of many of his associates, Walt Trowbridge was a valiant and competent man, and night and day Doremus bounced up and down Beulah Valley campaigning for Trowbridge. Out of his very confusion there came into his writing a desperate sureness which surprised accustomed readers of The Informer. For once he was not amused and tolerant. Though he never said anything worse of the Jeffersonian Party than that it was ahead of its times, In both editorials and news stories he went after Buzz Windrop and his gang with whips, turpentine, and scandal. In person, he was into and out of shops and houses all morning long, arguing with voters, getting miniature interviews. He had expected that traditionally Republican Vermont would give him too drearily easy a task in preaching Trowbridge. What he found was a dismaying preference for the theoretically Democratic Buzz Windrop. And that preference, Doremus perceived, wasn't even a pathetic trust in Windrop's promises of utopian bliss for everyone in general. It was a trust in increased cash for the voter himself, and for his family, very much in particular. Most of them had, among all the factors in the campaign, noticed only what they regarded as Windrop's humor, and 3 planks in his platform, 5, which promised to increase taxes on the rich, 10, which condemned the Negroes since nothing so elevates a dispossessed farmer or a factory worker on relief as to have some race, any race, on which he can look down, and, especially, 11, which announced, or seemed to announce, that the average toiler would immediately receive $5,000 a year. So beatifically did hundreds of old people in Beulah Valley believe this that they smilingly trotted into Raymond Pridewell's hardware store, to order new kitchen stoves and aluminum saucepans and complete bathroom furnishings, to be paid for on the day after inauguration. Mr. Pridewell, a cobwebbed old Henry Cabot Lodge Republican, lost half his trade by chasing out these happy heirs to fabulous estates, but they went on dreaming, and Doremus, nagging at them, discovered that mere figures are defenseless against a dream, even a dream of New Plymouths and unlimited cans of sausages and motion picture cameras and the prospect of never having to arise till 7:30 a.m. Thus answered Alfred Tisra, Snake Tisra, friend to Doremus's handyman, Shad Lejew. Snake was a steel-tough truck driver and taxi owner who had served sentences for assault and for transporting bootleg liquor. He had once made a living catching rattlesnakes and copperheads in southern New England. Under President Windrop, Snake jeeringly assured Doremus, he would have enough money to start a chain of roadhouses in all the dry communities in Vermont. Ed Howland, one of the lesser Fort Beulah grocers, and Charlie Betts, furniture and undertaking, while they were dead against anyone getting groceries, furniture, or even undertaking on Windrop credit, were all for the population's having credit on other wares. A Ross Dilly, a squatter dairy farmer living with a toothless wife and 7 slat-turned children in a tilted and unscrubbed cabin way up on Mount Terror, snarled at Doremus, who had often taken food baskets and boxes of shotgun shells and masses of cigarettes to a Ross. Well, want to tell you, when Mr. Windrop gets in, we farmers are going to fix our own prices on our crops, and not you smart city fellows. Doremus could not blame him. While Buck Titus, at 50, looked 30'd, a Ross, at 34, looked 50. Lorinda Pike's singularly unpleasant partner in the Beulah Valley Tavern, one Mr. Nipper, whom she hoped soon to lose, combined boasting how rich he was with gloating how much more he was going to get under Windrop. Professor Stogmeyer quoted nice things Windrop had said about higher pay for teachers. Lewis Rotenstern, to prove that his heart, at least, was not Jewish, became more lyric than any of them. And even Frank Tasbraw of the quarries, Metairie Cole of the grist mill and real estate holdings, R.C. Crowley of the bank, who presumably were not tickled by projects of higher income taxes, smiled pussycattishly and hinted that Windrop was a lot sounder fellow than people knew. But no one in Fort Beulah was a more active crusader for Buzz Windrop than Shad Lejew. Doremus had known that Shad possessed talent for argument and for display, that he had once persuaded old Mr. Pridewell to trust him for a .22 rifle, value $23, that, removed from the sphere of coal bins and grass-stained overalls, he had once sung Rolicky Bill the Sailor at a smoker of the Ancient and Independent Order of Rams, and that he had enough memory to be able to quote, as his own profound opinions, the editorials in the Hearst newspapers. Yet even knowing all this equipment for a political career, an equipment not much short of Buzz Windrop's, Doremus was surprised to find Shad soapboxing for Windrop among the quarry workers, then actually as chairman of a rally in Oddfellows Hall. Shad spoke little, but with brutal taunting of the believers in Trowbridge and Roosevelt. At meetings where he did not speak, Shad was an incomparable bouncer, and in that valued capacity he was summoned to Winthrop rallies as far away as Burlington. It was he who, in a militia uniform, handsomely riding a large white plough horse, led the final Winthrop parade in Rutland, and substantial men of affairs, even dry goods jobbers, fondly called him Shad. Doremus was amazed, felt a little apologetic over his failure to have appreciated this newfound paragon, as he sat in American Legion Hall and heard Shad bellowing, "I don't pretend to be anything but a plain working stiff, but there's 40 million workers like me, and we know that Senator Winthrop is the first statesman in years that thinks of what guys like us need before he thinks one doggone thing about politics. Come on, you bozos. The swell folks tell you to not be selfish. Walt Trowbridge tells you to not be selfish. Well, be selfish, and vote for the one man that's willing to give you something, and not just grab off every cent and every hour of work that he can get." Doremus groaned inwardly, "Oh, my Shad. And you're doing most of this on my time." Sissy Jessup sat on the running board of her coupe, with Julian Falk, up from Amherst for the weekend, and Malcolm Tasbrough wedged in on either side of her. "Oh nuts, let's quit talking politics. Wintrop's going to be elected, so why waste time yodeling when we could drive down to the river and have a swim," complained Malcolm. "He's not going to win without our putting up a tough scrap against him. I'm going to talk to the high school alumni this evening about how they got to tell their parents to vote for either Trowbridge or Roosevelt," snapped Julian Falk. "Ha, ha, ha. And of course the parents will be tickled to death to do whatever you tell 'em, Julian. You college men certainly are the goods. Besides, want to be serious about this fool business." Malcolm had the insolent self-assurance of beef, slick black hair, and a large car of his own. He was the perfect leader of black shirts, and he looked contemptuously on Julian, who, though a year older, was pale and thinnish. "Matter of fact, it'll be a good thing to have Buzz. He'll put a damn quick stop to all this radicalism, all this free speech and libel of our most fundamental institutions." Boston American, last Tuesday, page 8, murmured Sissy. "And no wonder you're scared of him, Julian. He sure will drag some of your favorite Amherst anarchist profs off to the Huskow, and maybe you too, comrade." The two young men looked at each other with slow fury. Sissy quieted them by raging, "For even's sake. Will you two heels quit scrapping? Oh, my dears, this beastly election. Beastly. Seems as if it's breaking up every town, every home. My poor dad. Doremus is just about all in. 12. I shall not be content till this country can produce every single thing we need, even coffee, cocoa, and rubber, and so keep all our dollars at home. If we can do this and at the same time work up tourist traffic so that foreigners will come from every part of the world to see such remarkable wonders as the Grand Canyon, Glacier, and Yellowstone etc. parks, the fine hotels of Chicago, and etc., thus leaving their money here, we shall have such a balance of trade as will go far to carry out my often criticized yet completely sound idea of from $3,000 to $5,000 per year for every single family, that is, I mean every real American family. Such an aspiring vision is what we want, and not all this nonsense of wasting our time at Geneva and talk at Lugano, wherever that is. 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. Election day would fall on Tuesday, November 3rd, and on Sunday evening of the 1st, Senator Winthrop played the finale of his campaign at a mass meeting in Madison Square Garden, in New York. The garden would hold, with seats and standing room, about 19,000, and a week before the meeting every ticket had been sold at from 50 cents to $5, and then by speculators resold and resold, at from $1 to 20. Doremus had been able to get one single ticket from an acquaintance on one of the Hearst dailies which, alone among the New York papers, were supporting Winthrop, and on the afternoon of November 1st he traveled the 300 miles to New York for his first visit in 3 years. It had been cold in Vermont, with early snow, but the white drifts lay to the earth so quietly, in unstained air, that the world seemed a silver-painted carnival, left to silence. Even on a moonless night, a pale radiance came from the snow, from the earth itself, and the stars were drops of quicksilver. But, following the red cap carrying his shabby Gladstone bag, Doremus came out of the Grand Central, at 6 o'clock, into a grey trickle of cold dish-water from heaven's kitchen sink. The renowned towers which he expected to see on 42nd Street were dead in their mummy cloths of ragged fog. And as to the mob that, with cruel disinterest, galloped past him, a new and heedless smear of faces every second, the man from Fort Beulah could think only that New York must be holding its county fair in this clammy drizzle, or else that there was a big fire somewhere. He had sensibly planned to save money by using the subway. The substantial village burger is so poor in the city of the Babylonian Gardens. And he even remembered that there were still to be found in Manhattan 5-cent trolley cars, in which a rustic might divert himself by looking at sailors and poets and shawled women from the steppes of Kazakhstan. To the red cap he had piped with what he conceived to be traveled urbanity, "Guess I'll take a trolley Jews few blocks." But deafened and dizzied and elbow-jabbed by the crowd, soaked and depressed, he took refuge in a taxi, then wished he hadn't, as he saw the slippery rubber-colored pavement, and as his taxi got wedged among other cars stinking of carbon monoxide and frenziedly tooting for release from the jam, a huddle of robot sheep bleating their terror with mechanical lungs of 100 horsepower. He painfully hesitated before going out again from his small hotel in the West Forties, and when he did, when he muddily crept among the shrill shop girls, the weary chorus girls, the hard cigar-clamping gamblers, and the pretty young men on Broadway, he felt himself, with the rubbers and umbrella which Emma had forced upon him, a very Casper milquetoast. He most noticed a number of stray imitation soldiers, without side arms or rifles, but in a uniform like that of an American cavalryman in 1870, slant-topped blue forage caps, dark blue tunics, light blue trousers, with yellow stripes at the seam, tucked into leggings of black rubberoid for what appeared to be the privates, and boots of sleek black leather for officers. Each of them had on the right side of his collar the letters MM and on the left, a 5-pointed star. There were so many of them, they swaggered so brazenly, shouldering civilians out of the way, and upon insignificances like Doremus they looked with frigid insolence. He suddenly understood. These young condottieri were the Minutemen, the private troops of Berzelius Winthrop, about which Doremus had been publishing uneasy news reports. He was thrilled and a little dismayed to see them now. The printed words made brutal flesh. 3 weeks ago Winthrop had announced that Colonel Dewey Hike had founded, just for the campaign, a nationwide league of Winthrop marching clubs, to be called the Minutemen. It was probable that they had been in formation for months, since already they had 300,000 or 400,000 members. Doremus was afraid the MMS might become a permanent organization, more menacing than the Ku Klux Klan. Their uniform suggested the pioneer America of Cold Harbor and of the Indian fighters under Miles and Custer. Their emblem, their swastika, was a 5-pointed star, because the star on the American flag was 5-pointed, whereas the stars of both the Soviet banner and the Jews' the Seal of Solomon were 6-pointed. The fact that the Soviet star, actually, was also 5-pointed, no one noticed, during these excited days of regeneration. Anyway, it was a nice idea to have the star simultaneously challenge the Jews and the Bolsheviks. The MMS had good intentions, even if their symbolism did slip a little. Yet the craftiest thing about the MMS was that they wore no colored shirts, but only plain white when on parade, and light khaki when on outpost duty, so that Buzz Winthrop could thunder, and frequently, black shirts? Brown shirts? Red shirts? Yes, and maybe cowbrindle shirts. All these degenerate European uniforms of tyranny. No sir. The Minutemen are not fascist or communist or anything at all but plain democratic, the knight champions of the rights of the forgotten men, the shock troops of freedom. Doremus dined on Chinese food, his invariable self-indulgence when he was in a large city without Emma, who stated that chow mein was nothing but fried excelsior with flour paste gravy. He forgot the leering troopers a little. He was happy in glancing at the gilded wood carvings, at the octagonal lanterns painted with doll-like Chinese peasants crossing arched bridges, at a quartet of guests, 2 male and 2 female, who looked like public enemies and who all through dinner quarreled with restrained viciousness. When he headed toward Madison Square Garden and the culminating Winthrop rally, he was plunged into a maelstrom. A whole nation seemed querulously to be headed the same way. He could not get a taxicab, and walking through the dreary storm some 14 blocks to Madison Square Garden he was aware of the murderous temper of the crowd. 8th Avenue, lined with cheap jack shops, was packed with drab, discouraged people who yet, tonight, were tipsy with the hashish of hope. They filled the sidewalks, nearly filled the pavement, while irritable motors squeezed tediously through them, and angry policemen were pushed and whirled about and, if they tried to be haughty, got jeered at by lively shop girls. Through the welter, before Doramis's eyes, jabbed a flying wedge of Minutemen, led by what he was later to recognize as a cornet of MMS. They were not on duty, and they were not belligerent, they were cheering, and singing Berzelius Winthrop went to Washington, reminding Doramus of a slightly drunken knot of students from an inferior college after a football victory. He was to remember them so afterward, months afterward, when the enemies of the MMS all through the country derisively called them Mickey Mouses and Minnies. An old man, shabbily neat, stood blocking them and yelled, "To hell with Buzz." 3 cheers for F.D.R. The MMS burst into hoodlum wrath. The cornet in command, a bruiser uglier even than Shad Leju, hit the old man on the jaw, and he sloped down, sickeningly. Then, from nowhere, facing the cornet, there was a chief petty officer of the Navy, big, smiling, reckless. The CPO bellowed, in a voice tuned to hurricanes, "Swell bunch o' tin soldiers. 9 owe ya to 1 grandpappy." Just about even the cornet socked him. He laid out the cornet with 1 foul to the belly. Instantly the other 8 MMS were on the CPO, like sparrows after a hawk, and he crashed, his face, suddenly veal white, laced with rivulets of blood. The 8 kicked him in the head with their thick marching shoes. They were still kicking him when Doramus wriggled away, very sick, altogether helpless. He had not turned away quickly enough to avoid seeing an trooper, girlish-faced, crimson-lipped, fawn-eyed, throw himself on the fallen cornet and, whimpering, stroke that roustabout's roast beef cheeks with shy gardenia petal fingers. There were many arguments, a few private fistfights, and one more battle, before Doramus reached the auditorium. A block from it some 30 MMS, headed by a battalion leader something between a captain and a major, started raiding a street meeting of communists. A Jewish girl in khaki, her bare head soaked with rain, was beseeching from the elevation of a wheelbarrow, "Fellow travelers, don't just chew the rag and sympathize. Join us. Now. It's life and death." 20 feet from the communists, a middle-aged man who looked like a social worker was explaining the Jeffersonian Party, recalling the record of President Roosevelt, and reviling the communists next door as word drunk. Un-American cranks. Half his audience were people who might be competent voters, half of them, like half of any group on this evening of tragic fiesta, were cigarette-sniping boys in hand-me-downs. The 30 MMS cheerfully smashed into the communists. The battalion leader reached up, slapped the girl speaker, dragged her down from the wheelbarrow. His followers casually waded in with fists and blackjacks. Doramus, more nauseated, feeling more helpless than ever, heard the smack of a blackjack on the temple of a scrawny Jewish intellectual. Amazingly, then, the voice of the rival Jeffersonian leader spiraled up into a scream, "Come on, you! Going to let those hellhounds attack our communist friends now, by God!" With which the mild bookworm leaped into the air, came down squarely upon a fat Mickey Mouse, capsized him, seized his blackjack, took time to kick another MMS shins before arising from the wreck, sprang up, and waded into the raiders as, Doramus guessed, he would have waded into a table of statistics on the proportion of butterfat in loose milk in 97.7% of shops on Avenue B. Till then, only half a dozen Communist Party members had been facing the MMS, their backs to a garage wall. 50 of their own, 50 Jeffersonians besides, now joined them, and with bricks and umbrellas and deadly volumes of sociology they drove off the enraged MMS partisans of Bellicon side by side with the partisans of Professor John Dewey until a riot squad of policemen battered their way in to protect the MMS by arresting the girl communist speaker and the Jeffersonian. Doremus had often headed up sports stories about Madison Square Garden prize fights, but he did know that the place had nothing to do with Madison Square, from which it was a day's journey by bus, that it was decidedly not a garden, that the fighters there did not fight for prizes but for fixed partnership shares in the business, and that a good many of them did not fight at all. The mammoth building, as in exhaustion Doremus crawled up to it, was entirely ringed with MMS, elbow to elbow, all carrying heavy canes, and at every entrance, along every aisle, the MMS were rigidly in line, with their officers galloping about, whispering orders, and bearing uneasy rumors like scared calves in a dipping pen. These past weeks hungry miners, dispossessed farmers, Carolina mill hands had greeted Senator Winthrop with a flutter of worn hands beneath gasoline torches. Now he was to face, not the unemployed, for they could not afford 50-cent tickets, but the small, scared side street traders of New York, who considered themselves altogether superior to clodhoppers and mine creepers, yet were as desperate as they. The swelling mass that Doremus saw, proud in seats or standing chin to nape in the aisles, in a reek of dampened clothes, was not romantic. They were people concerned with the tailor's goose, the tray of potato salad, the card of hooks and eyes, the leech-like mortgage on the owner-driven taxi, with, at home, the baby's diapers, the dull safety razor blade, the awful rise in the cost of rump steak and kosher chicken. And a few, and very proud, civil service clerks and letter carriers and superintendents of small apartment houses, curiously fashionable in $17 ready-made suits and feebly stitched foulard ties, who boasted, "I don't know why all these bums go on relief. I may not be such a whiz, but let me tell you, even since 1929, I've never made less than $2,000 a year." Manhattan peasants. Kind people, industrious people, generous to their aged, eager to find any desperate cure for the sickness of worry over losing the job. Most facile material for any rabble-rouser. The historic rally opened with extreme dullness. A regimental band played the tales from Hoffmann Barcarolle with no apparent significance and not much more liveliness. The Reverend Dr. Hendrik van Lollop of St. Apologie's Lutheran Church offered prayer, but one felt that probably it had not been accepted. Senator Porkwood provided a dissertation on Senator Winthrop which was composed in equal parts of apostolic adoration of Buzz and of the uhs with which Hon. Porkwood always interspersed his words. And Winthrop wasn't yet even in sight. Colonel Dewey Hike, nominator of Buzz at the Cleveland Convention, was considerably better. He told 3 jokes, and an anecdote about a faithful carrier pigeon in the Great War which had seemed to understand, really better than many of the human soldiers, just why it was that the Americans were over there fighting for France against Germany. The connection of this ornithological hero with the virtues of Senator Winthrop did not seem evident, but, after having sat under Senator Porkwood, the audience enjoyed the note of military gallantry. Doremus felt that Colonel Hike was not merely rambling but pounding on towards something definite. His voice became more insistent. He began to talk about Winthrop, my friend, the one man who dares beard the monetary lion, the man who in his great and simple heart cherishes the woe of every common man as once did the brooding tenderness of Abraham Lincoln. Then, wildly waving toward a side entrance, he shrieked, "And here he comes. My friend's Buzz Winthrop." The band hammered out "The Campbells are coming." A squadron of minutemen, smart as horse guards, carrying long lances with starred pennants, clicked into the gigantic bowl of the auditorium, and after them, shabby in an old blue serge suit, nervously twisting a sweat-stained slouch hat, stooped and tired, Limp Berzelius Windrop. The audience leaped up, thrusting one another aside to have a look at the deliverer, cheering like artillery at dawn. Windrop started prosaically enough. You felt rather sorry for him, so awkwardly did he lumber up the steps to the platform, across to the center of the stage. He stopped, stared owlishly. Then he quacked monotonously. The first time I ever came to New York I was a greenhorn. No, don't laugh, maybe I still am. But I had already been elected a United States Senator, and back home, the way they'd serenaded me, I thought I was some punkins. I thought my name was just about as familiar to everybody as Al Capone's or Camel cigarettes or Castoria Baby's Cry for It. But I come to New York on my way to Washington, and say, I sat in my hotel lobby here for 3 days, and the only fellow ever spoke to me was the hotel detective. And when he did come up and address me, I was tickled to death. I thought he was going to tell me the whole burg was pleased by my condescending to visit him. But all he wanted to know was I a guest of the hotel and did I have any right to be holding down a lobby chair permanently that way? And tonight, friends, I'm pretty near as scared of old Gotham as I was then. The laughter, the hand clapping, were fair enough, but the proud electors were disappointed by his drawl, his weary humility. Doremus quivered hopefully, maybe he isn't going to get elected. Windrop outlined his too familiar platform. Doremus was interested only in observing that Windrop misquoted his own figures regarding the limitation of fortunes, in point 5. He slid into a rhapsody of general ideas, a mishmash of polite regards to justice, freedom, equality, order, prosperity, patriotism, and any number of other noble but slippery abstractions. Doremus thought he was being bored, until he discovered that, at some moment which he had not noticed, he had become absorbed and excited. Something in the intensity with which Windrop looked at his audience, looked at all of them, his glance slowly taking them in from the highest perched seat to the nearest, convinced them that he was talking to each individual, directly and solely, that he wanted to take each of them into his heart, that he was telling them the truths, the imperious and dangerous facts, that had been hidden from them. They say I want money, power. Say, I've turned down offers from law firms right here in New York of 3 times the money I'll get as president. And power, why? The president is the servant of every citizen in the country, and not just of the considerate folks, but also of every crank that comes pestering him by telegram and phone and letter. And yet, it's true, it's absolutely true, I do want power, great, big, imperial power, but not for myself, no, for you, the power of your permission to smash the Jew financiers who've enslaved you, who are working you to death to pay the interest on their bonds, the grasping bankers, and not all of 'em Jews by a darn sight, the crooked labor leaders just as much as the crooked bosses, and, most of all, the sneaking spies of Moscow that want you to lick the boots of their self-appointed tyrants that rule not by love and loyalty, like I want to, but by the horrible power of the whip, the dark cell, the automatic pistol. He pictured, then, a paradise of democracy in which, with the old political machines destroyed, every humblest worker would be king and ruler, dominating representatives elected from among his own kind of people, and these representatives not growing indifferent, as hitherto they had done, once they were far off in Washington, but kept alert to the public interest by the supervision of a strengthened executive. It sounded almost reasonable, for a while. The supreme actor, Buzz Windrop, was passionate yet never grotesquely wild. He did not gesture too extravagantly, only, like Gene Debs of old, he reached out a bony forefinger which seemed to jab into each of them and hook out each heart. It was his mad eyes, big staring tragic eyes, that startled them, and his voice, now thundering, now humbly pleading, that soothed them. He was so obviously an honest and merciful leader, a man of sorrows and acquaint with woe. Doremus marveled, I'll be hanged. Why, he's a darn good sort when you come to meet him. And warm-hearted. He makes me feel as if I'd been having a good evening with Buck and Steve Pearfeeks. What if Buzz is right? What if, in spite of all the demagogic pap that, I suppose, he has got to feed out to the boobs. He's right in claiming that it's only he, and not Trowbridge or Roosevelt, that can break the hold of the absentee owners. And these Minutemen, his followers, oh, they were pretty nasty, what I saw out on the street, but still, most of 'em are mighty nice, clean-cut young fellows. Seeing Buzz and then listening to what he actually says does kind of surprise you, kind of make you think. But what Mr. Winthrop actually had said, Doremus could not remember an hour later, when he had come out of the trance. He was so convinced then that Winthrop would win that, on Tuesday evening, he did not remain at the informer office until the returns were all in. But if he did not stay for the evidences of the election, they came to him. Past his house, after midnight, through muddy snow tramped a triumphant and reasonably drunken parade, carrying torches and bellowing to the air of Yankee Doodle new words revealed just that week by Mrs. Adelaide Targimich. The snakes disloyal to our Buzz, we're riding on a rail, they'll wish to God they never was, when we get them in jail. Chorus. Buzz and keep it up to victory he's floated. You were a most ungrateful pup, unless for Buzz you voted. Every gets a whip to use upon some traitor, and every anti-Buzz we skip today, we'll tend to later. Anti-Buzz, a word credited to Mrs. Gimmich but more probably invented by Dr. Hector Macablin, was to be extensively used by lady patriots as a term expressing such vicious disloyalty to the state as might call for the firing squad. Yet, like Mrs. Gimmich's splendid synthesis unkies, for soldiers of the AEF, it never really caught on. Among the winter-coated paraders, Doremus and Sissy thought they could make out Shad Leju, a Ross Dilly, that philoprogenitive squatter from Mount Terror, Charlie Betts, the furniture dealer, and Tony Mogliani, the fruit seller, most ardent expounder of Italian fascism in central Vermont. And, though he could not be sure of it in the dimness behind the torches, Doremus rather thought that the lone large motor car following the procession was that of his neighbor, Francis Tasbraw. Next morning, at the informer office, Doremus did not learn of so very much damage wrought by the triumphant Nordics. They had merely upset a couple of privies, torn down and burned the tailor shop sign of Louis Rotenstern, and somewhat badly beaten Clifford Little, the jeweler, a slight, curly-headed young man whom Shad Leju despised because he organized theatricals and played the organ in Mr. Falk's church. That night Doremus found, on his front porch, a notice in red chalk upon butcher's paper. You will get YRS Dory sweetheart unless you get right down on your belly and crawl in front of the and the League and the Chief and a friend. It was the first time that Doremus had heard of the Chief, a sound American variant of the leader or the head of the government, as a popular title for Mr. Winthrop. It was soon to be made official. Doremus burned the red warning without telling his family. But he often woke to remember it, not very laughingly. 13. And when I get ready to retire I'm going to build me an up-to-date bungalow in some lovely resort, not in Como or any other of the proverbial Grecian Isles you may be sure, but in somewheres like Florida, California, Santa Fe, and etc., and devote myself just to reading the classics, like Longfellow, James Whitcomb Riley, Lord Macaulay, Henry Van Dyke, Albert Hubbard, Plato, Hiawatha, and etc. Some of my friends laugh at me for it, but I have always cultivated a taste for the finest in literature. I got it from my mother, as I did everything that some people have been so good as to admire in me. 0 Hour, Berzelius Winthrop. C. Certain though Doremus had been of Winthrop's election, the event was like the long-dreaded passing of a friend. All right. Hell with this country, if it's like that. All these years I've worked and I never did want to be on all these committees and boards and charity drives, and don't they look silly now? What I always wanted to do was to sneak off to an ivory tower or anyway, celluloid, imitation ivory and read everything I've been too busy to read. Thus Doremus, in late November. And he did actually attempt it, and for a few days reveled in it, avoiding everyone save his family and Lorinda, Buck Titus, and Father Perfex. Mostly, though, he found that he did not relish the classics he had so far missed, but those familiar to his youth, Ivanhoe, Huckleberry Finn, Midsummer Night's Dream, The Tempest, El Allegro, The Way of All Flesh, Moby Dick, The Earthly Paradise, Saint Agnes Eve, The Idols of the King, most of Swinburne, Pride and Prejudice, Religio Medici, Vanity Fair. Probably he was not so very different from President-elect Winthrop in his rather uncritical reverence toward any book he had heard of before he was 30. No American whose fathers have lived in the country for over 2 generations is so utterly different from any other American. In one thing, Doramis's literary escapism failed him thoroughly. He tried to relearn Latin, but he could not now, uncajoled by a master, believe that mensa, mensi, mensi, mensum, mensae, all that idiotic a table, of a table, to a table, toward a table, at in by or on a table could bear him. Again as once it had to the honey-sweet tranquility of Virgil and the Sabina farm. Then he saw that in everything his quest failed him. The reading was good enough, toothsome, satisfying, except that he felt guilty at having sneaked away to an ivory tower at all. Too many years he had made a habit of social duty. He wanted to be in things, and he was daily more irritable as Winthrop began, even before his inauguration, to dictate to the country. Buzz's party, with the desertions to the Jeffersonians, had less than a majority in Congress. Inside dope came to Doramus from Washington that Winthrop was trying to buy, to flatter, to blackmail opposing congressmen. A president-elect has unhallowed power, if he so wishes, and Winthrop no doubt with promises of abnormal favors in the way of patronage won over a few. 5 Jeffersonian congressmen had their elections challenged. One sensationally disappeared, and smoking after his galloping heels there was a devilish fume of embezzlements. And with each such triumph of Winthrop, all the well-meaning, cloistered Doramises of the country were the more anxious. All through the Depression, ever since 1929, Doramus had felt the insecurity, the confusion, the sense of futility in trying to do anything more permanent than shaving or eating breakfast, that was general to the country. He could no longer plan, for himself or for his dependants, as the citizens of this once unsettled country had planned since 1620. Why, their whole lives had been predicated on the privilege of planning. Depressions had been only cyclic storms, certain to end in sunshine. Capitalism and parliamentary government were eternal, and eternally being improved by the honest votes of good citizens. Doramis's grandfather, Calvin, Civil War veteran and ill-paid, illiberal congregational minister, had yet planned, "My son, Loren, shall have a theological education, and I think we shall be able to build a fine new house in 15 or 20 years. That had given him a reason for working, and a goal. His father, Loren, had vowed, "Even if I have to economize on books a little, and perhaps give up this extravagance of eating meat 4 times a week very bad for the digestion, anyway my son, Doramus, shall have a college education, and when, as he desires, he becomes a publicist, I think perhaps I shall be able to help him for a year or 2. And then I hope in a mere 5 or 6 years more to buy that complete Dickens with all the illustrations. An extravagance, but a thing to leave to my grandchildren to treasure forever." But Doramus Jessup could not plan, "I'll have Sissy go to Smith before she studies architecture, or if Julian Falk and Sissy get married and stick here in the fort, I'll give 'em the southwest lot and someday, maybe 15 years from now, the whole place will be filled with nice kids again." No. 15 years from now, he sighed, Sissy might be hustling hash for the sort of workers who called the waiters art hustling hash, and Julian might be in a concentration camp fascist or communist. The Horatio Alger tradition, from rags to Rockefellers, was clean gone out of the America it had dominated. It seemed faintly silly to hope, to try to prophesy, to give up sleep on a good mattress for toil on a typewriter, and as for saving money, idiotic. And for a newspaper editor, for one who must know, at least as well as the encyclopedia, everything about local and foreign history, geography, economics, politics, literature, and methods of playing football, it was maddening that it seemed impossible now to know anything surely. he don't know what it's all about had in a year or two changed from a colloquial sneer to a sound general statement regarding almost any economist. Once, modestly enough, Doremus had assumed that he had a decent knowledge of finance, taxation, the gold standard, agricultural exports, and he had smilingly pontificated everywhere that liberal capitalism would pastorally lead into state socialism, with governmental ownership of mines and railroads and water power so settling all inequalities of income that every lion of a structural steel worker would be willing to lie down with any lamb of a contractor, and all the jails and tuberculosis sanatoria would be clean empty. Now he knew that he knew nothing fundamental and, like a lone monk stricken with a conviction of sin, he mourned, if I only knew more. Yes, and if I could only remember statistics. The coming and the going of the NRA, the FERA, the PWA, and all the rest, had convinced Doremus that there were four sets of people who did not clearly understand anything whatever about how the government must be conducted, all the authorities in Washington, all of the citizenry who talked or wrote profusely about politics, the bewildered untouchables who said nothing, and Doremus Jessup. But, said he, now, after Buzz's inauguration, everything is going to be completely simple and comprehensible again. The country is going to be run as his private domain. Julian Falk, now sophomore in Amherst, had come home for Christmas vacation, and he dropped in at the Informer office to beg from Doremus a ride home before dinner. He called Doremus sir and did not seem to think he was a comic fossil. Doremus liked it. On the way they stopped for gasoline at the garage of John Polico, the seething social democrat, and were waited upon by Carl Pascal, sometime donkey engine man at Tasbraw's quarry, sometime strike leader, sometime political prisoner in the county jail on a thin charge of inciting to riot, and ever since then, a model of communistic piety. Pascal was a thin man, but sinewy. His gaunt and humorous face of a good mechanic was so grease-darkened that the skin above and below his eyes seemed white as a fish belly, and, in turn, that pallid rim made his eyes, alert dark gypsy eyes, seem the larger. A panther chained to a coal cart. Well, what you going to do after this election, said Doremus. Oh. That's a fool question. I guess none of us chronic kickers want to say much about what we plan to do after January, when Buzz gets his hands on us. Lie low, Ed. I'm going to lie the lowest lie that I ever did. You bet. But maybe there'll be a few communist cells around here now, when fascism begins to get into people's hair. Never did have much success with my propaganda before, but now, you watch, exulted Pascal. You don't seem so depressed by the election, marveled Doremus, while Julian offered, no, you seem quite cheerful about it. Depressed? Why, good Lord, Mr. Jessup, I thought you knew your revolutionary tactics better than that, way you supported us in the quarry strike even if you are the perfect type of small capitalist bourgeois. Depressed? Why, can't you see, if the communists had paid for it they couldn't have had anything more elegant for our purposes than the election of a pro-plutocrat, itching militarist dictator like Buzz Windrop. Look. He'll get everybody plenty dissatisfied. But they can't do anything, barehanded against the armed troops. Then he'll hoop it up for a war, and so millions of people will have arms and food rations in their hands all ready for the revolution. Hooray for Buzz and John, prang the Baptist. Carl, it's funny about you. I honestly believe you believe in communism, marveled young Julian. Don't you? Why don't you go and ask your friend Father Perfex if he believes in the Virgin? But you seem to like America, and you don't seem so fanatical, Carl. I remember when I was a kid of about 10 and I suppose you were about 25 or 6, then you used to slide with us and hoop like hell, and you made me a ski stick. Sure, I like America. Came here when I was 2 years old. I was born in Germany. My folks weren't Heine's, though my dad was French and my mother a hunky from Serbia. I think we've got the old country beat, lots of ways. Why, say, Julian, over there I'd have to call you Mainherr or Your Excellency, or some fool thing, and you'd call me, I say Pascal, and Mr. Jessup here, my lord, he'd be commendator or Herr Doctor. No, I like it here. There's symptoms of possible future democracy. But what burns me up it isn't that old soapboxer's chestnut about how 1/10% of the population at the top have an aggregate income equal to 42% at the bottom. Figures like that are too astronomical. Don't mean a thing in the world to a fellow with his eyes and nose down in a transmission box, fellow that doesn't see the stars except after 9 p.m. on odd Wednesdays. But what burns me up is the fact that even before this depression, in what you folks called prosperous times, 7% of all the families in the country earned $500 a year or less. Remember, those weren't the unemployed, on relief, those were the guys that had the honor of still doing honest labor. $500 a year is $10 a week, and that means one dirty little room for a family of 4 people. It means $5 a week for all their food, 18 cents per day per person for food, and even the lousiest prisons allow more than that. And the magnificent remainder of $2.50 a week, that means 9 cents per day per person for clothes, insurance, car fares, doctor's bills, dentist's bills, and for God's sake, amusements, and all the rest of the 9 cents a day they can fritter away on their Fords and autogyros and, when they feel fagged, skipping across the pond on the Normandy. 7% of all the fortunate American families where the old man has got a job. Julian was silent, then whispered, "You know, fellow gets discussing economics in college theoretically sympathetic, but to see your own kids living on 18 cents a day for grub, I guess that would make a man pretty extremist." Doremus fretted, "But what percentage of forced labor in your Russian lumber camps and Siberian prison mines are getting more than that?" "HAAA. That's all baloney. That's the old standard comeback at every communist, just like once, 20 years ago, the muttonheads used to think they'd crushed any socialist when they snickered if all the money was divided up. Inside 5 years the hustlers would have all of it again. Probably there's some standard coup de grace like that in Russia, to crush anybody that defends America. Besides," Karl Pascal glowed with nationalistic fervor, "we Americans aren't like those dumb Rusky peasants. We'll do a whole lot better when we get communism." And on that, his employer, the expansive John Polico, a woolly Scotch terrier of a man, returned to the garage. John was an excellent friend of Doremus, had, indeed, been his bootlegger all through Prohibition, personally running in his whiskey from Canada. He had been known, even in that singularly scrupulous profession, as one of its most trustworthy practitioners. Now he flowered into mid-European dialectics. "Evenin', Miss Jessup, evenin', Julian. Carl fill up white tank for you. You want tea? Watch that guy, he's likely to hold out a gallon on you. He's one of these crazy dogs of communists, they all believe in violence instead of evolution and legality. Them why say, if they hadn't been so crooked, if they joined me and Norman Thomas and the other intelligent socialists in a united front with Roosevelt and the Jeffersonians, why say, we'd have licked the pants off Buzzard Winthrop. Winthrop and his plans." Pascal protested, "Not that Buzzard's personal plans and ambitions have got much to do with it. Altogether too easy to explain everything just blaming it on Winthrop. Why don't you read your Marx, John, instead of always gassing about him? Why, Winthrop's just something nasty that's been vomited up. Plenty others still left fermenting in the stomach quack. Economists with every sort of economic ptomaine. No, Buzz isn't important, it's the sickness that made us throw him up that we've got to attend to, the sickness of more than 30% are permanently unemployed, and growing larger. Got to cure it? Can you crazy tovarishas cure it?" snapped Polico, "and, do you think communism will cure it?" skeptically wondered Doremus, and, more politely, "do you really think Karl Marx had the dope?" worried Julian, all three at once. "You bet your life we can," said Pascal vaingloriously. As Doremus, driving away, looked back at them, Pascal and Polico were removing a flat tire together and quarreling bitterly, quite happily. Doramis's attic study had been to him a refuge from the tender solicitudes of Emma and Mrs. Candy and his daughters, and all the impulsive handshaking strangers who wanted the local editor to start off their campaigns for the sale of life insurance or gas-saving carburetors, for the Salvation Army or the Red Cross or the Orphans' Home or the Anti-Cancer Crusade, or the assorted magazines which would enable to go through college young men who at all costs should be kept out of college. It was a refuge now from the considerably less tender solicitudes of supporters of the president-elect. On the pretense of work, Doramus took to sneaking up there in mid-evening, and he sat not in an easy chair but stiffly, at his desk, making crosses and five-pointed stars and six-pointed stars and fancy delete signs on sheets of yellow copy paper, while he sorely meditated. Thus, this evening, after the demands of Karl Pascal and John Polico. The revolt against civilization. But there's the worst trouble of this whole cursed business of analysis. When I get to defending democracy against communism and fascism and whatnot, I sound just like the Lothrop Stoddards. Why, I sound almost like a Hearst editorial on how some college has got to kick out a dangerous red instructor in order to preserve our democracy for the ideals of Jefferson and Washington. Yet somehow, singing the same words, I have a notion my tune is entirely different from Hearst's. I don't think we've done very well with all the plowland and forest and minerals and husky human stock we've had. What makes me sick about Hearst and the DAR is that if they are against communism, I have to be for it, and I don't want to be. Wastage of resources, so they're about gone. That's been the American share in the revolt against civilization. We can go back to the Dark Ages. The crust of learning and good manners and tolerance is so thin. It would just take a few thousand big shells and gas bombs to wipe out all the eager young men, and all the libraries and historical archives and patent offices, all the laboratories and art galleries, all the castles and Periclean temples and Gothic cathedrals, all the cooperative stores and motor factories, every storehouse of learning. No inherent reason why Sissy's grandchildren, if anybody's grandchildren will survive at all, shouldn't be living in caves and heaving rocks at catamounts. And what's the solution of preventing this debacle? Plenty of them. The communists have a patent solution they know will work. So have the fascists, and the rigid American constitutionalists who call themselves advocates of democracy, without any notion what the word ought to mean, and the monarchists who are certain that if we could just resurrect the Kaiser and the Tsar and King Alfonso, everybody would be loyal and happy again, and the banks would simply force credit on small businessmen at 2%. And all the preachers, they tell you that they alone have the inspired solution. Well, gentlemen, I have listened to all your solutions, and I now inform you that I, and I alone, except perhaps for Walt Trowbridge and the ghost of Pareto, have the perfect, the inevitable, the only solution, and that is, there is no solution. There will never be a state of society anything like perfect. There never will be a time when there won't be a large proportion of people who feel poor no matter how much they have, and envy their neighbors who know how to wear cheap clothes showily, and envy neighbors who can dance or make love or digest better. Doramus suspected that, with the most scientific state, it would be impossible for iron deposits always to find themselves at exactly the rate decided upon 2 years before by the National Technocratic Minerals Commission, no matter how elevated and fraternal and utopian the principles of the commissioners. His solution, Doramus pointed out, was the only one that did not flee before the thought that 1,000 years from now human beings would probably continue to die of cancer and earthquake and such clownish mishaps as slipping in bathtubs. It presumed that mankind would continue to be burdened with eyes that grow weak, feet that grow tired, noses that itch, intestines vulnerable to bacilli, and generative organs that are nervous until the age of virtue and senility. It seemed to him unidealistically probable, for all the contemporary furniture of the 1930s, that most people would continue, at least for a few hundred years, to sit in chairs, eat from dishes upon tables, read books no matter how many cunning phonographic substitutes might be invented, wear shoes or sandals, sleep in beds, write with some sort of pens, and in general spend 20 or 22 hours a day much as they had spent them in 1930, in 1630. He suspected that tornadoes, floods, droughts, lightning, and mosquitoes would remain, along with the homicidal tendency known in the best of citizens when their sweethearts go dancing off with other men. And, most fatally and abysmally, his solution guessed that men of superior cunning, of slyer foxiness, whether they might be called comrades, brethren, commissars, kings, patriots, little brothers of the poor, or any other rosy name, would continue to have more influence than slower-witted men, however worthy. All the warring solutions except his, Doremus chuckled, were ferociously propagated by the fanatics, the nuts. He recalled an article in which Neil Carruthers asserted that the rabble-rousers of America in the mid-30s had a long and dishonorable ancestry of prophets who had felt called upon to stir up the masses to save the world, and save it in the prophet's own way, and do it right now, and most violently, Peter the Hermit, the ragged, mad, and stinking monk who, to rescue the tomb of the Savior from undefined outrages by the pagans, led out on the crusades some hundreds of thousands of European peasants, to die on the way of starvation, after burning, raping, and murdering fellow peasants in foreign villages all along the road. There was John Ball, who in 1381 was a share the wealth advocate. He preached equality of wealth, the abolition of class distinctions, and what would now be called communism, and whose follower, Wat Tyler, looted London, with the final gratifying result that afterward labour was by the frightened government more oppressed than ever. And nearly 300 years later, Cromwell's methods of expounding the sweet winsomeness of purity and liberty were shooting, slashing, clubbing, starving, and burning people, and after him the workers paid for the spree of bloody righteousness with blood. Brooding about it, fishing in the muddy slough of recollection which most Americans have in place of a clear pool of history, Doremus was able to add other names of well-meaning rabble-rousers, Murat and Danton and Robespierre, who helped shift the control of France from the moldy aristocrats to the stuffy, centime-pinching shopkeepers. Lenin and Trotsky, who gave to the illiterate Russian peasants the privileges of punching a time clock and of being as learned, gay, and dignified as the factory hands in Detroit, and Lenin's man, Borodin, who extended the spoon to China. And that William Randolph Hearst, who in 1898 was the Lenin of Cuba and switched the mastery of the Golden Isle from the cruel Spaniards to the peaceful, unarmed, brotherly loving Cuban politicians of today. The American Moses, Dewey, and his theocracy at Zion City, Illinois, where the only results of the direct leadership of God as directed and encouraged by Mr. Dewey and by his even more spirited successor, Mr. Voliva, were that the holy denizens were deprived of oysters and cigarettes and cursing, and died without the aid of doctors instead of with it, and that the stretch of road through Zion City incessantly caused the breakage of springs on the cars of citizens from Evanston, Wilmette, and Winnetka, which may or not have been a desirable good deed. Cecil Rhodes, his vision of making South Africa a British paradise, and the actuality of making it a graveyard for British soldiers. All the Utopias, Brook Farm, Robert Owen's Sanctuary of Chatter, Upton Sinclair's Helican Hall, and their regulation end in scandal, feuds, poverty, griminess, disillusion. All the leaders of Prohibition, so certain that their cause was world regenerating that for it they were willing to shoot down violators. It seemed to Doremus that the only rabble-rouser to build permanently had been Brigham Young, with his bearded Mormon captains, who not only turned the Utah desert into an Eden but made it pay and kept it up. Pondered Doremus, blessed be they who are not patriots and idealists, and who do not feel they must dash right in and do something about it, something so immediately important that all doubters must be liquidated, tortured, slaughtered. Good old murder, that since the slaying of Abel by Cain has always been the new device by which all oligarchies and dictators have, for all future ages to come, removed opposition. In this acid mood Doremus doubted the efficacy of all revolutions, dared even a little to doubt our two American revolutions against England in 1776, and the Civil War. For a New England editor to contemplate even the smallest criticism of these wars was what it would have been for a Southern Baptist fundamentalist preacher to question immortality, the inspiration of the Bible, and the ethical value of shouting hallelujah. Yet had it, Doremus queried nervously, been necessary to have 4 years of inconceivably murderous civil war, followed by 20 years of commercial oppression of the South, in order to preserve the Union, free the slaves, and establish the equality of industry with agriculture? Had it been just to the Negroes themselves to throw them so suddenly, with so little preparation, into full citizenship, that the Southern states, in what they considered self-defense, disqualified them at the polls and lynched them and lashed them? Could they not, as Lincoln at first desired and planned, have been freed without the vote, then gradually and competently educated, under federal guardianship, so that by 1890 they might, without too much enmity, have been able to enter fully into all the activities of the land? A generation and a half of the sturdiest and most gallant killed or crippled in the Civil War, or, perhaps worst of all, becoming garrulous professional heroes and satellites of the politicians who in return for their solid vote made all lazy jobs save for the GAR. The most valorous, it was they who suffered the most, for while the John D. Rockefellers, the J.P. Morgans, the Vanderbilts, Astors, Goulds, and all their nimble financial comrades of the South, did not enlist, but stayed in the warm, dry counting house, drawing the fortune of the country into their webs, it was Jeb Stuart, Stonewall Jackson, Nathaniel Lyon, Pat Cleburne, and the knightly James B. McPherson who were killed, and with them Abraham Lincoln. So, with the hundreds of thousands who should have been the progenitors of new American generations drained away, we could show the world, which from 1780 to 1860 had so admired men like Franklin, Jefferson, Washington, Hamilton, the Adamses, Webster, only such salvages as McKinley, Benjamin Harrison, William Jennings Bryan, Harding, and Senator Berzelius Winthrop and his rivals. Slavery had been a cancer, and in that day was known no remedy save bloody cutting. There had been no X-rays of wisdom and tolerance. Yet to sentimentalize this cutting, to justify and rejoice in it, was an altogether evil thing, a national superstition that was later to lead to other unavoidable wars to free Cubans, to free Filipinos who didn't want our brand of freedom, to end all wars. Let us, thought Doremus, not throb again to the bugles of the Civil War, nor find diverting the gallantry of Sherman's dashing Yankee boys in burning the houses of lone women, nor particularly admire the calmness of General Lee as he watched thousands writhe in the mud. He even wondered if, necessarily, it had been such a desirable thing for the 13 colonies to have cut themselves off from Great Britain. Had the United States remained in the British Empire, possibly there would have evolved a confederation that could have enforced world peace, instead of talking about it. Boys and girls from western ranches and southern plantations and northern maple groves might have added Oxford and York Minster and Devonshire villages to their own domain. Englishmen, and even virtuous English women, might have learned that persons who lack the accent of a Kentish rectory or of a Yorkshire textile village may yet in many ways be literate, and that astonishing numbers of persons in the world cannot be persuaded that their chief aim in life ought to be to increase British exports on behalf of the stock holdings of the better classes. It is commonly asserted, Doremus remembered, that without complete political independence the United States could not have developed its own peculiar virtues. Yet it was not apparent to him that America was any more individual than Canada or Australia, that Pittsburgh and Kansas City were to be preferred before Montreal and Melbourne, Sydney and Vancouver. No questioning of the eventual wisdom of the radicals who had first advocated these two American revolutions, Doremus warned himself, should be allowed to give any comfort to that eternal enemy, the conservative manipulators of privilege who damn as dangerous agitators any man who menaces their fortunes, who jump in their chairs at the sting of a gnat like Debs, and blandly swallow a camel like Winthrop. Between the rabble-rousers chiefly to be detected by desire for their own personal power and notoriety and the unself-seeking fighters against tyranny, between William Walker or Danton, and John Howard or William Lloyd Garrison, Doremus saw, there was the difference between a noisy gang of thieves and an honest man noisily defending himself against thieves. He had been brought up to revere the abolitionists, Lovejoy, Garrison, Wendell Phillips, Harriet Beecher Stowe, though his father had considered John Brown insane and a menace, and had thrown sly mud at the marble statues of Henry Ward Beecher, the apostle in the fancy vest. And Doremus could not do otherwise than revere the abolitionists now, though he wondered a little if Stephen Douglas and Thaddeus Stevens and Lincoln, more cautious and less romantic men, might not have done the job better. Is it just possible, he sighed, that the most vigorous and boldest idealists have been the worst enemies of human progress instead of its greatest creators? Possible that plain men with the humble trait of minding their own business will rank higher in the heavenly hierarchy than all the plumed souls who have shoved their way in among the masses and insisted on saving them. 14. I joined the Christian, or as some call it, the Campbellite Church as a mere boy, not yet dry behind the ears. But I wished then and I wish now that it were possible for me to belong to the whole glorious brotherhood, to be one in communion at the same time with the brave Presbyterians that fight the pusillanimous, mendacious, destructive, tomfool higher critics, so-called, and with the Methodists who so strongly oppose war yet in wartime can always be counted upon for patriotism to the limit, and with the splendidly tolerant Baptists, the earnest Seventh-day Adventists, and I guess I could even say a kind word for the Unitarians, as that great executive William Howard Taft belonged to them, also his wife. 0 Hour, Berzelius Winthrop. Officially, Doremus belonged to the Universalist Church, his wife and children to the Episcopal and Natural American Transition. He had been reared to admire Hosea Ballou, the Universalist St. Augustine who, from his tiny parsonage in Barnard, Vermont, had proclaimed his faith that even the wickedest would have, after earthly death, another chance of salvation. But now, Doremus could scarce enter the Fort Beulah Universalist Church. It had too many memories of his father, the pastor, and it was depressing to see how the old-time congregations, in which 200 thick beards would wag in the grained pine benches every Sunday morning, and their women folks and children line up beside the patriarchs, had dwindled to aged widows and farmers and a few school teachers. But in this time of seeking, Doremus did venture there. The church was a squat and gloomy building of granite, not particularly enlivened by the arches of colored slate above the windows, yet as a boy Doremus had thought it and its sawed-off tower the superior of Chartres. He had loved it as in Isaiah College he had loved the library which, for all its appearance of being a crouching red brick toad, had meant to him freedom for spiritual discovery, still cavern of a reading room where for hours one could forget the world and never be nagged away to supper. He found, on his one attendance at the Universalist Church, a scattering of 30 disciples, being addressed by a supply, a theological student from Boston, monotonously shouting his well-meant, frightened, and slightly plagiaristic eloquence in regard to the sickness of Abijah, the son of Jeroboam. Doremus looked at the church walls, painted a hard and glistening green, unornamented, to avoid all the sinful trappings of poppy stray, while he listened to the preacher's hesitant droning. Now what so many of us fail to realize is how any sin that we ourselves may commit, any sin reflects not on ourselves but on those that we hold near and dear. He would have given anything, Doremus yearned, for a sermon which, however irrational, would passionately lift him to renewed courage, which would bathe him in consolation these beleaguered months. But with a shock of anger he saw that that was exactly what he had been condemning just a few days ago, the irrational dramatic power of the crusading leader, clerical or political. Very well then, sadly. He'd just have to get along without the spiritual consolation of the church that he had known in college days. No, first he'd try the ritual of his friend Mr. Falk the Padre, Buck Titus sometimes called him. In the cozy Anglicanism of St. Crispin's P.E. Church, with its imitation English memorial brasses and imitation Celtic font and brass eagle reading desk and dusty-smelling maroon carpet, Doremus listened to Mr. Falk. Almighty God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who desireth not the death of a sinner, but rather that he may turn from his wickedness, and live, and hath given power and commandment to his ministers, to declare and pronounce to his people, being penitent, the absolution and remission of their sins. Doremus glanced at the placidly pious facade of his wife, Emma. The lovely, familiar old ritual seemed meaningless to him now, with no more pertinence to a life menaced by Buzz Winthrop and his Minute Men, no more comfort for having lost his old deep pride in being an American, than a stage revival of an equally lovely and familiar Elizabethan play. He looked about nervously. However exalted Mr. Falk himself might be, most of the congregation were Yorkshire pudding. The Anglican Church was, to them, not the aspiring humility of Newman nor the humanity of Bishop Brown, but the sign and proof of prosperity, an ecclesiastical version of owning a 12-cylinder Cadillac or even more, of knowing that one's grandfather owned his own Surrey and a respectable old family horse. The whole place smelled to Doremus of stale muffins. Mrs. R.C. Crowley was wearing white gloves, and on her bust for a Mrs. Crowley. Even in 1936, did not yet have breasts, was a tight bouquet of tuberoses. Francis Tasbrell had a morning coat and striped trousers, and on the lilac-colored pew cushion beside him was a silk top hat. And even the wife of Doremus's bosom, or at least of his breakfast coffee, the good Emma, had a pedantic expression of superior goodness which irritated him. "Whole outfit stifles me," he snapped. "Rather be at a yelling, jumping holy roller orgy. No, that's Buzz Winthrop's kind of jungle hysterics. I want a church, if there can possibly be one, that's advanced beyond the jungle and beyond the chaplains of King Henry VIII. I know why, even though she's painfully conscientious, Lorinda never goes to church." Lorinda Pike, on that sleety December afternoon, was darning a tea-cloth in the lounge of her Beulah Valley Tavern, 5 miles up the river from the fort. It wasn't, of course, a tavern. It was a super boarding house as regards its 12 guest bedrooms, and a slightly too arty tea room in its dining facilities. Despite his long affection for Lorinda, Doremus was always annoyed by the Singhalese brass finger bowls, the North Carolina table mats, and the Italian ashtrays displayed for sale on wobbly card tables in the dining room. But he had to admit that the tea was excellent, the scones light, the Stilton sound, Lorinda's private rum punches admirable, and that Lorinda herself was intelligent yet adorable, particularly when, as on this grey afternoon, she was bothered neither by other guests nor by the presence of that worm, her partner, Mr. Nipper, whose pleasing notion it was that because he had invested a few thousand in the tavern he should have none of the work or responsibility and half the profits. Doremus thrust his way in, patting off the snow, puffing to recover from the shakiness caused by skidding all the way from Fort Beulah. Lorinda nodded carelessly, dropped another stick on the fireplace, and went back to her darning with nothing more intimate than hello. "Nasty out. Ya fierce." But as they sat on either side the hearth their eyes had no need of smiling for a bridge between them. Lorinda reflected, "Well, my darling, it's going to be pretty bad. I guess Winthrop & Co. will put the woman's struggle right back in the 1600s, with Anne Hutchinson and the Antinomians. Sure. Back to the kitchen. Even if you haven't got one. Any worse than us men?" Notice that Winthrop never mentioned free speech and the freedom of the press in his articles of faith. Oh, he'd be come out for strong and hearty if he'd even thought of That's so. Darling. No. Linda, damn it, I feel like taking the family and sneaking off to Canada before I get nabbed right after Buzz's inauguration. No. You mustn't. We've got to keep all the newspapermen that'll go on fighting him, and not go sniffling up to the garbage pail. Besides, what would I do without you?" For the first time Lorinda sounded importunate. "You'll be a lot less suspect if I'm not around. But I guess you're right. I can't go till they put the skids under me. Then I'll have to vanish. I'm too old to stand jail. Not too old to make love, I hope. That would be hard on a girl. Nobody ever is, except the kind that used to be too young to make love. Anyway, I'll stay for a while." He had, suddenly, from Lorinda, the resoluteness he had sought in church. He would go on trying to sweep back the ocean, just for his own satisfaction. It meant, however, that his hermitage in the ivory tower was closed with slightly ludicrous speed. But he felt strong again, and happy. His brooding was interrupted by Lorinda's curt, "How's Emma taking the political situation? Doesn't know there is one." Here's me croaking, and she heard Walt Trowbridge's warning on the radio, "Last evening did you listen in?" and she says, "Oh my, how dreadful," and then forgets all about it and worries about the saucepan that got burnt. She's lucky. Oh well, she probably calms me down and keeps me from becoming a complete neurote. Probably that's why I'm so darned everlastingly fond of her. And yet I'm chump enough to wish you and I were together, recognizedly together, all the time, and could fight together to keep some little light burning in this coming new glacial epoch. I do. All the time. I think that, at this moment, all things considered, I should like to kiss you. Is that so unusual a celebration? Yes. Always. Always. It's the first time again. Look, Linda, do you ever stop to think how curious it is, that with everything between us, like that night in the hotel at Montreal, we neither one of us seem to feel any guilt, any embarrassment, can sit and gossip like this? No, dear. Darling. It doesn't seem a bit curious. It was all so natural. So good. And yet we're reasonably responsible people, of course. That's why nobody suspects us, not even Emma. Thank God she doesn't, Doremus. I wouldn't hurt her for anything, not even for your kind-hearted favors. Beast. Oh, you might be suspected, all by yourself. It's known that you sometimes drink liquor and play poker and tell hot ones. But who'd ever suspect that the local female crank, the suffragist, the pacifist, the anti-censorshipist, the friend of Jane Addams and Mother Bloor, could be a libertine? Highbrows. Bloodless reformers. Oh, and I've known so many women agitators, all dressed in Carrie Nation hatchets and modest sheets of statistics, that have been 10 times as passionate, intolerably passionate, as any cream-faced plump little kept wife in chiffon step-ins. For a moment their embracing eyes were not merely friendly and accustomed and careless. He fretted, "Oh, I think of you all the time and want you, and yet I think of Emma too, and I don't even have the fine novelistic egotism of feeling guilty and intolerably caught in complexities." Yes, it does all seem so natural, dear Linda. He stalked restlessly to the casement window, looking back at her every second step. It was dusk now, and the road smoking. He stared out inattentively, then very attentively indeed. That's curious. Curiouser and curiouser. Standing back behind that big bush, lilac bush I guess it is, across the road, there's a fellow watching this place. I can see him in the headlights whenever a car comes along. And I think it's my hired man, Oscar Legishad. He started to draw the cheerful red and white curtains. No. No. Don't draw them. He'll get suspicious. That's right. Funny, his watching there if it is him. He's supposed to be at my house right now, looking after the furnace winters. He only works for me couple of hours a day, works in the sash factory, rest of the time, but he ought to a little light blackmail, I suppose. Well, he can publish everything he saw today, wherever he wants to. Only what he saw today. Anything. Any day. I'm awfully proud, old dishrag like me, 20 years older than you, to be your lover. And he was proud, yet all the while he was remembering the warning in red chalk that he had found on his front porch after the election. Before he had time to become very complicated about it, the door vociferously banged open, and his daughter, Sissy, sailed in. What oh, what oh, what oh. Toodaloo. Good morning, Jeeves. Mornin', Miss Lindy. How's all de folks on de old plantation everywhere I roam? Hello, Dad. No, it isn't cocktails least, just one very small cocktail, it's youthful spirits. My God, but it's cold. Tea, Linda, my good woman, tea. They had tea. A thoroughly domestic circle. Race you home, Dad, said Sissy, when they were ready to go. Yes, no, wait a second. Lorinda, Lend me a flashlight. As he marched out of the door, marched belligerently across the road, in Dorama seated all the agitated anger he had been concealing from Sissy. And part hidden behind bushes, leaning on his motorcycle, he did find Shad Leju. Shad was startled, for once he looked less contemptuously masterful than a Fifth Avenue traffic policeman, as Dorama snapped, "What you doing there?" and he stumbled in answering, "Oh, I just something happened to my motorbike." "So? You ought to be home tending the furnace, Shad." "Well, I guess I got my machine fixed now. I'll hike along." "No. My daughter is to drive me home, so you can put your motorcycle in the back of my car and drive it back." "Her? Rats. Sissy can't drive for sour apples. Crazy's a loon. Leju. Miss Sissy is a highly competent driver. At least she satisfies me, and if you really feel she doesn't quite satisfy your standard, her driving don't make a damn bit of difference to me one way or t'other. G night." Recrossing the road, Doramus rebuked himself, "That was childish of me. Trying to talk to him like a gent. But how I would enjoy murdering him." He informed Sissy. At the door, "Shad happened to come along motorcycle in bad shape, let him take my Chrysler, I'll drive with you." "Fine. Only 6 boys have had their hair turn gray, driving with me, this week. And I meant to say, I think I'd better do the driving. It's pretty slippery tonight. Wouldn't that destroy you?" "Why, my dear idiot parent, I'm the best driver and you can't drive for sour apples." "Crazy, that's all. Get in. I'm driving, do you hear?" "Night, Lorinda." "All right, dearest father," said Sissy with an impishness which reduced his knees to feebleness. He assured himself, though, that this flip manner of Sissy, characteristic of even the provincial boys and girls who had been nursed on gasoline, was only an imitation of the nicer New York harlots and would not last more than another year or two. Perhaps this rattle-tongued generation needed a Buzz Windrop revolution and all its pain. "Beautiful, I know it's swell to drive carefully, but do you have to emulate the prudent snail?" said Sissy. "Snails don't skid." "No, they get run over." "Rather skid." "So your father's a fossil?" "Oh, I wouldn't, well, maybe he is, at that. There's advantages. Anyway, I wonder if there isn't a lot of bunk about age being so cautious and conservative, and youth always being so adventurous and bold and original. Look at the young Nazis and how they enjoy beating up the communists. Look at almost any college class, the students disapproving of the instructor because he's iconoclastic and ridicules the sacred hometown ideas. Just this afternoon, I was thinking, driving out here, listen, Dad, do you go to Lindy's often?" Why, not especially." "Why? Why don't you? What are you two so scared of? You two wild-haired reformers, you and Lindy belong together. Why don't you kind of be lovers? Good God Almighty. Cecilia. I've never heard a decent girl talk that way in all my life. TST. TST. Haven't you? Dear, dear. So sorry. Well, my lord, at least you've got to admit that it's slightly unusual for an apparently loyal daughter to suggest her father's deceiving her mother. Especially a fine lovely mother like yours. Is it? Well, maybe. Unusual to suggest it aloud. But I wonder if lots of young females don't sometimes kind of think it, just the same, when they see the venerable parent going stale. Sissy. Hey, watch that telephone pole. Hang it, I didn't go anywhere near it. Now you look here, Sissy, you simply must not be so froward or forward, whichever it is, I always get those 2 words balled up. This is serious business. I've never heard of such a preposterous suggestion as Linda Lorinda and I being lovers. My dear child, you simply can't be flip about such final things as that. Oh, can't I? Oh, sorry, Dad. I just mean about Mother Emma. Course I wouldn't have anybody hurt her, not even Lindy and you. But, why, bless you, Venerable, she'd never even dream of such a thing. You could have your nice pie and she'd never miss one single slice. Mother's mental grooves aren't, well, they aren't so very sex conditioned, if that's how you say it, more sort of along the new vacuum cleaner complex, if you know what I mean. Page Freud. Oh, she's swell, but not so analytical. And are those your ethics, then? Huh? Well, for cat's sake, why not? Have a swell time that'll get you full of beans again and yet not hurt anybody's feelings. Why, say, that's the entire second chapter in my book on ethics. Sissy. Have you, by any chance, any vaguest notion of what you're talking about, or think you're talking about? Of course, and perhaps we ought to be ashamed of our cowardly negligence, but and I don't suppose your mother, have taught you so very much about sex, and thank heaven. You spared me the dear little flower and its simply shocking affair with that tough tomcat of a tiger lily in the next bed, excuse me, I mean in the next plot. I'm so glad you did. Pete's sake. I'd certainly hate to blush every time I looked at a garden. Sissy. Child. Please. You mustn't be so beastly cute. These are all weighty things. Penitently, I know, Dad. I'm sorry. It's just if you only knew how wretched I feel when I see you so wretched and so quiet and everything. This horrible Winthrop, League of For God's Sakers business has got you down, hasn't it? If you're going to fight you've got to get some pep back into you. You've got to take off the lace mitts and put on the brass knuckles, and I got kind of a hunch Lorinda might do that for you, and only her. Her pretending to be so high-minded. But anyway, our Lindy has a pretty moist and hungry eye. Impossible. Impossible. By the way, Sissy. What do you know about all of this? Are you a virgin? Dad. Is that your idea of a question to I guess I was asking for it. And the answer is, yes. So far. But not promising one single thing about the future. Let me tell you right now, if conditions in this country do get as bad as you've been claiming they will, and Julian Falk is threatened with having to go to war or go to prison or some rotten thing like that, I'm most certainly not going to let any maidenly modesty interfere between me and him, and you might just as well be prepared for that. It is Julian then, not Malcolm. Oh, I think so. Malcolm gives me a pain in the neck. He's getting all ready to take his proper place as a colonel or something with Wintrop's wooden soldiers. And I am so fond of Julian. Even if he is the doggonedest, most impractical soul like his grandfather or you. He's a sweet thing. We sat up purring pretty nothings till about 2, last night, I guess. Sissy. But you haven't, my little girl. Julian is probably decent enough, not a bad sort, but you haven't let Julian take any familiarities with you. Dear quaint old word. As if anything could be so awfully much more familiar than a good, capable, 10,000 HP kiss. But darling, just so you won't worry, no. The few times, late nights, in our sitting room, when I've slept with Julian, well, we've slept. I'm glad, but your apparent, probably only apparent information on a variety of delicate subjects slightly embarrasses me. Now you listen to me. And this is something you ought to be telling me, not me, you, Mr. Jessup. Looks as if this country, and most of the world, I am being serious, now, Dad, plenty serious, God help us all, it looks as if we're headed right back into barbarism. It's war. There's not going to be much time for coyness and modesty, any more than there is for a base hospital nurse when they bring in the wounded. Nice young ladies they're out. It's Lorinda and me that you men are going to want to have around, isn't it now, isn't it? Maybe perhaps, Doremus sighed, depressed at seeing a little more of his familiar world slide from under his feet as the flood rose. They were coming into the Jessup driveway. Shad Leju was just leaving the garage. Skip in the house, quick, will you, said Doremus to his girl. Sure. But do be careful, hon. She no longer sounded like his little daughter, to be protected, adorned with pale blue ribbons, slyly laughed at when she tried to show off in grown-up ways. She was suddenly a dependable comrade, like Lorinda. Doremus slipped resolutely out of his car and said calmly. "Shad." "Yeah. Do you take the car keys into the kitchen?" "Huh? No. I guess I left 'em in the car. I've told you 100 times they belong inside." "Yeah? Well, how'd you like Miss Cecilia's driving? Have a good visit with old Mrs. Pike." He was derisive now, beyond concealment. "Leju, I rather think you're fired right now." "Well, just feature that." "Okay, Chief. I was just going to tell you that we're forming a second chapter of the League of Forgotten Men in the fort, and I'm to be the secretary. They don't pay much, only about twice what you pay me, pretty tight-fisted, but it'll mean something in politics. Good night." Afterward, Doremus was sorry to remember that, for all his longshoreman clumsiness, Shad had learned a precise script in his red Vermont schoolhouse, and enough mastery of figures so that probably he would be able to keep this rather bogus secretaryship. Too bad. When, as League Secretary, a fortnight later, Shad wrote to him demanding a donation of $200 to the League, and Doremus refused, the informer began to lose circulation within 24 hours. 15. Usually I'm pretty mild, in fact many of my friends are kind enough to call it folksy, when I'm writing or speechifying. My ambition is to lie by the side of the road and be a friend to man. But I hope that none of the gentlemen who have honored me with their enmity think for one single moment that when I run into a gross enough public evil or a persistent enough detractor, I can't get up on my hind legs and make a sound like a two-tailed grizzly in April. So right at the start of this account of my 10-year fight with them, as private citizen, state senator, and U.S. senator, let me say that the Sangfray River Light, Power, and Fuel Corporation are, and I invite a suit for libel, the meanest, lowest, cowardliest gang of yellow-livered, backslapping, hypocritical gun-toters, bomb-throwers, ballot stealers, ledger fakers, givers of bribes, suborners of perjury, scab hirers, and general lowdown crooks, liars, and swindlers that ever tried to do an honest servant of the people out of an election, not but what I have always succeeded in licking them, so that my indignation at these homicidal kleptomaniacs is not personal but entirely on behalf of the general public. 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. Oh. And Wednesday, January 6, 1937, just a fortnight before his inauguration, President-elect Winthrop announced his appointments of cabinet members and of diplomats. Secretary of State, his former secretary and press agent, Lee Saracen, who also took the position of High Marshal, or Commander-in-Chief, of the Minutemen, which organization was to be established permanently, as an innocent marching club. Secretary of the Treasury, one Webster R. Skittle, President of the prosperous Fur and Hide National Bank of St. Louis. Mr. Skittle had once been indicted on a charge of defrauding the government on his income tax, but he had been acquitted, more or less, and during the campaign, he was said to have taken a convincing way of showing his faith in Buzz Winthrop as the savior of the forgotten men. Secretary of War, Colonel Osceola Lutheran Orne, formerly editor of the Topeka Argus, and the Fancy Goods and Novelties Gazette, more recently high in real estate. His title came from his position on the honorary staff of the Governor of Tennessee. He had long been a friend and fellow campaigner of Winthrop. It was a universal regret that Bishop Paul Peter Prang should have refused the appointment as Secretary of War, with a letter in which he called Winthrop my dear friend and collaborator and asserted that he had actually meant it when he had said he desired no office. Later, it was a similar regret when Father Coughlin refused the ambassadorship to Mexico, with no letter at all but only a telegram cryptically stating, "Just 6 months too late." A new cabinet position, that of Secretary of Education and Public Relations, was created. Not for months would Congress investigate the legality of such a creation, but meantime the new post was brilliantly held by Hector McAblin, M.D., Ph.D., Hon. Lit.D. Senator Porkwood graced the position of Attorney General, and all the other offices were acceptably filled by men who, though they had roundly supported Winthrop's almost socialistic projects for the distribution of excessive fortunes, were yet known to be thoroughly sensible men, and no fanatics. It was said, though Doremus Jessup could never prove it, that Winthrop learned from Lee Saracen the Spanish custom of getting rid of embarrassing friends and enemies by appointing them to posts abroad, preferably quite far abroad. Anyway, as ambassador to Brazil, Winthrop appointed Herbert Hoover, who not very enthusiastically accepted, as ambassador to Germany, Senator Borah, as governor of the Philippines, Senator Robert La Follette, who refused, and as ambassadors to the court of St. James's, France, and Russia, none other than Upton Sinclair, Milo Reno, and Senator Bilbo of Mississippi. These three had a fine time. Mr. Sinclair pleased the British by taking so friendly an interest in their politics that he openly campaigned for the Independent Labour Party and issued a lively brochure called I, Upton Sinclair, Prove that Prime Minister Walter Elliot, Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, and First Lord of the Admiralty Nancy Astor are all liars and have refused to accept my freely offered advice. Mr. Sinclair also aroused considerable interest in British domestic circles by advocating an Act of Parliament forbidding the wearing of evening clothes and all hunting of foxes except with shotguns, and on the occasion of his official reception at Buckingham Palace, he warmly invited King George and Queen Mary to come and live in California. Mr. Milo Reno, insurance salesman and former president of the National Farm Holiday Association, whom all the French royalists compared to his great predecessor, Benjamin Franklin, for forthrightness, became the greatest social favorite in the international circles of Paris, the Basses Pyrenees, and the Riviera, and was once photographed playing tennis at Antibes with the Duc de Tropez, Lord Rothermere, and Dr. Rudolf Hess. Senator Bilbo had, possibly, the best time of all. Stalin asked his advice, as based on his ripe experience in the Gleich-Shaltung of Mississippi, about the cultural organization of the somewhat backward natives of Tajikistan, and so valuable did it prove that Excellency Bilbo was invited to review the Moscow military celebration, the following November 7, in the same stand with the very highest class of representatives of the classless state. It was a triumph for His Excellency. Generalissimo Voroshilov fainted after 200,000 Soviet troops, 7,000 tanks, and 9,000 aeroplanes had passed by. Stalin had to be carried home after reviewing 317,000, but Ambassador Bilbo was there in the stand when the very last of the 626,000 soldiers had gone by, all of them saluting him under the quite erroneous impression that he was the Chinese ambassador, and he was still tirelessly returning their salutes, 14 to the minute, and softly singing with them the International. He was less of a hit later, however, when to the unsmiling Anglo-American Association of Exiles to Soviet Russia from Imperialism, he sang to the tune of the International what he regarded as amusing private words of his own. Arise, ye prisoners of starvation, from Russia make your getaway. They all are rich in Bilbo's nation. God bless the USA. Mrs. Adelaide Targimich, after her spirited campaign for Mr. Winthrop, was publicly angry that she was offered no position higher than a post in the customs office in Nome, Alaska, though this was offered to her very urgently indeed. She had demanded that there be created, especially for her, the cabinet position of Secretariess of Domestic Science, Child Welfare, and Anti-Vice. She threatened to turn Jeffersonian, Republican, or Communistic, but in April she was heard of in Hollywood, writing the scenario for a giant picture to be called, They Did It in Greece. As an insult and boy-from-home joke, the president-elect appointed Franklin D. Roosevelt minister to Liberia. Mr. Roosevelt's opponents laughed very much, and opposition newspapers did cartoons of him sitting unhappily in a grass hut with a sign on which N.Ra had been crossed out and U.S.A substituted. But Mr. Roosevelt declined with so amiable a smile that the joke seemed rather to have slipped. The followers of President Winthrop trumpeted that it was significant that he should be the first president inaugurated not on March 4, but on January 20, according to the provision of the new 20th Amendment to the Constitution. It was a sign straight from heaven, and proved that Winthrop was starting a new paradise on earth. The inauguration was turbulent. President Roosevelt declined to be present. He politely suggested that he was about half ill unto death, but that same noon he was seen in a New York shop, buying books on gardening and looking abnormally cheerful. More than 1,000 reporters, photographers, and radio men covered the inauguration. 27 constituents of Senator Porkwood, of all sexes, had to sleep on the floor of the senator's office, and a hall bedroom in the suburb of Bladensburg rented for $30 for 2 nights. The presidents of Brazil, the Argentine, and Chile flew to the inauguration in a Pan-American aeroplane, and Japan sent 700 students on a special train from Seattle. A motor company in Detroit had presented to Winthrop a limousine with armor plate, bulletproof glass, a hidden nickel-steel safe for papers, a concealed private bar, and upholstery made from the Trewassant tapestries of 1670. But Buzz chose to drive from his home to the Capitol in his old Hupmobile sedan, and his driver was a youngster from his hometown whose notion of a uniform for state occasions was a blue serge suit, red tie, and derby hat. Winthrop himself did wear a topper, but he saw to it that Lee Saracen saw to it that the 130 million plain citizens learned, by radio, even while the inaugural parade was going on, that he had borrowed the topper for this one sole occasion from a New York Republican representative who had ancestors. But following Winthrop was an un-Jacksonian escort of soldiers, the American Legion, and, immensely grander than the others, the Minutemen, wearing trench helmets of polished silver and led by Colonel Dewey Hike in scarlet tunic and yellow riding breeches and helmet with golden plumes. Solemnly, for once looking a little odd, a little like a small-town boy on Broadway, Winthrop took the oath, administered by the Chief Justice and, edging even closer to the microphone, squawked, "My fellow citizens, as the President of the United States of America, I want to inform you that the real New Deal has started right this minute, and we're all going to enjoy the manifold liberties to which our history entitles us and have a whale of a good time doing it. I thank you." That was his first act as president. His second was to take up residence in the White House, where he sat down in the East Room in his stocking feet and shouted at Lee Saracen, "This is what I've been planning to do now for 6 years. I bet this is what Lincoln used to do. Now let 'em assassinate me." His third, in his role as Commander-in-Chief of the Army, was to order that the Minutemen be recognized as an unpaid but official auxiliary of the regular Army, subject only to their own officers, to Buzz, and to High Marshal Saracen, and that rifles, bayonets, automatic pistols, and machine guns be instantly issued to them by government arsenals. That was at 4 p.m. Since 3 p.m., all over the country, bands of MMS had been sitting gloating over pistols and guns, twitching with desire to seize them. Fourth coup was a special message, next morning, to Congress, demanding the instant passage of a bill embodying point 15 of his election platform that he should have complete control of legislation and execution, and the Supreme Court be rendered incapable of blocking anything that it might amuse him to do. By joint resolution, with less than half an hour of debate, both houses of Congress rejected that demand before 3 p.m., on January 21. Before 6, the President had proclaimed that a state of martial law existed during the present crisis, and more than 100 congressmen had been arrested by Minutemen, on direct orders from the President. The congressmen who were hot-headed enough to resist were cynically charged with inciting to riot, they who went quietly were not charged at all. It was blandly explained to the agitated press by Lee Saracen that these latter quiet lads had been so threatened by irresponsible and seditious elements that they were merely being safeguarded. Saracen did not use the phrase protective arrest, which might have suggested things. To the veteran reporters it was strange to see the titular Secretary of State, theoretically a person of such dignity and consequence that he could deal with the representatives of foreign powers, acting as press agent and yes-man for even the President. There were riots, instantly, all over Washington, all over America. The recalcitrant congressman had been penned in the district jail. Toward it, in the winter evening, marched a mob that was noisily mutinous toward the Winthrop for whom so many of them had voted. Among the mob buzzed hundreds of Negroes, armed with knives and old pistols, for one of the kidnapped congressmen was a Negro from Georgia, the first colored Georgian to hold high office since carpetbagger days. Surrounding the jail, behind machine guns, the rebels found a few regulars, many police, and a horde of Minutemen, but at these last they jeered, calling them Minnie Mouses and tin soldiers and mama's boys. The MMS looked nervously at their officers and at the regulars who were making so professional a pretense of not being scared. The mob heaved bottles and dead fish. Half a dozen policemen with guns and nightsticks, trying to push back the van of the mob, were buried under a human surf and came up grotesquely battered and ununiformed, those who ever did come up again. There were 2 shots, and one Minuteman slumped to the jail steps, another stood ludicrously holding a wrist that spurted blood. The Minutemen, why, they said to themselves, they'd never meant to be soldiers anyway, just wanted to have some fun marching. They began to sneak into the edges of the mob, hiding their uniform caps. That instant, from a powerful loudspeaker in a lower window of the jail brayed the voice of President Berzelius Winthrop. I am addressing my own boys, the Minutemen, everywhere in America. To you and you only I look for help to make America a proud, rich land again. You have been scorned. They thought you were the lower classes. They wouldn't give you jobs. They told you to sneak off like bums and get relief. They ordered you into lousy CCC camps. They said you were no good, because you were poor. I tell you that you are, ever since yesterday noon, the highest lords of the land, the aristocracy, the makers of the new America of freedom and justice. Boys. I need you. Help me to help you. Stand fast. Anybody tries to block you, give the swine the point of your bayonet. A machine gunner who had listened reverently, let loose. The mob began to drop, and into the backs of the wounded as they went staggering away. The infantry, running, poked their bayonets. Such a juicy squash it made, and the fugitives looked so amazed, so funny, as they tumbled in grotesque heaps. The MMS hadn't, in dreary hours of bayonet drill, known this would be such sport. They'd have more of it now, and hadn't the President of the United States himself told each of them, personally, that he needed their aid? When the remnants of Congress ventured to the Capitol, they found it seated with MMS, while a regiment of regulars, under Major General Meinecke, paraded the grounds. The Speaker of the House, and the Hon. Mr. Perley B. Croft, Vice President of the United States and presiding officer of the Senate, had the power to declare that quorums were present. Both houses passed a resolution declaring Point 15 temporarily in effect. During the crisis the legality of the passage was doubtful, but just who was to contest it, even though the members of the Supreme Court had not been placed under protective arrest, merely confined each to his own house by a squad of Minutemen. Bishop Paul Peter Prang had been dismayed by Winthrop's stroke of state. Surely, he complained, Mr. Winthrop hadn't quite remembered to include Christian amity in the program he had taken from the League of Forgotten Men. Though Mr. Prang had contentedly given up broadcasting ever since the victory of justice and fraternity in the person of Berzelius Winthrop, he wanted to caution the public again, but when he telephoned to his familiar station, WLFM in Chicago, the manager informed him that just temporarily, all access to the air was forbidden, except as it was especially licensed by the offices of Lee Saracen. Rather timorously, Bishop Prang motored from his home in Persepolis, Indiana, to the Indianapolis airport and took a night plane for Washington, to reprove, perhaps even playfully to spank, his naughty disciple, Buzz. He had little trouble in being admitted to see the president. In fact, he was, the press feverishly reported, at the White House for 6 hours, though whether he was with the president all that time they could not discover. At 3 in the afternoon Prang was seen to leave by a private entrance to the executive offices and take a taxi. They noted that he was pale and staggering. In front of his hotel he was elbowed by a mob who in curiously unmenacing and mechanical tones yelped, "Lynch down the enemy's Winthrop." A dozen MMS pierced the crowd and surrounded the bishop. The ensign commanding them bellowed to the crowd, so that all might hear, "You cowards, leave the bishop alone. Bishop, come with us, and we'll see you're safe." Millions heard on their radios that evening the official announcement that, to ward off mysterious plotters, probably Bolsheviks, Bishop Prang had been safely shielded in the district jail. And with it a personal statement from President Windrup that he was filled with joy at having been able to rescue from the foul agitators my friend and mentor, Bishop P. P. Prang, than whom there is no man living who I so admire and respect. There was, as yet, no absolute censorship of the press, only a confused imprisonment of journalists who offended the government or local officers of the MMS, and the papers chronically opposed to Windrup carried by no means flattering hints that Bishop Prang had rebuked the president and been plain jailed, with no nonsense about a rescue. These mutters reached Persepolis. Not all the Persepolitans ached with love for the bishop or considered him a modern St. Francis gathering up the little fowls of the fields in his handsome LaSalle car. There were neighbors who hinted that he was a window-peeping snooper after bootleggers and obliging grass widows. But proud of him, their best advertisement, they certainly were, and the Persepolis Chamber of Commerce had caused to be erected at the eastern gateway to Main Street the sign, "Home of Bishop Prang, radio's greatest star." So as one man Persepolis telegraphed to Washington, demanding Prang's release, but a messenger in the executive offices who was a Persepolis boy tipped off the mayor that the telegrams were among the hundredweight of messages that were daily hauled away from the White House unanswered. Then a quarter of the citizenry of Persepolis mounted a special train to march on Washington. It was one of those small incidents which the opposition press could use as a bomb under Windrup, and the train was accompanied by a score of high-ranking reporters from Chicago and, later, from Pittsburgh, Baltimore, and New York. While the train was on its way, and it was curious what delays and sidetrackings it encountered, a company of Minutemen at Logansport, Indiana, rebelled against having to arrest a group of Catholic nuns who were accused of having taught treasonably. High Marshal Saracen felt that there must be a lesson, early and impressive. A battalion of MMS, sent from Chicago in fast trucks, arrested the mutinous company, and shot every third man. When the Persepolitans reached Washington, they were tearfully informed, by a brigadier of MMS who met them at the Union Station, that poor Bishop Prang had been so shocked by the treason of his fellow Indianans that he had gone melancholy mad, and they had tragically been compelled to shut him up in St. Elizabeth's Government Insane Asylum. No one willing to carry news about him ever saw Bishop Prang again. The brigadier brought greetings to the Persepolitans from the president himself, and an invitation to stay at the Willard, at government expense. Only a dozen accepted. The rest took the first train back, not amiably, and from then on there was one town in America in which no MM ever dared to appear in his ducky forage cap and dark blue tunic. The chief of staff of the regular army had been deposed, in his place was Major General Emanuel Kuhn. Doremus and his like were disappointed by General Kuhn's acceptance, for they had always been informed, even by the nation, that Emanuel Kuhn, though a professional army officer who did enjoy a fight, preferred that that fight be on the side of the Lord, that he was generous, literate, just, and a man of honor, and honor was the one quality that Buzz Windrup wasn't even expected to understand. Rumor said that Kuhn was particularly impatient with the puerility of anti-Semitism, and that nothing so pleased him as, when he heard new acquaintances being superior about the Jews, to snarl, "Did you by any chance happen to notice that my name is Emanuel Kuhn, and that Kuhn might be a corruption of some name rather familiar on the east side of New York?" "Oh well, I suppose even General Kuhn feels, orders are orders," sighed Doremus. President Windrup's first extended proclamation to the country was a pretty piece of literature and of tenderness. He explained that powerful and secret enemies of American principles, one rather gathered that they were a combination of Wall Street and Soviet Russia, upon discovering, to their fury, that he, Berzelius, was going to be president, had planned their last charge. Everything would be tranquil in a few months, but meantime there was a crisis, during which the country must bear with him. He recalled the military dictatorship of Lincoln and Stanton during the Civil War, when civilian suspects were arrested without warrant. He hinted how delightful everything was going to be right away now, just a moment's patience when he had things in hand, and he wound up with a comparison of the crisis to the urgency of a fireman rescuing a pretty girl from a conflagration, and carrying her down a ladder, for her own sake, whether she liked it or not, and no matter how appealingly she might kick her pretty ankles. The whole country laughed. "Great card, that Buzz, but mighty competent guy," said the electorate. "I should worry whether Bish Prang or any other nut is in the booby hatch, long as I get my $5,000 a year, like Winthrop promised," said Shad Ledger to Charlie Betts, the furniture man. It had all happened within the 8 days following Winthrop's inauguration. 16. I have no desire to be president. I would much rather do my humble best as a supporter of Bishop Prang, Ted Bilbo, Gene Talmadge or any other broad-gauged but peppy liberal. My only longing is to serve. 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. L. Ike. Many bachelors given to vigorous hunting and riding, Buck Titus was a fastidious housekeeper, and his mid-Victorian farmhouse fussily neat. It was also pleasantly bare, the living room a monastic hall of heavy oak chairs, tables free of dainty covers, numerous and rather solemn books of history and exploration, with the conventional sets, and a tremendous fireplace of rough stone. And the ashtrays were solid pottery and pewter, able to cope with a whole evening of cigarette smoking. The whiskey stood honestly on the oak buffet, with siphons, and with cracked ice always ready in a thermos jug. It would, however, have been too much to expect Buck Titus not to have red and black imitation English hunting prints. This hermitage, always grateful to Doremus, was sanctuary now, and only with Buck could he adequately damn Winthrop and Co. and people like Francis Tasbraw, who in February was still saying, "Yes, things do look kind of hectic down there in Washington, but that's just because there's so many of these bull-headed politicians that still think they can buck Winthrop. Besides, anyway, things like that couldn't ever happen here in New England." And, indeed, as Doremus went on his lawful occasions past the red brick Georgian houses, the slender spires of old white churches facing the green, as he heard the lazy irony of familiar greetings from his acquaintances, men as enduring as their Vermont hills, it seemed to him that the madness in the capital was as alien and distant and unimportant as an earthquake in Tibet. Constantly, in the Informer, he criticized the government but not too acidly. "The hysteria can't last, be patient, and wait and see," he counseled his readers. It was not that he was afraid of the authorities. He simply did not believe that this comic tyranny could endure. "It can't happen here," said even Doremus even now. The one thing that most perplexed him was that there could be a dictator seemingly so different from the fervent Hitlers and gesticulating fascists and the Caesars with laurels round bald domes, a dictator with something of the earthy American sense of humor of a Mark Twain, a George Ade, a Will Rogers, an Artemus Ward. Winthrop could be ever so funny about solemn jaw-drooping opponents, and about the best method of training what he called a Siamese flea hound. Did that, puzzled Doremus, make him less or more dangerous? Then he remembered the most cruel mad of all pirates, Sir Henry Morgan, who had thought it ever so funny to sew a victim up in wet rawhide and watch it shrink in the sun. From the perseverance with which they bickered, you could tell that Buck Titus and Lorinda were much fonder of each other than they would admit. Being a person who read little and therefore took what he did read seriously, Buck was distressed by the normally studious Lorinda's vacation liking for novels about distressed princesses, and when she airily insisted that they were better guides to conduct than Anthony Trollope or Thomas Hardy, Buck roared at her and, in the feebleness of bated strength, nervously filled pipes and knocked them out against the stone mantel. But he approved of the relationship between Doremus and Lorinda, which only he had guessed, and over Doremus, 10 years his senior, this shaggy-headed woodsman fussed like a thwarted spinster. To both Doremus and Lorinda, Buck's overgrown shack became their refuge. And they needed it, late in February, 5 weeks or thereabouts after Winthrop's election. Despite strikes and riots all over the country, bloodily put down by the Minutemen, Winthrop's power in Washington was maintained. The most liberal 4 members of the Supreme Court resigned and were replaced by surprisingly unknown lawyers who called President Winthrop by his first name. A number of congressmen were still being protected in the District of Columbia jail, others had seen the blinding light forever shed by the goddess Reason and happily returned to the Capitol. The Minutemen were increasingly loyal. They were still unpaid volunteers, but provided with expense accounts considerably larger than the pay of the regular troops. Never in American history had the adherents of a president been so well satisfied. They were not only appointed to whatever political jobs there were but to ever so many that really were not, and with such annoyances as congressional investigations hushed, the official awarders of contracts were on the merriest of terms with all contractors. One veteran lobbyist for steel corporations complained that there was no more sport in his hunting. You were not only allowed but expected to shoot all government purchasing agents sitting. None of the changes was so publicized as the presidential mandate abruptly ending the separate existence of the different states, and dividing the whole country into 8 provinces. Thus, asserted Winthrop, economizing by reducing the number of governors and all other state officers, and, asserted Winthrop's enemies, better enabling him to concentrate his private army and hold the country. The new northeastern province included all of New York State north of a line through Ossining, and all of New England except a strip of Connecticut shore as far east as New Haven. This was, Doremus admitted, a natural and homogeneous division, and even more natural seemed the urban and industrial metropolitan province, which included Greater New York, Westchester County up to Ossining, Long Island, the strip of Connecticut dependent on New York City, New Jersey, northern Delaware, and Pennsylvania as far as Reading and Scranton. Each province was divided into numbered districts, each district into lettered counties, each county into townships and cities, and only in these last did the old names, with their traditional appeal, remain to endanger President Winthrop by memories of honorable local history. And it was gossiped that, next, the government would change even the town names that they were already thinking fondly of calling New York Brazilian and San Francisco San Saracen. Probably that gossip was false. The northeastern province's 6 districts were, 1. Upper New York State west of and including Syracuse, 2. New York east of it, 3. Vermont and New Hampshire, 4. Maine, 5. Massachusetts, 6. Rhode Island and the unraped portion of Connecticut. District 3, Doremus Jessup's district, was divided into the 4 counties of southern and northern Vermont and southern and northern New Hampshire. With Hanover for capital, the district commissioner merely chased the Dartmouth students out and took over the college buildings for his offices, to the considerable approval of Amherst, Williams, and Yale. So Doremus was living, now, in northeastern province, District 3, County B, Township of Beulah, and over him for his admiration and rejoicing were a provincial commissioner, a district commissioner, a county commissioner, an assistant county commissioner in charge of Beulah Township, and all their appertaining guards and emergency military judges. Citizens who had lived in any one state for more than 10 years seemed to resent more hotly the loss of that state's identity than they did the castration of the Congress and Supreme Court of the United States. Indeed, they resented it almost as much as the fact that, while late January, February, and most of March went by, they still were not receiving their governmental gifts of $5,000 apiece, had indeed received nothing more than cheery bulletins from Washington to the effect that the Capital Levy Board, or CLB, was holding sessions. Virginians whose grandfathers had fought beside Lee shouted that they'd be damned if they'd give up the hallowed state name and form just one arbitrary section of an administrative unit containing 11 southern states. San Franciscans who had considered Los Angelinos even worse than denizens of Miami now wailed with agony when California was sundered and the northern portion lumped in with Oregon, Nevada, and others as the Mountain and Pacific Province, while Southern California was, without her permission, assigned to the Southwestern Province, along with Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, and Hawaii. As some hint of Buzz Winthrop's vision for the future, it was interesting to read that this southwestern province was also to be permitted to claim all portions of Mexico which the United States may from time to time find it necessary to take over, as a protection against the notorious treachery of Mexico and the Jewish plots there hatched. Lee Saracen is even more generous than Hitler and Alfred Rosenberg in protecting the future of other countries, sighed Doremus. As provincial commissioner of the northeastern province, comprising Upper New York State and New England, was appointed Colonel Dewey Hike, that soldier, lawyer, politician, aviator who was the chilliest-blooded and most arrogant of all the satellites of Winthrop, yet had so captivated miners and fishermen during the campaign. He was a strong flying eagle who liked his meat bloody. As District Commissioner of District 3 Vermont and New Hampshire appeared, to Doremus's mingled derision and fury, none other than John Sullivan Reek, that stuffiest of stuffed shirts, that most gaseous gas bag, that most amenable machine politician of northern New England, a Republican ex-governor who had, in the alembic of Winthrop's patriotism, rosily turned Leaguer. No one had ever troubled to be obsequious to the Honorable J.S. Reek, even when he had been governor. The weediest backcountry representative had called him Johnny, in the gubernatorial mansion, and the youngest reporter had bawled, "Well, what bull you handing out today, X?" It was this Commissioner Reek who summoned all the editors in his district to meet him at his new vice-regal lodge in Dartmouth Library and receive the precious privileged information as to how much President Winthrop and his subordinate commissioners admired the gentleman of the press. Before he left for the press conference in Hanover, Doremus received from Sissy a poem, at least she called it, that which Buck Titus, Lorinda Pike, Julian Falk, and she had painfully composed, late at night, in Buck's fortified manor house. Be meek with Reek. Go fake with Hike. One rhymes with sneak. And t'other with snake. Hike, with his beak, is on the make. But Sullivan Reek. Oh God. Well, anyway, Wintrop's put everybody to work. And he's driven all these unsightly billboards off the highways much better for the tourist. Trade, said all the old editors, even those who wondered if the president wasn't perhaps the least bit arbitrary. As he drove to Hanover, Doremus saw hundreds of huge billboards by the road. But they bore only Winthrop propaganda, and underneath, with the compliments of a loyal firm and very large Montgomery cigarettes or Jonquil foot soap. On the short walk from a parking space to the former Dartmouth campus, several men muttered to him, "Give us a nickel for cup of coffee, boss, a Minnie Mouse has got my job and the Mouses won't take me, they say I'm too old." But that may have been propaganda from Moscow. On the long porch of the Hanover Inn, officers of the Minutemen were reclining in deck chairs, their spurred boots up on the railing. Doremus passed a science building in front of which was a pile of broken laboratory glassware, and in one stripped laboratory he could see a small squad of MMS drilling. District Commissioner John Sullivan Reek affectionately received the editors in a classroom. Old men, used to being revered as prophets, sitting anxiously in trifling chairs, facing a fat man in the uniform of an commander, who smoked an unmilitary cigar as his pulpy hand waved greeting. Reek took not more than an hour to relate what would have taken the most intelligent man 5 or 6 hours, that is, 5 minutes of speech, and the rest of the 5 hours to recover from the nausea caused by having to utter such shameless rot. President Winthrop, Secretary of State Saracen, Provincial Commissioner Hike, and himself, John Sullivan Reek, they were all being misrepresented by the Republicans, the Jeffersonians, the Communists, England, the Nazis, and probably the jute and herring industries, and what the government wanted was for any reporter to call on any member of this administration, and especially on Commissioner Reek, at any time except perhaps between 3 and 7 a.m. and get the real lowdown. "Excellency," Reek announced, then, "and now, gentlemen, I am giving myself the privilege of introducing you to all 4 of the county commissioners, who were just chosen yesterday. Probably each of you will know personally the commissioner from your own county, but I want you to intimately and cooperatively know all 4, because, whomever they may be, they join with me in my unquenchable admiration of the press." The 4 county commissioners, as one by one they shambled into the room and were introduced, seemed to Doremus an oddish lot, a moth-eaten lawyer known more for his quotations from Shakespeare and Robert W. Service than for his shrewdness before a jury. He was luminously bald except for a prickle of faded rusty hair, but you felt that, if he had his rights, he would have the floating locks of a tragedian of 1890. A battling clergyman famed for raiding roadhouses. A rather shy workman, an authentic proletarian, who seemed surprised to find himself there. The fourth dignitary to come in and affectionately bow to the editors, a bulky man, formidable looking in his uniform as a battalion leader of Minutemen, introduced as the Commissioner for Northern Vermont, Doremus Jessup's county, was Mr. Oscar Lejew, formerly known as Shad. Mr. Reek called him Captain Lejew. Doremus remembered that Shad's only military service, prior to Winthrop's election, had been as an AEF private who had never got beyond a training camp in America and whose fiercest experience in battle had been licking a corporal when in liquor. "Mr. Jessup," bubbled the Hon. "Mr. Reek, I imagine you must have met Captain Lejew comes from your charming city." Said Doremus. "Sure," said Captain Lejew. "I've met old Jessup, all right, all right. He don't know what it's all about. He don't know the first thing about the economics of our social revolution. He's a chauvinist. But he isn't such a bad old coot, and I'll let him ride as long as he behaves himself." "Splendid," said the Hon. "Mr. Reek. 17. Like beefsteak and potatoes stick to your ribs even if you're working your head off, so the words of the good book stick by you in perplexity and tribulation. If I ever held a high position over my people, I hope that my ministers would be quoting, from 2 Kings, 18, 31 and 32, come out to me, and then eat ye every man of his own vine, and every one of his fig tree, and drink ye every one the waters of his cistern, until I come and take you away to a land of corn and wine, a land of bread and vineyards, a land of olive oil and honey, that ye may live and not die." 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. D. But the claims of Montpelier, the former capital of Vermont, and of Burlington, largest town in the state, Captain Shad Lejew fixed on Fort Beulah as executive center of County B, which was made out of 9 former counties of northern Vermont. Doremus never decided whether this was, as Lorinda Pike asserted, because Shad was in partnership with banker R.C. Crowley in the profits derived from the purchase of quite useless old dwellings as part of his headquarters, or for the even sounder purpose of showing himself off, in battalion leader's uniform with the letters C.C. beneath the 5-pointed star on his collar, to the pals with whom he had once played pool and drunk applejack, and to the snobs whose lawns he once had mowed. Besides the condemned dwellings, Shad took over all of the former Scotland County Courthouse and established his private office in the judge's chambers, merely chucking out the law books and replacing them with piles of magazines devoted to the movies and the detection of crime, hanging up portraits of Winthrop, Saracen, Hike, and Reek, installing 2 deep chairs upholstered in poison green plush and doubling the number of judicial cuspidors. In the top center drawer of his desk Shad kept a photograph from a nudist camp, a flask of Benedictine, a .44 revolver, and a dog whip. County commissioners were allowed from 1 to a dozen assistant commissioners, depending on the population. Doremus Jessup was alarmed when he discovered that Shad had had the shrewdness to choose as assistants men of some education and pretense to manners, with Professor Emil Stogmeyer as assistant county commissioner in charge of the township of Beulah, which included the villages of Fort Beulah, West and North Beulah, Beulah Center, Trianon, Hosea, and Keesmit. As Shad had, without benefit of bayonets, become a captain, so Mr. Stogmeyer automatically became a doctor. Perhaps, thought Doremus, he would understand Winthrop and Co. better through seeing them faintly reflected in Shad and Stogmeyer than he would have in the confusing glare of Washington, and understand thus that a Buzz Winthrop, a Bismarck, a Caesar, a Pericles was like all the rest of itching, indigesting, aspiring humanity, except that each of these heroes had a higher degree of ambition and more willingness to kill. By June, the enrollment of the Minutemen had increased to 562,000, and the force was now able to accept as new members only such trusty patriots and pugilists as it preferred. The War Department was frankly allowing them not just expense money but payment ranging from $10 a week for inspectors with a few hours of weekly duty in drilling, to $9,700 a year for brigadiers on full time, and $16,000 for the High Marshal, Lee Saracen, fortunately without interfering with the salaries from his other onerous duties. The ranks were, inspector, more or less corresponding to private, squad leader, or corporal, cornet, or sergeant, ensign, or lieutenant, battalion leader, a combination of captain, major, and lieutenant colonel, commander, or colonel, brigadier, or general, high marshal, or commanding general. Cynics suggested that these honorable titles derived more from the Salvation Army than the fighting forces, but be that cheap sneer justified or no, the fact remains that an helot had ever so much more pride in being called an inspector, an awing designation in all police circles, than in being a private. Since all members of the National Guard were not only allowed but encouraged to become members of the Minutemen also, since all veterans of the Great War were given special privileges, and since Colonel Osceola Lutheran Orne, the Secretary of War, was generous about lending regular Army officers to Secretary of State Saracen for use as drill masters in the MMS, there was a surprising proportion of trained men for so newly born an army. Lee Saracen had proven to President Winthrop by statistics from the Great War that college education, and even the study of the horrors of other conflicts, did not weaken the masculinity of the students, but actually made them more patriotic, flag-waving, and skillful in the direction of slaughter than the average youth, and nearly every college in the country was to have, this coming autumn, its own battalion of MMS, with drill counting as credit toward graduation. The collegians were to be schooled as officers. Another splendid source of officers were the gymnasiums and the classes in business administration of the YMCA. Most of the rank and file, however, were young farmers delighted by the chance to go to town and to drive automobiles as fast as they wanted to, young factory employees who preferred uniforms and the authority to kick elderly citizens above overalls and stooping over machines, and rather a large number of former criminals, ex-bootleggers, ex-burglars, ex-labor racketeers, who, for their skill with guns and leather life preservers, and for their assurances that the majesty of the five-pointed star had completely reformed them, were forgiven their earlier blunders in ethics and were warmly accepted in the Storm troops. It was said that one of the least of these erring children was the first patriot to name President Winthrop the chief, meaning Führer, or imperial wizard of the KKK, or Il Duce, or imperial potentate of the mystic shrine, or commodore, or university coach, or anything else supremely noble and good-hearted. So, on the glorious anniversary of July 4, 1937, more than 500,000 young uniformed vigilantes, scattered in towns from Guam to Bar Harbor, from Point Barrow to Key West, stood at parade rest and sang, like the choiring seraphim, "Buzz and hail the chief, and his five-pointed STAAR, the US ne'er can come to grief with us prepared for WAAR." Certain critical spirits felt that this version of the chorus of Buzz and Buzz, now the official anthem, showed, in a certain roughness, the lack of Adelaide Targimich's fastidious hand. But nothing could be done about it. She was said to be in China, organizing chain letters. And even while that uneasiness was over the upon the very next day came the blow. Someone on High Marshal Saracen's staff noticed that the U.S.S.R.S. emblem was not a six-pointed star, but a five-pointed one, even like America's, so that we were not insulting the Soviets at all. Consternation was universal. From Saracen's office came sulphurous rebuke to the unknown idiot who had first made the mistake and the command that a new emblem be suggested by every member of the Day and night for 3 days, barracks were hectic with telegrams, telephone calls, letters, placards, and thousands of young men sat with pencils and rulers earnestly drawing tens of thousands of substitutes for the five-pointed star, circles in triangles, triangles in circles, pentagons, hexagons, alphas and omegas, eagles, aeroplanes, arrows, bombs bursting in air, bombs bursting in bushes, billy goats, rhinoceri and the Yosemite Valley. It was circulated that a young ensign on High Marshal Saracen's staff had, in agony over the error, committed suicide. Everybody thought that this harakiri was a fine idea and showed sensibility on the part of the better MMS, and they went on thinking so even after it proved that the ensign had merely got drunk at the Buzz Backgammon Club and talked about suicide. In the end, despite his uncounted competitors, it was the great mystic, Lee Saracen himself, who found the perfect new emblem: a ship's steering wheel. It symbolized, he pointed out, not only the ship of state but also the wheels of American industry, the wheels and the steering wheel of motor cars, the wheel diagram which Father Coughlin had suggested 2 years before as symbolizing the program of the National Union for Social Justice, and, particularly, the wheel emblem of the Rotary Club. Saracen's proclamation also pointed out that it would not be too far-fetched to declare that, with a little drafting treatment, the arms of the swastika could be seen as unquestionably related to the circle, and how about the KKK of the Ku Klux Klan? 3 Ks made a triangle, didn't they? And everybody knew that a triangle was related to a circle. So it was that in September, at the demonstrations on Loyalty Day, the same wide-flung seraphim sang buzz and hail the chief, and th mystic steering wheel, the US ne'er can come to grief while we defend its wheel. In mid-August, President Windrop announced that, since all its aims were being accomplished, the League of Forgotten Men was now terminated. So were all the older parties, Democratic, Republican, Farmer Labor, or whatnot. There was to be only one, the American Corporate State and Patriotic Party. No. Added the president, with something of his former good humor, there are 2 parties, the corporate and those who don't belong to any party at all, and so, to use a common phrase, are just out of luck. The idea of the corporate or corporative state, Secretary Saracen had more or less taken from Italy. All occupations were divided into 6 classes: agriculture, industry, commerce, transportation and communication, banking and insurance and investment, and a grab bag class including the arts, sciences, and teaching. The American Federation of Labor, the Railway Brotherhoods, and all other labor organizations, along with the Federal Department of Labor, were supplanted by local syndicates composed of individual workers, above which were provincial confederations, all under governmental guidance. Parallel to them in each occupation were syndicates and confederations of employers. Finally, the 6 confederations of workers and the 6 confederations of employers were combined in 6 joint federal corporations, which elected the 24 members of the National Council of Corporations, which initiated or supervised all legislation relating to labor or business. There was a permanent chairman of this National Council, with a deciding vote and the power of regulating all debate as he saw fit, but he was not elected. He was appointed by the President, and the first to hold the office was Secretary of State Lee Saracen. Just to safeguard the liberties of labor, this chairman had the right to dismiss any unreasonable member of the National Council. All strikes and lockouts were forbidden under federal penalties, so that workmen listened to reasonable government representatives and not to unscrupulous agitators. Windrop's partisans called themselves the corporatists, or, familiarly, the corpus, which nickname was generally used. By ill-natured people the corpus were called the corpses. But they were not at all corpse-like. That description would more correctly, and increasingly, have applied to their enemies. Though the corpus continued to promise a gift of at least $5,000 to every family, as soon as funding of the required bond issue shall be completed, the actual management of the poor, particularly of the more surly and dissatisfied poor, was undertaken by the Minutemen. It could now be published to the world, and decidedly it was published, that unemployment had, under the benign reign of President Berzelius Windrop, almost disappeared. Almost all workless men were assembled in enormous labor camps, under officers. Their wives and children accompanied them and took care of the cooking, cleaning, and repair of clothes. The men did not merely work on state projects, they were also hired out at the reasonable rate of $1 a day to private employers. Of course, so selfish is human nature even in utopia, this did cause most employers to discharge the men to whom they had been paying more than $1 a day, but that took care of itself, because these overpaid malcontents in their turn were forced into the labor camps. Out of their $1 a day, the workers in the camps had to pay from 70 to 90 cents a day for board and lodging. There was a certain discontentment among people who had once owned motor cars and bathrooms and eaten meat twice daily, at having to walk 10 or 20 miles a day, bathe once a week, along with 50 others, in a long trough, get meat only twice a week when they got it and sleep in bunks, 100 in a room. Yet there was less rebellion than a mere rationalist like Walt Trowbridge, Winthrop's ludicrously defeated rival, would have expected, for every evening the loudspeaker brought to the workers the precious voices of Winthrop and Saracen, Vice President Beecroft, Secretary of War Lutheran Orne, Secretary of Education and Propaganda Maccablin, General Kuhn, or some other genius, and these Olympians, talking to the dirtiest and tiredest mudsills as warm friend to friend, told them that they were the honored foundation stones of a new civilization, the advance guards of the conquest of the whole world. They took it, too, like Napoleon's soldiers. And they had the Jews and the Negroes to look down on, more and more. The MMS saw to that. Every man is a king so long as he has someone to look down on. Each week the government said less about the findings of the Board of Inquiry, which was to decide how the $5,000 per person could be wangled. It became easier to answer malcontents with a cuff from a Minuteman than by repetitious statements from Washington. But most of the planks in Winthrop's platform really were carried out according to a sane interpretation of them. For example, inflation. In America of this period, inflation did not even compare with the German inflation of the 1920s, but it was sufficient. The wage in the labor camps had to be raised from $1 a day to $3, with which the workers were receiving an equivalent of 60 cents a day in 1914 values. Everybody delightfully profited, except the very poor, the common workmen, the skilled workmen, the small businessmen, the professional men, and old couples living on annuities or their savings. These last did really suffer a little, as their incomes were cut in 3. The workers, with apparently tripled wages, saw the cost of everything in the shops much more than triple. Agriculture, which was most of all to have profited from inflation, on the theory that the mercurial crop prices would rise faster than anything else, actually suffered the most of all, because, after a first flurry of foreign buying, importers of American products found it impossible to deal in so skittish a market, and American food exports, such of them as were left, ceased completely. It was big business, that ancient dragon which Bishop Prang and Senator Winthrop had gone forth to slay, that had the interesting time. With the value of the dollar changing daily, the elaborate systems of cost marking and credit of big business were so confused that presidents and sales managers sat in their offices after midnight, with wet towels. But they got some comfort, because with the depreciated dollar they were able to recall all bonded indebtedness and, paying it off at the old face values, get rid of it at 30 cents on the hundred. With this, and the currency so wavering that employees did not know just what they ought to get in wages, and labor unions eliminated, the larger industrialists came through the inflation with perhaps double the wealth, in real values, that they had had in 1936. And 2 other planks in Winthrop's encyclical vigorously respected were those eliminating the Negroes and patronizing the Jews. The former race took it the less agreeably. There were horrible instances in which whole southern counties with a majority of Negro population were overrun by the blacks and all property seized. True, their leaders alleged that this followed massacres of Negroes by Minutemen. But as Dr. Maccablin, Secretary of Culture, so well said, this whole subject was unpleasant and therefore not helpful to discuss. All over the country, the true spirit of Winthrop's Plank 9, regarding the Jews, was faithfully carried out. It was understood that the Jews were no longer to be barred from fashionable hotels, as in the hideous earlier day of race prejudice, but merely to be charged double rates. It was understood that Jews were never to be discouraged from trading but were merely to pay higher graft to commissioners and inspectors and to accept without debate all regulations, wage rates, and price lists decided upon by the stainless Anglo-Saxons of the various merchants' associations. And that all Jews of all conditions were frequently to sound their ecstasy in having found in America a sanctuary, after their deplorable experiences among the prejudices of Europe. In Fort Beulah, Lewis wrote in stern, since he had always been the first to stand up for the older official national anthems, the Star-Spangled Banner or Dixie, and now for Buzz and Buzz, since he had of old been considered almost an authentic friend by Francis Tasbraw and R.C. Crowley, and since he had often good-naturedly pressed the unrecognized Shad Ledge's Sunday pants without charge, was permitted to retain his tailor shop, though it was understood that he was to charge members of the prices that were only nominal, or quarter nominal. But one Harry Kinderman, a Jew who had profiteered enough as agent for maple sugar and dairy machinery so that in 1936 he had been paying the last installment on his new bungalow and on his Buick, had always been what Shad Ledge called a fresh kike. He had laughed at the flag, the church, and even Rotary. Now he found the manufacturers cancelling his agencies, without explanation. By the middle of 1937 he was selling frankfurters by the road, and his wife, who had been so proud of the piano and the old American pine cupboard in their bungalow, was dead, from pneumonia caught in the honorum tar paper shack into which they had moved. At the time of Windrop's election, there had been more than 80,000 relief administrators employed by the federal and local governments in America. With the labor camps absorbing most people on relief, this army of social workers, both amateurs and long-trained professional uplifters, was stranded. The Minutemen controlling the labor camps were generous. They offered the Corridorians the same $1 a day that the proletarians received, with special low rates for board and lodging. But the cleverer social workers received a much better offer, to help list every family and every unmarried person in the country, with his or her finances, professional ability, military training and, most important and most tactfully to be ascertained, his or her secret opinion of the MMS and of the corpus in general. A good many of the social workers indignantly said that this was asking them to be spies, stool pigeons for the American OGPOO. These were, on various unimportant charges, sent to jail or, later, to concentration camps which were also jails, but the private jails of the MMS, unshackled by any old-fashioned, nonsensical prison regulations. In the confusion of the summer and early autumn of 1937, local officers had a splendid time making their own laws, and such congenital traitors and belyakers as Jewish doctors, Jewish musicians, Negro journalists, socialistic college professors, young men who preferred reading or chemical research to manly service with the MMS, women who complained when their men had been taken away by the MMS and had disappeared, were increasingly beaten in the streets, or arrested on charges that would not have been very familiar to pre-corpo jurists. And, increasingly, the bourgeois counter-revolutionists began to escape to Canada, just as once, by the Underground Railroad the Negro slaves had escaped into that free northern air. In Canada, as well as in Mexico, Bermuda, Jamaica, Cuba, and Europe, these lying red propagandists began to publish the vilest little magazines, accusing the corpus of murderous terrorism allegations that a band of 6 MMS had beaten an aged rabbi and robbed him, that the editor of a small labor paper in Paterson had been tied to his printing press and left there while the MMS burned the plant, that the pretty daughter of an ex-farmer labor politician in Iowa had been raped by giggling young men in masks. To end this cowardly flight of the lying counter-revolutionists, the government quadrupled the guards who were halting suspects at every harbor and at even the minutest trails crossing the border, and in one quick raid, it poured stormtroopers into all airports, private or public, and all aeroplane factories, and thus, they hoped, closed the air lanes to skulking traitors. As one of the most poisonous counter-revolutionists in the country, ex-Senator Walt Trowbridge, Windrop's rival in the election of 1936, was watched night and day by a rotation of 12 guards. But there seemed to be small danger that this opponent, who, after all, was a crank but not an intransigent maniac, would make himself ridiculous by fighting against the great power which heaven had been pleased to send for the healing of distressed America. Trowbridge remained prosaically on a ranch he owned in South Dakota, and the government agent commanding the MMS reported that on his tapped telephone wire and in his steamed open letters, Trowbridge communicated nothing more seditious than reports on growing alfalfa. He had with him no one but ranch hands and, in the house, an innocent aged couple. Washington hoped that Trowbridge was beginning to see the light. Maybe they would make him ambassador to Britain, vice Sinclair. On the 4th of July, when the M.Ms gave their glorious but unfortunate tribute to the chief and the five-pointed star, Trowbridge gratified his cowpunchers by holding an unusually pyrotechnic celebration. All evening skyrockets flared up, and round the home pasture glowed pots of Roman fire. Far from cold-shouldering the Guards, Trowbridge warmly invited them to help set off rockets and join the gang in beer and sausages. The lonely soldier boys off there on the prairie, they were so happy shooting rockets. An aeroplane with a Canadian license, a large plane, flying without lights, sped toward the rocket-lighted area and, with engine shut off, so that the guards could not tell whether it had flown on, circled the pasture outlined by the Roman fire and swiftly landed. The guards had felt sleepy after the last bottle of beer. 3 of them were napping on the short, rough grass. They were rather disconcertingly surrounded by men in masking flying helmets, men carrying automatic pistols, who handcuffed the guards that were still awake, picked up the others, and stored all 12 of them in the barred baggage compartment of the plane. The raiders' leader, a military-looking man, said to Walt Trowbridge, "Ready, sir." "Yep. Just take those 4 boxes, will you, please, Colonel?" The boxes contained photostats of letters and documents. Unregally clad in overalls and a huge straw hat, Senator Trowbridge entered the pilot's compartment. High and swift and alone, the plane flew toward the premature northern lights. Next morning, still in overalls, Trowbridge breakfasted at the Fort Garry Hotel with the mayor of Winnipeg. A fortnight later, in Toronto, he began the republication of his weekly, A Lance for Democracy, and on the cover of the first number were reproductions of 4 letters indicating that before he became president, Berzelius Windrop had profited through personal gifts from financiers to an amount of over $1 million. To Doremus Jessup, to some thousands of Doremus Jessups, were smuggled copies of the Lance, though possession of it was punishable by death. But it was not till the winter, so carefully did his secret agents have to work in America, that Trowbridge had in full operation the organization called by its operatives the New Underground, the N.U., which aided thousands of counter-revolutionists to escape into Canada. 18. In the little towns, there is the abiding peace that I love, and that can never be disturbed by even the noisiest smart Alecs from these haughty megalopolises like Washington, New York, and etc. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. D. Ormus's policy of wait and see, like most Fabian policies, had grown shaky. It seemed particularly shaky in June, 1937, when he drove to North Beulah for the 40th graduation anniversary of his class in Isaiah College. As the custom was, the returned alumni wore comic costumes. His class had sailor suits, but they walked about, bald-headed and lugubrious, in these well-meant garments of joy, and there was a look of instability even in the eyes of the 3 members who were ardent corpus. After the first hour Doremus saw little of his classmates. He had looked up his familiar correspondent, Victor Loveland, teacher in the classical department who, a year ago, had informed him of President Owen J. Peaslee's ban on criticism of military training. At its best, Loveland's jerry-built imitation of an Anne Hathaway cottage had been no palace. Isaiah assistant professors did not customarily rent palaces. Now, with the pretentiously smart living room heaped with burlap-covered chairs and rolled rugs and boxes of books, it looked like a junk shop. Amid the wreckage sat Loveland, his wife, his 3 children, and one Dr. Arnold King, experimenter in chemistry. "What's all this?" said Doremus. "I been fired." "As too radical," growled Loveland. "Yes. And his most vicious attack has been on Glichnow's treatment of the use of the aorist in Hesiod," wailed his wife. "Well, I deserve it for not having been vicious about anything since AD 300. Only thing I'm ashamed of is that they're not firing me for having taught my students that the corpus have taken most of their ideas from Tiberius, or maybe for having decently tried to assassinate District Commissioner Reek," said Loveland. "Where you going?" inquired Doremus. "That's just it. We don't know. Oh, first to my dad's house, which is a 6-room packing box in Burlington. Dad's got diabetes. But teaching President Peasley kept putting off signing my new contract and just informed me 10 days ago that I'm through much too late to get a job for next year. Myself, I don't care a damn. Really I don't. I'm glad to have been made to admit that as a college prof I haven't been, as I so like to convince myself, any Erasmus Jr., inspiring noble young souls to dream of chaste classic beauty save the mark, but just a plain hired man, another counter-jumper in the marked-down classics goods department, with students for bored customers, and as subject to being hired and fired as any janitor. Do you remember that in Imperial Rome, the teachers, even the tutors of the nobility, were slaves allowed a lot of leeway, I suppose, in their theories about the anthropology of Crete, but just as likely to be strangled as the other slaves? I'm not kicking Dr. King, the chemist, interrupted with a whoop. Sure you're kicking. Why the hell not? With 3 kids. Why not kick? Now me, I'm lucky. I'm half Jew, one of these sneaking, cunning Jews that Buzz Windrop and his boyfriend Hitler tell you about, so cunning I suspected what was going on months ago, and so I've also just been fired, Mr. Jessup. I arranged for a job with the Universal Electric Corporation. They don't mind Jews there, as long as they sing at their work and find boondoggles worth $1 million a year to the company at $3,500 a year salary. A fond farewell to all my grubby studs. Though, and Doremus thought he was, at heart, sadder than Loveland, I do kind of hate to give up my research. Oh, hell with M. The version of Owen J. Peasley, M.A., Doctor of Laws, President of Isaiah College, was quite different. Why no, Mr. Jessup. We believe absolutely in freedom of speech and thought, here at Old Isaiah. The fact is that we are letting Loveland go only because the classics department is overstaffed, so little demand for Greek and Sanskrit and so on, you know, with all this modern interest in quantitative biophysics and aeroplane repairing and so on. But as to Dr. King, I'm afraid we did a little feel that he was riding for a fall, boasting about being a Jew and all, you know, but can't we talk of pleasanter subjects? You have probably learned that Secretary of Culture Macablin has now completed his plan for the appointment of a Director of Education in each province and district, and that Professor Almeric Trout of Embry University is slated for Director in our northeastern province. Well, I have something very gratifying to add. Dr. Trout, and what a profound scholar, what an eloquent orator he is. Did you know that in Teutonic Almeric means noble prince, and he's been so kind as to designate me as Director of Education for the Vermont-New Hampshire district. Isn't that thrilling? I wanted you to be one of the first to hear it, Mr. Jessup, because of course one of the chief jobs of the director will be to work with and through the newspaper editors in the great task of spreading correct corporate ideals and combating false theories. Yes, oh yes. It seemed as though a large number of people were zealous to work with and through the editors these days, thought Doremus. He noticed that President Peasley resembled a dummy made of faded gray flannel of a quality intended for petticoats in an orphan asylum. The Minutemen's organization was less favored in the state villages than in the industrial centers, but all through the summer it was known that a company of MMS had been formed in Fort Beulah and were drilling in the armory under National Guard officers and County Commissioner Lejew, who was seen sitting up nights in his luxurious new room in Mrs. Ingott's boarding house, reading a manual of arms. But Doremus declined to go look at them, and when his rustic but ambitious reporter, Doc Itchett, came in throbbing about the MMS and wanted to run an illustrated account in the Saturday Informer. Doremus sniffed. It was not till their first public parade, in August, that Doremus saw them, and not gladly. The whole countryside had turned out, he could hear them laughing and shuffling beneath his office window, but he stubbornly stuck to editing an article on fertilizers for cherry orchards. Not even the sound of a band pounding out Bulla, Bulla drew him to the window. Then he was plucked up by Dan Wilgus, the veteran job compositor and head of the Informer Chapel, a man tall as a house and possessed of such a sweeping black mustache as had not otherwise been seen since the passing of the old-time bartender. "You got to take a look, boss, great show," implored Dan. Through the Chester Arthur, red brick prissiness of President Street, Doremus saw marching a surprisingly well-drilled company of young men. In the uniforms of Civil War cavalrymen, and just as they were opposite the Informer office, the town band rollicked into Marching Through Georgia. The young men smiled, they stepped more quickly, and held up their banner with the steering wheel and upon it. When he was 10, Doremus had seen in this self-same street a Memorial Day parade of the GAR. The veterans were an average of under 50 then, and some of them only 35, they had swung ahead lightly and gaily and to the tune of Marching Through Georgia. So now in 1937 he was looking down again on the veterans of Gettysburg and Missionary Ridge. Oh, he could see them all: Uncle Tom Veeder, who had made him the willow whistles, old Mr. Crowley with his cornflower eyes, Jack Greenhill who played leapfrog with the kids and who was to die in Ethan Creek. They found him with thick hair dripping. Doremus thrilled to the flags, the music, the valiant young men, even while he hated all they marched for, and hated the shad Leju whom he incredulously recognized in the brawny horseman at the head of the procession. He understood now why the young men marched to war. "But oh yeah, you think so," he could hear Shad sneering through the music. The unwieldy humor characteristic of American politicians persisted even through the eruption. Doremus read about and sardonically played up in the Informer a minstrel show given at the National Convention of Boosters Clubs at Atlantic City, late in August. As endmen and interlocutor appeared no less distinguished persons than Secretary of the Treasury Webster R. Skittle, Secretary of War Lutheran Orne, and Secretary of Education and Public Relations, Dr. McAblin. It was good, old-time Elks Club humor, uncorroded by any of the notions of dignity and of international obligations which, despite his great services, that queer stickly Saracen was suspected of trying to introduce. Why, the big boys were so democratic that they even kidded themselves and the corpus, that's how unassuming they were. "Who was this lady I seen you going down the street with?" demanded the plump Mr. Secretary Skittle of Mr. Secretary Lutheran Orne. "That wasn't no lady, that was Walt Trowbridge's paper." "Ah, don't think I conosticates yous, Mist Bones. Why, you know an ans for plutocracy. Clean fun, not too confusingly subtle, drawing the people closer to their great-hearted masters." But the high point of the show was Dr. McAblin's daring to tease his own faction by singing. "Buzz and booze and biz, what fun. This job gets drearier and drearier. When I get out of Washington, I'm going to Siberia." It seemed to Doremus that he was hearing a great deal about the Secretary of Education. Then, in late September, he heard something not quite pleasant about Dr. McAblin. The story, as he got it, ran thus: Hector McAblin, that great surgeon, boxer, poet, sailor, had always contrived to have plenty of enemies, but after the beginning of his investigation of schools, to purge them of any teachers he did not happen to like, he made so unusually many that he was accompanied by bodyguards. At this time in September, he was in New York, finding quantities of subversive elements in Columbia University against the protests of President Nicholas Murray Butler, who insisted that he had already cleaned out all willful and dangerous thinkers, especially the pacifists in the medical school, and McAblin's bodyguards were two former instructors in philosophy who in their respective universities had been admired even by their deans for everything except the fact that they would get drunk and quarrelsome. One of them, in that state, always took off one shoe and hit people over the head with the heel, if they argued in defense of Jung. With these two in uniforms as battalion leaders, his own was that of a brigadier after a day usefully spent in kicking out of Columbia all teachers who had voted for Trowbridge. Dr. McAblin started off with his brace of bodyguards to try out a wager that he could take a drink at every bar on 52nd Street and still not pass out. He had done well when, at 10:30, being then affectionate and philanthropic, he decided that it would be a splendid idea to telephone his revered former teacher in Leland Stanford, the biologist Dr. Willy Schmidt, once of Vienna, now in Rockefeller Institute. McAblin was indignant when someone at Dr. Schmidt's apartment informed him that the doctor was out. Furiously, out? Out? What do you mean he's out? Old goat like that got no right to be out? At midnight. Where is he? This is the police department speaking. Where is he? Dr. Schmidt was spending the evening with that gentle scholar, Rabbi Dr. Vincent de Verres. McAblin and his learned guerrillas went to call on de Verres. On the way nothing of note happened except that when McAblin discussed the fare with the taxi driver, he felt impelled to knock him out. The three, and they were in the happiest, most boyish of spirits, burst joyfully into Dr. de Verres' primeval house in the 60s. The entrance hall was shabby enough, with a humble show of the good rabbi's umbrellas and storm rubbers, and had the invaders seen the bedrooms they would have found them Trappist cells. But the long living room, front and back parlor thrown together, was half museum, half lounge. Just because he himself liked such things and resented a stranger's possessing them, McAblin looked sniffily at a Baluchi prayer rug, a Jacobean court cupboard, a small case of incunabula and of Arabic manuscripts in silver upon scarlet parchment. Swell joint. Hello, Doc. How's the Dutchman? How's the antibody research going? These are Doc Nemo and Doc Huzies, the famous glue lifters. Great friends mine. Introduce us to your Jew friend. Now it is more than possible that Rabbi de Verres had never heard of Secretary of Education McAblin. The houseman who had let in the intruders and who nervously hovered at the living room door, he is the sole authority for most of the story, said that McAblin staggered, slid on a rug, almost fell, then giggled foolishly as he sat down, waving his plug ugly friends to chairs and demanding, "Hey, Rabbi, how about some whiskey? Lil scotch and soda. I know you Janim never lap up anything but snow-cooled nectar handed out by a maiden with a dulcimer, singing of Mount Abora, or maybe just a little shot of Christian children's sacrificial blood. Ha, just a joke, Rabbi. I know these protocols of the elders of Zion are all the bunk, but awful handy in propaganda, just the same, and but I mean, for plain goyim like us, a little real hooch. Hear me." Dr. Schmidt started to protest. The rabbi, who had been carding his white beard, silenced him and, with a wave of his fragile old hand, signaled the waiting houseman, who reluctantly brought in whiskey and siphons. The three coordinators of culture almost filled their glasses before they poured in the soda. "Look here, de Verres, why don't you kikes take a tumble to yourselves and get out, beat it, exeunt bearing corpses, and start a real Zion, say in South America?" The rabbi looked bewildered at the attack. Dr. Schmidt snorted, "Dr. McAblin, once a promising pupil of mine, is Secretary of Education and a lot of things I don't know VOT, at Washington. Corpo. Oh." The rabbi sighed. "I have heard of that cult, but my people have learned to ignore persecution. We have been so impudent as to adopt the tactics of your early Christian martyrs. Even if we were invited to your corporate feast, which, I understand, we most warmly are not, I am afraid we should not be able to attend. You see, we believe in only one dictator, God, and I am afraid we cannot see Mr. Winthrop as a rival to Jehovah." "Ah, that's all baloney," murmured one of the learned gunmen, and McAblin shouted, "Oh, can the $2 words. There's just one thing where we agree with the dirty, kike-loving communists, that's in chucking the whole bunch of divinities, Jehovah, and all the rest of 'em, that ve been on relief so long." The rabbi was unable even to answer, but little Dr. Schmidt said, "McAblin, I suppose I may talk frank with an old student, there not being any reporters or loudspeakers around. Do you know why you are drinking like a pig? Because you are ashamed. Ashamed that you, once a promising researcher, should have sold out to freebooters with brains like decayed liver, and that'll do from you, prof. Say, we ought to tie those seditious sons of hounds up and beat the daylight out of 'em, whimpered one of the watchdogs. Macablin shrieked, you highbrows, you stinking intellectuals. You kike, with your luxurious library, while common people been starving would be now if the chief hadn't saved 'em. Your selection books stolen from the pennies of your poor, dumb, foot-kissing congregation of pushcart peddlers. The rabbi sat bespelled, fingering his beard, but Dr. Schmidt leaped up, crying, you three scoundrels were not invited here. You pushed your way in. Get out. Go. Get out. One of the accompanying dogs demanded of Macablin, going to stand for these two yiddles insulting us, insulting the whole by God Corpo state and the uniform? Kill 'em. Now, to his already abundant priming, Macablin had added 2 huge whiskeys since he had come. He yanked out his automatic pistol, fired twice. Dr. Schmidt toppled. Rabbi Devera slid down in his chair, his temple throbbing out blood. The houseman trembled at the door, and one of the guards shot at him, then chased him down the street, firing and whooping with the humor of the joke. This learned guard was killed instantly, at a street crossing, by a traffic policeman. Macablin and the other guard were arrested and brought before the commissioner of the Metropolitan District, the great Corpo Viceroy, whose power was that of 3 or 4 state governors put together. Dr. de Veras, though he was not yet dead, was too sunken to testify. But the commissioner thought that in a case so closely touching the federal government, it would not be seemly to postpone the trial. Against the terrified evidence of the rabbi's Russian-Polish houseman were the earnest accounts of the Federal Secretary of Education, and of his surviving aide, formerly assistant professor of philosophy in Pelaus University. It was proven that not only de Veras but also Dr. Schmidt was a Jew, which, incidentally, he 100%er was not. It was almost proven that this sinister pair had been coaxing innocent corpus into de Veras' house and performing upon them what a scared little Jewish stool pigeon called ritual murders. Macablin and friend were acquitted on grounds of self-defense and handsomely complimented by the commissioner and later in telegrams from President Winthrop and Secretary of State Saracen for having defended the Commonwealth against human vampires and one of the most horrifying plots known in history. The policeman who had shot the other guard wasn't, so scrupulous was Corpo Justice, heavily punished, merely sent out to a dreary beat in the Bronx. So everybody was happy. But Doremus Jessup, on receiving a letter from a New York reporter who had talked privately with the surviving guard, was not so happy. He was not in a very gracious temper, anyway. County Commissioner Shad Lejew, on grounds of humanitarianism, had made him discharge his delivery boys and employ MMS to distribute the informer. Last straw plenty last, he raged. He had read about Rabbi de Veras and seen pictures of him. He had once heard Dr. Willie Schmidt speak, when the State Medical Association had met at Fort Beulah, and afterward had sat near him at dinner. If they were murderous Jews, then he was a murderous Jew too, he swore, and it was time to do something for his own people. That evening, it was late in September, 1937, he did not go home to dinner at all but, with a paper container of coffee and a slab of pie untouched before him, he stooped at his desk in the Informer office, writing an editorial which, when he had finished it, he marked, must 12 pt boldface box top front p. The beginning of the editorial, to appear the following morning, was: believing that the inefficiency and crimes of the Corpo administration were due to the difficulties attending a new form of government, we have waited patiently for their end. We apologize to our readers for that patience. It is easy to see now, in the revolting crime of a drunken cabinet member against 2 innocent and valuable old men like Dr. Schmidt and the Rev. Dr. de Veras, that we may expect nothing but murderous extirpation of all honest opponents of the tyranny of Winthrop and his Corpo gang. Not that all of them are as vicious as Macablin. Some are merely incompetent like our friends Leju, Reek, and Hike. But their ludicrous incapability permits the homicidal cruelty of their chieftains to go on without check. Buzzard Winthrop, the chief, and his pirate gang. A smallish, neat, grey-bearded man, furiously rattling an aged typewriter, typing with his 2 forefingers. Dan Wilgus, head of the composing room, looked and barked like an old sergeant and, like an old sergeant, was only theoretically meek to his superior officer. He was shaking when he brought in this copy and, almost rubbing Doramis's nose in it, protested, "Say, boss, you don't honest to God think we're going to set this up, do you?" "I certainly do." "Well, I don't. Rattlesnake poison. It's all right, you're getting thrown in the hoosegow and probably shot at dawn, if you like that kind of sport, but we've held a meeting of the chapel, and we all say, damned if we'll risk our necks too." "All right, you yellow pup." "All right, Dan, I'll set it myself." "Ah, don't. Gosh, I don't want to have to go to your funeral after the MMS get through with you, and say, don't he look unnatural? After working for me for 20 years, Dan. Traitor. Look here. I'm no Enoch Arden or what the hell was his name? Ethan Frome or Benedict Arnold or whatever it was, and more and once I've licked some galoot that was standing around a saloon telling the world you were the lousiest highbrow editor in Vermont, and at that, I guess maybe he was telling the truth, but same time Dan's effort to be humorous and coaxing broke, and he wailed, "God, boss, please don't." "I know, Dan. Probably our friend Shad Leju will be annoyed. But I can't go on standing things like slaughtering old De Veras anymore and here. Gimme that copy." While compositors, pressmen, and the young devil stood alternately fretting and snickering at his clumsiness, Doramus ranged up before a type case, in his left hand the first composing stick he had held in 10 years, and looked doubtfully at the case. It was like a labyrinth to him. "Forgot how it's arranged. Can't find anything except the E-box," he complained. "Hell. I'll do it. All you pussyfooters get the hell out of this. You don't know one doggone thing about who set this up." Dan Wilgus roared, and the other printers vanished, as far as the toilet door. In the editorial office, Doramus showed proofs of his indiscretion to Dokichet, that enterprising though awkward reporter, and to Julian Falk, who was off now to Amherst but who had been working for the Informer all summer, combining unprintable articles on Adam Smith with extremely printable accounts of golf and dances at the country club. "Gee, I hope you will have the nerve to go on and print it, and same time, I hope you don't." "They'll get you," worried Julian. "Nah. Go on and print it. They won't dare to do a thing. They may get funny in New York and Washington, but you're too strong in the Beulah Valley for Leju and Stogmeyer to dare lift a hand," brayed Dokichet, while Doramus considered, "I wonder if this smart young journalistic Judas wouldn't like to see me in trouble and get hold of the Informer and turn it corpo." He did not stay at the office till the paper with his editorial had gone to press. He went home early, and showed the proof to Emma and Sissy. While they were reading it, with yelps of disapproval, Julian Falk slipped in. Emma protested, "Oh, you can't, you mustn't do it. What will become of us all?" "Honestly, Dormouse, I'm not scared for myself, but what would I do if they beat you or put you in prison or something? It would just break my heart to think of you in a cell. And without any clean underclothes. It isn't too late to stop it, is it?" "No. As a matter of fact, the paper doesn't go to bed till 11. Sissy, what do you think?" "I don't know what to think." "Oh damn." "Why Sissy?" from Emma, quite mechanically. "It used to be, you did what was right and got a nice stick of candy for it," said Sissy. "Now, it seems as if whatever's right is wrong." "Julian Funnyface, what do you think of Pop's kicking Shad in his sweet hairy ears?" "Why, Sis," Julian blurted, I think it'd be fierce if somebody didn't try to stop these fellows. I wish I could do it. But how could I? You've probably answered the whole business, said Doremus. If a man is going to assume the right to tell several thousand readers what's what most agreeable, hitherto he's got a kind of, you might say, priestly obligation to tell the truth. Oh, curse spite. Well, I think I'll drop into the office again. Home about midnight. Don't sit up, anybody, and Sissy, and you, Julian, that particularly goes for you two night prowlers. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord, and in Vermont, that means going to bed. And alone, murmured Sissy. Why, Cecilia Jessup. As Doremus trotted out, Foolish, who had sat adoring him, jumped up, hoping for a run. Somehow, more than all of Emma's imploring, the dog's familiar devotion made Doremus feel what it might be to go to prison. He had lied. He did not return to the office. He drove up the valley to the tavern and to Lorinda Pike. But on the way he stopped in at the home of his son-in-law, bustling young Dr. Fowler Greenhill, not to show him the proof but to have, perhaps in prison, another memory of the domestic life in which he had been rich. He stepped quietly into the front hall of the Greenhill house, a jaunty imitation of Mount Vernon, very prosperous and secure, gay with the brass-knobbed walnut furniture and painted Russian boxes which Mary Greenhill affected. Doremus could hear David excitedly chattering with his father, and his father's partner, old Dr. Marcus Olmsted, who was almost retired but who kept up the obstetrics and INER work for the firm. Doremus peeped into the living room, with its bright curtains of yellow linen. David's mother was writing letters, a crisp, fashionable figure at a maple desk complete with yellow quill pen, engraved notepaper, and silverbacked blotter. Fowler and David were lounging on the two wide arms of Dr. Olmsted's chair. So you don't think you'll be a doctor, like your dad and me? Dr. Olmsted was quizzing. David's soft hair fluttered as he bobbed his head in the agitation of being taken seriously by grown UPS. Oh yes, I would like to. Oh, I think it'd be slick to be a doctor. But I want to be a newspaper, like Granddad. That'd be a wow. You said it. You see, Uncle Doctor, a doctor, oh gee, he has to stay up all night, but an editor, he just sits in his office and takes it easy and never has to worry about nothing. That moment, Fowler Greenhill saw his father-in-law making monkey faces at him from the door and admonished David, now, not always. Editors have to work pretty hard sometimes, just think of when there's train wrecks and floods and everything. I'll tell you. Did you know I have magic power? What's magic power, Daddy? I'll show you. I'll summon your granddad here from misty deeps and have him tell you all the troubles an editor has. Just make him come flying through the air. Ah, gee, you couldn't do that, Dad. Oh, can't I? Fowler stood solemnly, the overhead lights making soft his harsh red hair, and he windmilled his arms, hooting, presto vesto adsit Grandad Jessup voila. And there, coming through the doorway, sure enough was Grandad Jessup. Doremus remained only 10 minutes, saying to himself, anyway, nothing bad can happen here, in this solid household. When Fowler saw him to the door, Doremus sighed to him, wish Davy were right, just had to sit in the office and not worry. But I suppose someday I'll have a run-in with the corpus. I hope not. Nasty bunch. What do you think, Dad? That swine Shad Ledger told me yesterday they wanted me to join the MMS as medical officer. Fat chance. I told him so. Watch out for Shad, Fowler. He's vindictive. Made us rewire our whole building. I'm not scared of Captain General Ledger or 50 like him. Hope he calls me in for a bellyache someday. I'll give him a good sedative, potassium of cyanide. Maybe I'll someday have the pleasure of seeing that gent in his coffin. That's the advantage the doctor has, you know. Gee night, Dad. Sleep tight. A good many tourists were still coming up from New York to view the colored autumn of Vermont, and when Doremus arrived at the Beulah Valley Tavern he had irritably to wait while Lorinda dug out extra towels and looked up tram schedules and was polite to old ladies who complained that there was too much or not enough sound from the Beulah River Falls at night. He could not talk to her apart until after 10. There was, meanwhile, a curious exalted luxury in watching each lost minute threaten him with the approach of the final press time, as he sat in the tea room, imperturbably scratching through the leaves of the latest fortune. Lorinda led him, at 10:15, into her little office, just a roll-top desk, a desk chair, one straight chair, and a table piled with heaps of defunct hotel magazines. It was spinsterishly neat yet smelled still of the cigar smoke and old letter files of proprietors long since gone. "Let's hurry, Dor. I'm having a little dust up with that snipe Nipper." She plumped down at the desk. "Linda, read this proof. For tomorrow's paper." "No. Wait. Stand up." He himself took the desk chair and pulled her down on his knees. "Oh, you," she snorted, but she nuzzled her cheek against his shoulder and murmured contentedly. "Read this, Linda. For tomorrow's paper. I think I'm going to publish it, all right. Got to decide finally before 11, but ought I to? I was sure when I left the office, but Emma was scared." "Oh, Emma. Sit still. Let me see it." She read quickly. She always did. At the end she said emotionlessly, "Yes. You must run it. Doremus. They've actually come to us here. The corpus. It's like reading about typhus in China and suddenly finding it in your own house." She rubbed his shoulder with her cheek again, and raged, "Think of it. That Shad Leju, and I taught him for a year in district school, though I was only 2 years older than he was, and what a nasty bully he was, too. He came to me a few days ago, and he had the nerve to propose that if I would give lower rates to the MMS, he sort of hinted it would be nice of me to serve officers free. They would close their eyes to my selling liquor here, without a license or anything. Why, he had the inconceivable nerve to tell me, and condescendingly, my dear, that he and his fine friends would be willing to hang out here a lot. Even Stogmeyer, oh, our professor, is blossoming out as quite a sporting character. And when I chased Leju out, with a flea in his ear, well, just this morning I got a notice that I have to appear in the county court tomorrow. Some complaint from my endearing partner, Mr. Nipper. Seems he isn't satisfied with the division of our work here, and honestly, my darling, he never does one blame thing but sit around and bore my best customers to death by telling what a swell hotel he used to have in Florida. And Nipper has taken his things out of here and moved into town. I'm afraid I'll have an unpleasant time, trying to keep from telling him what I think of him, in court. Good Lord. Look, sweet, have you got a lawyer for it?" "Lawyer? Heavens no. Just a misunderstanding on little Nipper's part. You'd better. The corpus are using the courts for all sorts of graft and for accusations of sedition. Get Mungo Kit Eric, my lawyer. He's dumb. Ice water in his veins. I know, but he's a tidier up, like so many lawyers. Likes to see everything all neat in pigeonholes. He may not care a damn for justice, but he'll be awfully pained by any irregularities. Please get him, Lindy, because they've got Effingham Swan presiding at court tomorrow." "Who?" "Swan, the military judge for District 3. That's a new corpo office. Kind of circuit judge with court-martial powers. This Effingham Swan, I had Doc Itchett interview him today. When he arrived, he's the perfect gentleman, fascist Oswald Mosley style. Good family, whatever that means. Harvard graduate. Columbia Law School, year at Oxford. But went into finance in Boston. Investment banker. Major or something during the war. Plays polo and sailed in a yacht race to Bermuda. Itchett says he's a big brute, with manners smoother than a butterscotch sundae and more language than a bishop. But I'll be glad to have a gentleman to explain things to, instead of Shad. A gentleman's blackjack hurts just as much as a mucker's." "Oh, you," with irritated tenderness, running her forefinger along the line of his jaw. Outside, A footstep. She sprang up, sat down primly in the straight chair. The footsteps went by. She mused. All this trouble and the corpus, they're going to do something to you and me. We'll become so roused up that either we'll be desperate and really cling to each other and everybody else in the world can go to the devil, or, what I'm afraid is more likely, we'll get so deep into rebellion against Winthrop, we'll feel so terribly that we're standing for something, that we'll want to give up everything else for it, even give up you and me. So that no one can ever find out and criticize. We'll have to be beyond criticism. No. I won't listen. We will fight, but how can we ever get so involved? Detached people like us. You are going to publish that editorial tomorrow. Yes. It's not too late to kill it. He looked at the clock over her desk, so ludicrously like a grade school clock that it ought to have been flanked with portraits of George and Martha. Well, yes, it is too late, almost 11. Couldn't get to the office till way past. You're sure you won't worry about it when you go to bed tonight? Dear, I so don't want you to worry. You're sure you don't want to telephone and kill the editorial? Sure. Absolute. I'm glad. Me, I'd rather be shot than go sneaking around, crippled with fear. Bless you. She kissed him and hurried off to another hour or two of work, while he drove home, whistling vaingloriously. But he did not sleep well, in his big black walnut bed. He startled to the night noises of an old frame house, the easing walls, the step of bodiless assassins creeping across the wooden floors all night long. 19. An honest propagandist for any cause, that is, one who honestly studies and figures out the most effective way of putting over his message, will learn fairly early that it is not fair to ordinary folks. It just confuses them to try to make them swallow all the true facts that would be suitable to a higher class of people. And one seemingly small but almighty important point he learns, if he does much speechifying, is that you can win over folks to your point of view much better in the evening, when they are tired out from work and not so likely to resist you, than at any other time of day. 0 hour, Berzelius Winthrop. T. He Fort Beulah Informer had its own 3-story and basement building, on President Street between Elm and Maple, opposite the side entrance of the Hotel Wessex. On the top story was the composing room, on the second, the editorial and photographic departments and the bookkeeper, in the basement, the presses, and on the first or street floor, the circulation and advertising departments, and the front office, open to the pavement, where the public came to pay subscriptions and insert want ads. The private room of the editor, Doremus Jessup, looked out on President Street through one not too dirty window. It was larger but little more showy than Lorinda Pike's office at the tavern, but on the wall it did have historic treasures in the way of a water-stained surveyor's map of Fort Beulah Township in 1891, a contemporary oleograph portrait of President McKinley, complete with eagles, flags, cannon, and the Ohio State flower, the scarlet carnation, a group photograph of the New England Editorial Association, and an entirely bogus copy of a newspaper announcing Lincoln's death. It was reasonably tidy in the patent letter file, otherwise empty. There were only 2.5 pairs of winter mittens, and an 18-gauge shotgun shell. Doremus was, by habit, extremely fond of his office. It was the only place aside from his study at home that was thoroughly his own. He would have hated to leave it or to share it with anyone, possibly excepting Buck and Lorinda, and every morning he came to it expectantly, from the ground floor, up the wide brown stairs, through the good smell of printer's ink. He stood at the window of this room before 8, the morning when his editorial appeared, looking down at the people going to work in shops and warehouses. A few of them were in Minutemen uniforms. More and more even the part-time MMS wore their uniforms when on civilian duties. There was a bustle among them. He saw them unfold copies of the Informer, he saw them look up, point up, at his window. Heads close, they irritably discussed the front page of the paper. R.C. Crowley went by, early as ever on his way to open the bank, and stopped to speak to a clerk from Ed Howland's grocery, both of them shaking their heads. Old Dr. Olmsted, Fowler's partner, and Louis Rotenstern halted on a corner. Doremus knew they were both friends of his, but they were dubious, perhaps frightened, as they looked at an informer. The passing of people became a gathering, the gathering a crowd, the crowd a mob, glaring up at his office, beginning to clamor. There were dozens of people there unknown to him, respectable farmers in town for shopping, unrespectables in town for a drink, laborers from the nearest work camp, and all of them eddying around uniforms. Probably many of them cared nothing about insults to the corpo state, but had only the unprejudiced, impersonal pleasure in violence natural to most people. Their mutter became louder, less human, more like the snap of burning rafters. Their glances joined in one. He was, frankly, scared. He was half conscious of Big Dan Wilgus, the head compositor, beside him, hand on his shoulder, but saying nothing, and of Dokichet cackling, my gracious, hope they don't, God, I hope they don't come up here. The mob acted then, swift and together, on no more of an incitement than an unknown MMS shout, ought to burn the place, lynch the whole bunch of traitors. They were running across the street, into the front office. He could hear a sound of smashing, and his fright was gone in protective fury. He galloped down the wide stairs, and from 5 steps above the front office looked on the mob, equipped with axes and brush hooks grabbed from in front of Pridewell's nearby hardware store, slashing at the counter facing the front door, breaking the glass case of souvenir postcards and stationery samples, and with obscene hands reaching across the counter to rip the blouse of the girl clerk. Doremus cried, "Get out of this, all you bums!" They were coming toward him, claws hideously opening and closing, but he did not await that coming. He clumped down the stairs, step by step, trembling not from fear but from insane anger. One large burger seized his arm, began to bend it. The pain was atrocious. At that moment into the front office Commissioner Shad Leju marched, at the head of 20 MMS with unsheathed bayonets, and, lumpishly climbing up on the shattered counter, bellowed, "That'll do from you guys. Lamb out of this, the whole damn bunch of you." Doremus's assailant had dropped his arm. Was he actually, wondered Doremus, to be warmly indebted to Commissioner Leju, to Shad Leju? Such a powerful, dependable fellow, the dirty swine. Shad roared on, "We're not going to bust up this place. Jessup sure deserves lynching, but we got orders from Hanover the corpus are going to take over this plant and use it. Beat it, you." A wild woman from the mountains in another existence she had knitted at the guillotine had thrust through to the counter and was howling up at Shad, "They're traitors. Hang 'em. We'll hang you, if you stop us. I want my $5,000. Shad casually stooped down from the counter and slapped her. Doremus felt his muscles tense with the effort to get at Shad, to revenge the good lady who, after all, had as much right as Shad to slaughter him, but he relaxed, impatiently gave up all desire for mock heroism. The bayonets of the MMS who were clearing out the crowd were reality, not to be attacked by hysteria. Shad, from the counter, was blatting in a voice like a sawmill, "Snap into it, Jessup. Take him along, men." And Doremus, with no volition whatever, was marching through President Street, up Elm Street, and toward the courthouse and county jail, surrounded by 4 armed Minutemen. The strangest thing about it, he reflected, was that a man could go off thus, on an uncharted journey which might take years, without fussing over plans and tickets, without baggage, without even an extra clean handkerchief, without letting Emma know where he was going, without letting Lorinda know. Lorinda could take care of herself. But Emma would worry. He realized that the guard beside him, with the chevrons of a squad leader, or corporal, was a Ross Dilly, the slatternly farmer from up on Mount Terror whom he had often helped, or thought he had helped. "Ah, a Ross," said he. "Huh," said a Ross. "Come on." "Shut up and keep moving," said the behind Doremus, and prodded him with the bayonet. It did not, actually, hurt much, but Doremus spat with fury. So long now he had unconsciously assumed that his dignity, his body, were sacred. Ribald death might touch him, but no more vulgar stranger. Not till they had almost reached the courthouse could he realize that people were looking at him, at Doremus Jessup, as a prisoner being taken to jail. He tried to be proud of being a political prisoner. He couldn't. Jail was jail. The county lockup was at the back of the courthouse, now the center of Ledge's headquarters. Doremus had never been in that or any other jail except as a reporter, pityingly interviewing the curious, inferior sort of people who did mysteriously get themselves arrested. To go into that shameful back door, he who had always stalked into the front entrance of the courthouse, the editor, saluted by clerk and sheriff and judge. Shad was not in sight. Silently Doremus's 4 guards conducted him through a steel door, down a corridor, to a small cell reeking of chloride of lime and, still unspeaking, they left him there. The cell had a cot with a damp straw mattress and damper straw pillow, a stool, a wash basin with 1 tap for cold water, a pot, 2 hooks for clothes, a small barred window, and nothing else whatever except a jaunty sign ornamented with embossed forget-me-nots and a text from Deuteronomy, "He shall be free at home 1 year." "I hope so," said Doremus, not very cordially. It was before 9 in the morning. He remained in that cell, without speech, without food, with only tap water caught in his doubled palm and with 1 cigarette an hour, until after midnight, and in the unaccustomed stillness he saw how in prison men could eventually go mad. Don't whine, though. You hear a few hours, and plenty of poor devils in solitary for years and years, put there by tyrants worse than Winthrop, yes, and sometimes put there by nice, good, social-minded judges that I've played bridge with. But the reasonableness of the thought didn't particularly cheer him. He could hear a distant babble from the bullpen, where the drunks and vagrants, and the petty offenders among the MMS, were crowded in enviable comradeship, but the sound was only a background for the corroding stillness. He sank into a twitching numbness. He felt that he was choking, and gasped desperately. Only now and then did he think clearly, then only of the shame of imprisonment, or, even more emphatically, of how hard the wooden stool was on his ill-upholstered rump, and how much pleasanter it was, even so, than the cot, whose mattress had the quality of crushed worms. Once he felt that he saw the way clearly. The tyranny of this dictatorship isn't primarily the fault of big business, nor of the demagogues who do their dirty work. It's the fault of Doremus Jessup. Of all the conscientious, respectable, lazy-minded Doremus Jessups who have let the demagogues wriggle in, without fierce enough protest. A few months ago I thought the slaughter of the Civil War, and the agitation of the violent abolitionists who helped bring it on, were evil. But possibly they had to be violent, because easy-going citizens like me couldn't be stirred up otherwise. If our grandfathers had had the alertness and courage to see the evils of slavery and of a government conducted by gentlemen for gentlemen only, there wouldn't have been any need of agitators and war and blood. It's my sort, the responsible citizens who felt ourselves superior because we been well-to-do and what we thought was educated, who brought on the Civil War, the French Revolution, and now the fascist dictatorship. It's I who murdered Rabbi de Veres. It's I who persecuted the Jews and the Negroes. I can blame no Aras Dilly, no Shad Leju, no Buzz Winthrop, but only my own timid soul and drowsy mind. Forgive, O Lord. Is it too late? Once again, as darkness was coming into his cell like the inescapable ooze of a flood, he thought furiously. And about Lorinda. Now that I've been kicked into reality, got to be one thing or the other, Emma or Lorinda, but I can't have both. Oh, damn. What twaddle. Why can't a man have both bread and wine and not prefer one before the other? Unless, maybe, we're all coming into a day of battles when the fighting will be too hot to let a man stop for anything save bread, and maybe, even, too hot to let him stop for that. The waiting in the smothering cell, the relentless waiting while the filthy window glass turned from afternoon to a bleak darkness. What was happening out there? What had happened to Emma, to Lorinda, to the informer office, to Dan Wilgus, to Buck and Sissy and Mary and David? Why, it was today that Lorinda was to answer the action against her by Nipper. Today. What had happened? Had military Judge Effingham Swan treated her as she deserved? But Doremus slipped again from this living agitation into the trance of waiting, and, catnapping on the hideously uncomfortable little stool, he was dazed when at some unholily late hour he was aroused by the presence of armed MMS outside his barred cell door, and by the hillbilly drawl of squad leader Ross Dilly. "Well, guess why better get up now, better get up. Jedge wants to see you, Jedge says he wants to see you." "Heh. Guess why didn't ever think I'd be a squad leader, did ya, Miss Jessup?" Doremus was escorted through angling corridors to the familiar side entrance of the courtroom, the entrance where once he had seen Thad Dilly, Ross's degenerate cousin, shamble in to receive sentence for clubbing his wife to death. He could not keep from feeling that Thad and he were kin, now. He was kept waiting, for a quarter hour outside the closed courtroom door. He had time to consider the 3 guards commanded by squad leader Ross. He happened to know that one of them had served a sentence at Windsor for robbery with assault, and one, a surly young farmer, had been rather doubtfully acquitted on a charge of barn burning in revenge against a neighbor. He leaned against the slightly dirty grey plaster wall of the corridor. "Stand straight there, you. What the hell do you think this is? And keeping us up late like this," said the rejuvenated, the redeemed Ross, waggling his bayonet and shining with desire to use it on the bourgeois. Doremus stood straight. He stood very straight, he stood rigid, beneath a portrait of Horace Greeley. Till now, Doremus had liked to think of that most famous of radical editors, who had been a printer in Vermont from 1825 to 1828, as his colleague and comrade. Now he felt colleague only to the revolutionary Karl Pascal's. His legs, not too young, were trembling, his calves ached. Was he going to faint? What was happening in there, in the courtroom? To save himself from the disgrace of collapsing, he studied Ross Dilly. Though his uniform was fairly new, Ross had managed to deal with it as his family, and he had dealt with their house on Mount Terror, once a sturdy Vermont cottage with shining white clapboards, now mud-smeared and rotting. His cap was crushed in, his breeches spotted, his leggings gaping, and one tunic button hung by a thread. "I wouldn't particularly want to be dictator over an Ross, but I most particularly do not want him and his like to be dictators over me, whether they call them fascists or corpus or communists or monarchists or free democratic electors or anything else. If that makes me a reactionary kulak, all right. I don't believe I ever really liked the shiftless brethren, for all my lying handshaking. Do you think the Lord calls on us to love the cowbirds as much as the swallows? I don't. Oh, I know, Ross has had a hard time, mortgage and 7 kids. But cousin Henry Veter and Dan Wilgus, yes, and Pete Viewtong, the Canuck, that lives right across the road from Ross and has just exactly the same kind of land. They were all born poor, and they've lived decently enough. They can wash their ears and their door sills, at least. I'm cursed if I'm going to give up the American Wesleyan doctrine of free will and of will to accomplishment entirely, even if it does get me read out of the liberal communion." Ross had peeped into the courtroom, and he stood giggling. Then Lorinda came out after midnight. Her partner, the ward nipper, was following her, looking sheepishly triumphant. "Linda! Linda!" called Doremus, his hands out, ignoring the snickers of the curious guards, trying to move toward her. Ross pushed him back, and Lorinda sneered, "Go on, move on, there," and she moved. She seemed twisted and rusty, as Doremus would have thought her bright steeliness could never have been. Ross cackled, "Ha, ha, ha. Your friend, Sister Pike, my wife's friend. All right, boss. Have it your way. Your wife's friend, Sister Pike, got hers for trying to be fresh with Judge Swan. She's been kicked out of her partnership with Mr. Nipper. He's going to manage that tavern of theirn, and Sister Pike goes back to pot walloping in the kitchen, like she'd ought to, like maybe some of your women folks, that think they're so almighty stylish and independent, will be having to, pretty soon. Again Doremus had sense enough to regard the bayonets, and a mighty voice from inside the courtroom trumpeted, "Next case." D. Jessup. On the judge's bench were Shad Leju in uniform as an battalion leader, ex-superintendent Emil Stogmeyer presenting the role of ensign, and a third man, tall, rather handsome, rather two-face massaged, with the letters M.J. on the collar of his uniform as commander, or pseudo-colonel. He was perhaps 15 years younger than Doremus. This, Doremus knew, must be Military Judge Effingham Swan, sometime of Boston. The Minutemen marched him in front of the bench and retired, with only two of them, a milky-faced farm boy and a former gas station attendant, remaining on guard inside the double doors of the side entrance, the entrance for criminals. Commander Swan loafed to his feet and, as though he were greeting his oldest friend, cooed at Doremus, "My dear fellow, so sorry to have to trouble you. Just a routine query, you know. Do sit down. Gentlemen, in the case of Mr. Doremus, surely we need not go through the farce of formal inquiry. Let's all sit about that damn big silly table down there, place where they always stick the innocent defendants and the guilty attorneys. Why no, get down from this high altar, little too mystical for the taste of a vulgar bucket shop gambler like myself. After you, Professor, after you, my dear Captain. And, to the guards, just wait outside in the hall, will you? Close the doors." Stogmeyer and Shad, looking, despite Effingham Swan's frivolity, as portentous as their uniforms could make them, clumped down to the table. Swan followed them airily, and to Doremus, still standing, he gave his tortoise-shell cigarette case, caroling, "Do have a smoke, Mr. Doremus. Must we all be so painfully formal?" Doremus reluctantly took a cigarette, reluctantly sat down as Swan waved him to a chair with something not quite so airy and affable in the sharpness of the gesture. "My name is Jessup, Commander. Doremus is my first name." "Ah, I see. It could be." "Quite so. Very New England. Doremus." Swan was leaning back in his wooden armchair, powerful trim hands behind his neck. "I'll tell you, my dear fellow. One's memory is so wretched, you know. I'll just call you Doremus, sans Mr. Then, do you see, it might apply to either the first, either the Christian or the surname. Then we shall feel all friendly and secure. Now, Doremus, my dear fellow, I begged my friends in the I do trust they were not too importunate, as these parochial units sometimes do seem to be, but I ordered them to invite you here, really, just to get your advice as a journalist. Does it seem to you that most of the peasants here are coming to their senses and ready to accept the corpo fait accompli?" Doremus grumbled, "But I understood I was dragged here, and if you want to know, your squad was all of what you call importunate, because of an editorial I wrote about President Winthrop." "Oh, was that you, Doremus? You see, I was right, one does have such a wretched memory. I do seem now to remember some minor incident of the sort you know mentioned in the agenda. Do have another cigarette, my dear fellow." Swan. "I don't care much for this cat and mouse game, at least, not while I'm the mouse. What are your charges against me?" "Charges? Oh, my only aunt. Just trifling things: criminal libel and conveying secret information to alien forces, and high treason and homicidal incitement to violence, you know, the usual boresome line. And all so easily got rid of, my Doremus, if you'd just be persuaded. You see how quite pitifully eager I am to be friendly with you, and to have the inestimable aid of your experience here. If you'd just decide that it might be the part of discretion so suitable, why no, to your venerable years, damn it, I'm not venerable, nor anything like it. Only 60. 61, I should say. Matter of ratio, my dear fellow. I'm 47 myself, and I have no doubt the young pups already call me venerable. But as I was saying, Doremus. With your position as one of the Council of Elders, and with your responsibilities to your family, it would be too sick making if anything happened to them. Why no, you just can't afford to be too brash. And all we desire is for you to play along with us in your paper. I would adore the chance of explaining some of the corpus and the chief's still unrevealed plans to you. You'd see such a new light. Shad grunted, him. Jessup couldn't see a new light if it was on the end of his nose. A moment, my dear captain. And also, Doremus, of course we shall urge you to help us by giving us a complete list of every person in this vicinity that you know of who is secretly opposed to the administration. Spying? Me? Quite. If I'm accused of, I insist on having my lawyer, Mungo Kit Eric, and on being tried, not all this bear-baiting quaint name. Mungo Kit Eric. Oh, my only aunt. Why does it give me so absurd a picture of an explorer with a Greek grammar in his hand? You don't quite understand, my Doremus. Habeas corpus, due processes of law too bad, all those ancient sanctities, dating, no doubt, from Magna Carta, been suspended. Oh, but just temporarily. Why no state of crisis, unfortunate necessity, martial law, damn it, Swan Commander, my dear fellow, ridiculous matter of military discipline, why no such rot? You know mighty well and good it isn't temporary. It's permanent, that is, as long as the corpus lasts. It could be. Swan Commander, you get that it could be, and my aunt from the Reggie Fortune stories, don't you? Now there is a fellow detective story fanatic. But how too bogus. And that's Evelyn Waugh. You're quite a literary man for so famous a yachtsman and horseman, Commander. Horseman, yachtsman, literary man. Am I, Doremus, even in my sanctum sanctorum, having, as the lesser breeds would say, the pants kidded off me? Oh, my Doremus, that couldn't be. And just when one is so feeble, after having been so, shall I say, excoriated, by your so amiable friend, Mrs. Lorinda Pike? No, no. How too unbefitting the majesty of the law. Shad interrupted again, yeah, we had a swell time with your girlfriend, Jessup. But I already had the dope about you and her before. Doremus sprang up, his chair crashing backward on the floor. He was reaching for Shad's throat across the table. Effingham Swan was on him, pushing him back into another chair. Doremus hiccuped with fury. Shad had not even troubled to rise, and he was going on contemptuously. Yeah, you two'll have quite some trouble if you try to pull any spy stuff on the corpus. My, Doremus, ain't we had fun, Lindy and you, playing footy these last couple years? Didn't nobody know about it, did they? But what you didn't know was Lindy, and don't it beat hell a long-nosed, skinny old maid like her can have so much pep, and she's been cheating on you right along, sleeping with every doggone man boarder she's had at the tavern, and of course with her little squirt of a partner, Nipper. Swan's great hand of an ape with a manicure held Doremus in his chair. Shad snickered. Emil Stogmeyer, who had been sitting with fingertips together, laughed amiably. Swan patted Doremus's back. He was less sunken by the insult to Lorinda than by the feeling of helpless loneliness. It was so late, the night so quiet. He would have been glad if even the guards had come in from the hall. Their rustic innocence, however barnyardishly brutal, would have been comforting after the easy viciousness of the three judges. Swan was placidly resuming, but I suppose we really must get down to business, however agreeable, my dear clever literary detective, it would be to discuss Agatha Christie and Dorothy Sayers and Norman Klein. Perhaps we can some day, when the chief puts us both in the same prison. There's really, my dear Doremus, no need of your troubling your legal gentleman, Mr. Monkey Kitteridge. I am quite authorized to conduct this trial, for quaintly enough, Doremus, it is a trial, despite the delightful St. Botolph's atmosphere. And as to testimony, I already have all I need, both in the good Miss Lorinda's inadvertent admissions, in the actual text of your editorial criticizing the chief, and in the quite thorough reports of Captain Lejew and Dr. Stogmeyer. One really ought to take you out and shoot you, and one is quite empowered to do so, oh quite, but one has one's faults, one is really too merciful. And perhaps we can find a better use for you. Then as fertilizer you are, you know, rather too much on the skinny side to make adequate fertilizer. You are to be released on parole, to assist and coach Dr. Stogmeyer, who, by orders from Commissioner Reek, at Hanover, has just been made editor of the Informer, but who doubtless lacks certain points of technical training. You will help him, oh, gladly, I am sure, until he learns. Then we'll see what we'll do with you. You will write editorials, with all your accustomed brilliance, oh, I assure you, people constantly stop on Boston Common to discuss your masterpieces, have done for years. But you'll write only as Dr. Stogmeyer tells you. Understand? Oh. Today, since 'tis already past the witching hour, you will write an abject apology for your diatribe, oh yes, very much on the abject side. You know you veteran journalists do these things so neatly, just admit you were a cockeyed liar and that sort of thing, bright and bantering, you know. And next Monday you will, like most of the other ditchwater dull hick papers, begin the serial publication of the Chief's 0 Hour. You'll enjoy that. Clatter and shouts at the door. Protests from the unseen guards. Dr. Fowler Greenhill pounding in, stopping with arms akimbo, shouting as he strode down to the table, "What do you three comic judges think you're doing? And who may our impetuous friend be? He annoys me, rather," Swan asked of Shad. "Doc Fowler, Jessup's son-in-law. And a bad actor. Why, couple days ago I offered him charge of medical inspection for all the MMS in the county, and he said, this red-headed smart aleck here, he said you and me and Commissioner Reek and Doc Stogmeyer and all of us were a bunch of hobos that'd be digging ditches in a labor camp if we hadn't stole some officers' uniforms." "Ah, did he indeed?" purred Swan. Fowler protested, "He's a liar. I never mentioned you. I don't even know who you are. My name, good sir, is Commander Effingham Swan, M.J. "Well, M.J., that still doesn't enlighten me. Never heard of you." Shad interrupted, "How the hell did you get past the guards, Fowley?" "Oh, all your Minnie Mouses know me. I've treated most of your brightest gunmen for unmentionable diseases. I just told them at the door that I was wanted in here professionally." Swan was at his silkiest. "Oh, and how we did want you, my dear fellow, though we didn't know it until this moment. So you are one of these brave rustic Aesculapiuses?" "I am. And if you were in the war, which I should doubt, from your pansy way of talking you may be interested to know that I am also a member of the American Legion, quit Harvard and joined up in 1918 and went back afterwards to finish. And I want to warn you three half-baked Hitlers, But my dear friend, a military man. How to? Then we shall have to treat you as a responsible person, responsible for your idiocies, not just as the uncouth clodhopper that you appear." Fowler was leaning both fists on the table. "Now I've had enough. I'm going to push in your booful face." Shad had his fists up, was rounding the table, but Swan snapped, "No. Let him finish. He may enjoy digging his own grave. You know people do have such quaint variant notions about sports. Some laddies actually like to go fishing, all those slimy scales and the shocking odor. By the way, doctor, before it's too late, I would like to leave with you the thought for the day that I was also in the war to end wars, a major. But go on. I do so want to listen to you yet a little. Cut the cackle, will you, MJ? I've just come here to tell you that I've had enough. Everybody's had enough of your kidnapping Mr. Jessup, the most honest and useful man in the whole Beulah Valley. Typical lowdown sneaking kidnappers. If you think your phony Rhodes Scholar accent keeps you from being just another cowardly, murdering public enemy, in your toy soldier uniform. Swan held up his hand in his most genteel Back Bay manner. A moment, doctor, if you will be so good. And to Shad, I should think we'd heard enough from the comrade, wouldn't you, Commissioner? Just take the bastard out and shoot him. O.K. Swell. Shad chuckled, and, to the guards at the half-open door, get the corporal of the guard and a squad 6 men loaded rifles, make it snappy, see. The guard were not far down the corridor, and their rifles were already loaded. It was in less than a minute that Arostili was saluting from the door, and Shad was shouting, "Come here. Grab this dirty crook." He pointed at Fowler. "Take him along outside." They did, for all of Fowler's struggling. Arostili jabbed Fowler's right wrist with a bayonet. It spilled blood down on his hand, so scrubbed for surgery, and like blood his red hair tumbled over his forehead. Shad marched out with them, pulling his automatic pistol from its holster and looking at it happily. Doremus was held, his mouth was clapped shut, by 2 guards as he tried to reach Fowler. Emil Stogmeyer seemed a little scared, but Effingham Swan, suave and amused, leaned his elbows on the table and tapped his teeth with a pencil. From the courtyard, the sound of a rifle volley, a terrifying wail, one single emphatic shot, and nothing after. 20. The real trouble with the Jews is that they are cruel. Anybody with a knowledge of history knows how they tortured poor debtors in secret catacombs, all through the Middle Ages. Whereas the Nordic is distinguished by his gentleness and his kind-heartedness to friends, children, dogs, and people of inferior races. 0 hour, Berzelius Windrop. T. He review in Dewey Hike's Provincial Court of Judge Swan's sentence on Greenhill was influenced by County Commissioner Ledge's testimony that after the execution he found in Greenhill's house a cache of the most seditious documents, copies of Trowbridge's Lance for Democracy, books by Marx and Trotsky, communistic pamphlets urging citizens to assassinate the chief. Mary, Mrs. Greenhill, insisted that her husband had never read such things, that, if anything, he had been too indifferent to politics. Naturally, her word could not be taken against that of Commissioner Ledge, Assistant Commissioner Stogmeyer, and Military Judge Effingham Swan. It was necessary to punish Mrs. Greenhill or, rather, to give a strong warning to other Mrs. Greenhills by seizing all the property and money Greenhill had left her. Anyway, Mary did not fight very vigorously. Perhaps she realized her guilt. In 2 days she turned from the crispest, smartest, most swift-spoken woman in Fort Beulah into a silent hag, dragging about in shabby and unkempt black. Her son and she went to live with her father, Doremus Jessup. Some said that Jessup should have fought for her and her property. But he was not legally permitted to do so. He was on parole, subject, at the will of the properly constituted authorities, to a penitentiary sentence. So Mary returned to the house and the over-furnished bedroom she had left as a bride. She could not, she said, endure its memories. She took the attic room that had never been quite finished off. She sat up there all day, all evening, and her parents never heard a sound. But within a week her David was playing about the yard most joyfully, playing that he was an officer. The whole house seemed dead, and all that were in it seemed frightened, nervous, forever waiting for something unknown, all save David and, perhaps, Mrs. Candy, bustling in her kitchen. Meals had been notoriously cheerful at the Jessups. Doremus chattered to an audience of Mrs. Candy and Sissy, flustering Emma with the most outrageous assertions that he was planning to go to Greenland, that President Windrop had taken to riding down Pennsylvania Avenue on an elephant, and Mrs. Candy was as unscrupulous as all good cooks in trying to render them speechlessly drowsy after dinner and to encourage the stealthy expansion of Doremus's already rotund little belly, with her mince pie. Her apple pie with enough shortening to make the eyes pop out in sweet anguish, the fat corn fritters and candied potatoes with the broiled chicken, the clam chowder made with cream. Now, there was little talk among the adults at table and, though Mary was not showily brave, but colorless as a glass of water, they were nervously watching her. Everything they spoke of seemed to point toward the murder and the corpus. If you said, "It's quite a warm fall," you felt that the table was thinking, "So the MMS can go on marching for a long time yet before snow flies," and then you choked and asked sharply for the gravy. Always Mary was there, a stone statue chilling the warm and commonplace people packed in beside her. So it came about that David dominated the table talk, for the first delightful time in his 9 years of experiment with life, and David liked that very much indeed, and his grandfather liked it not nearly so well. He chattered, like an entire palmful of monkeys, about Foolish, about his new playmates, about the apparent fact that crocodiles are rarely found in the Beulah River, and the more moving fact that the Rotenstern young had driven with their father clear to Albany. Now Doremus was fond of children, approved of them, felt with an earnestness uncommon to parents and grandparents that they were human beings and as likely as the next one to become editors. But he hadn't enough sap of the Christmas holly in his veins to enjoy listening without cessation to the bright prattle of children. Few males have, outside of Louisa May Alcott. He thought that the talk of a Washington correspondent about politics was likely to be more interesting than Davy's remarks on cornflakes and garter snakes, so he went on loving the boy and wishing he would shut up, and escaped as soon as possible from Mary's gloom and Emma's suffocating thoughtfulness, wherein you felt, every time Emma begged, "Oh, you must take just a little more of the nice chestnut dressing, Mary dearie," that you really ought to burst into tears. Doremus suspected that Emma was, essentially, more appalled by his having gone to jail than by the murder of her son-in-law. Jessup simply didn't go to jail. People who went to jail were bad, just as barn burners and men accused of that fascinatingly obscure amusement, a statutory offense, were bad, and as for bad people, you might try to be forgiving and tender, but you didn't sit down to meals with them. It was all so irregular, and most upsetting to the household routine. So Emma loved him and worried about him till he wanted to go fishing and actually did go so far as to get out his flies. But Lorinda had said to him, with eyes brilliant and unworried, "And I thought you were just a cut-chewing liberal that didn't mind being milked. I am so proud of you. You've encouraged me to fight against listen, the minute I heard about your imprisonment I chased Nipper out of my kitchen with a bread knife. Well, anyway, I thought about doing it." The office was deader than his home. The worst of it was that it wasn't so very bad that, he saw, he could slip into serving the corpo state with, eventually, no more sense of shame than was felt by old colleagues of his who in pre-corpo days had written advertisements for fraudulent mouthwashes or tasteless cigarettes, or written for supposedly reputable magazines mechanical stories about young love. In a waking nightmare after his imprisonment, Doremus had pictured Stogmeyer and Lejew in the Informer office standing over him with whips, demanding that he turn out sickening praise for the corpus, yelling at him until he rose and killed and was killed. Actually, Shad stayed away from the office, and Doremus's master, Stogmeyer, was ever so friendly and modest and rather nauseatingly full of praise for his craftsmanship. Stogmeyer seemed satisfied when, instead of the apology demanded by Swan, Doremus stated that henceforth this paper will cease all criticisms of the present government. Doremus received from District Commissioner Reek a jolly telegram thanking him for gallantly deciding turn your great talent service people, and correcting errors doubtless made by us in effort set up new more realistic state. "Boor," said Doremus and did not chuck the message at the clothes basket wastebasket, but carefully walked over and rammed it down amid the trash. He was able, by remaining with the Informer in her prostitute days, to keep Stogmeyer from discharging Dan Wilgus, who was sniffy to the new boss and unnaturally respectful now to Doremus. And he invented what he called the yo-yo editorial. This was a dirty device of stating as strongly as he could an indictment of corpoism, then answering it as feebly as he could, as with a whining yo-yo-yo that's what you say. Neither Stogmeyer nor Shad caught him at it, but Doremus hoped fearfully that the shrewd Effingham Swan would never see the yo-yos. So week on week he got along not too badly, and there was not 1 minute when he did not hate this filthy slavery, when he did not have to force himself to stay there, when he did not snarl at himself, "Then why do you stay?" His answers to that challenge came glibly and conventionally enough. He was too old to start in life again. And he had a wife and family to support, Emma, Sissy, and now Mary and David. All these years he had heard responsible men who weren't being quite honest, radio announcers who soft-soaped speakers who were fools and wares that were trash, and who canarishly chirped "Thank you, Major Blister" when they would rather have kicked Major Blister, preachers who did not believe the decayed doctrines they dealt out, doctors who did not dare tell lady invalids that they were sex-hungry exhibitionists, merchants who peddled brass for gold heard all of them complacently excuse themselves by explaining that they were too old to change and that they had a wife and family to support. Why not let the wife and family die of starvation or get out and hustle for themselves, if by no other means the world could have the chance of being freed from the most boresome, most dull, and foulest disease of having always to be a little dishonest? So he raged and went on grinding out a paper dull and a little dishonest, but not forever. Otherwise the history of Doremus Jessup would be too drearily common to be worth recording. Again and again, figuring it out on rough sheets of copy paper, he estimated that even without selling the informer or his house, as under corpo espionage he certainly could not if he fled to Canada, he could cash in about $20,000. Say enough to give him an income of $1,000 a year, $20 a week, provided he could smuggle the money out of the country, which the corpus were daily making more difficult. Well, Emma and Sissy and Mary and he could live on that, in a 4-room cottage, and perhaps Sissy and Mary could find work. But as for himself, it was all very well to talk about men like Thomas Mann and Lion Feuchtwanger and Romain Rolland, who in exile remained writers whose every word was in demand, about Professors Einstein or Salvini, or, under corpoism, about the recently exiled or self-exiled Americans, Walt Trowbridge, Mike Gold, William Allen White, John Dos Passos, H. L. Mencken, Rexford Tugwell, Oswald Villard. Nowhere in the world, except possibly in Greenland or Germany, would such stars be unable to find work and soothing respect. But what was an ordinary newspaper hack, especially if he was over 45, to do in a strange land, and more especially if he had a wife named Emma who didn't at all fancy going and living in a sod hut on behalf of honesty and freedom? So debated Doremus, like some hundreds of thousands of other craftsmen, teachers, lawyers, what not, in some dozens of countries under a dictatorship, who were aware enough to resent the tyranny, conscientious enough not to take its bribes cynically, yet not so abnormally courageous as to go willingly to exile or dungeon or chopping block, particularly when they had wives and families to support. Doremus hinted once to Emil Stogmeyer that Emil was getting onto the ropes so well that he thought of getting out, of quitting newspaper work for good. The hitherto friendly Mr. Stogmeyer said sharply, "What'd you do? Sneak off to Canada and join the propagandists against the chief? Nothing doing. You'll stay right here and help me help us." And that afternoon Commissioner Shadledges shouldered in and grumbled, "Dr. Stogmeyer tells me you're doing pretty fairly good work, Jessup, but I want to warn you to keep it up. Remember that Judge Swan only let you out on parole, to me. You can do fine if you just set your mind to it. If you just set your mind to it." The one time when the boy Doremus had hated his father had been when he used that condescending phrase. He saw that, for all the apparent prosaic calm of day after day on the paper, he was equally in danger of slipping into acceptance of his serfdom and of whips and bars if he didn't slip. And he continued to be just as sick each time he wrote. The crowd of 50,000 people who greeted President Winthrop in the University Stadium at Iowa City was an impressive sign of the constantly growing interest of all Americans in political affairs, and Stogmeyer changed it to the vast and enthusiastic crowd of 70,000 loyal admirers who wildly applauded and listened to the stirring address of the chief in the handsome University Stadium in beautiful Iowa City, Iowa, is an impressive yet quite typical sign of the growing devotion of all true Americans to political study under the inspiration of the Corpo government. Perhaps his worst irritations were that Stogmeyer had pushed a desk and his sleek, sweaty person into Doremus's private office, once sacred to his solitary grouches, and that Dockitchett, hitherto his worshipping disciple, seemed always to be secretly laughing at him. Under a tyranny, most friends are a liability. 1/4 of them turn reasonable and become your enemies, 1/4 are afraid to stop and speak, and 1/4 are killed and you die with them. But the blessed final quarter keep you alive. When he was with Lorinda, gone was all the pleasant toying and sympathetic talk with which they had relieved boredom. She was fierce now, and vibrant. She drew him close enough to her, but instantly she would be thinking of him only as a comrade in plots to kill off the corpus. She was busy with good and perilous works. Partner Nipper had not been able to keep her in the tavern kitchen. She had so systematized the work that she had many days and evenings free, and she had started a cooking class for farm girls and young farm wives who, caught between the provincial and the industrial generations, had learned neither good rural cooking with a wood fire, nor yet how to deal with canned goods and electric grills, and who most certainly had not learned how to combine so as to compel the tight-fisted little locally owned power and light companies to furnish electricity at tolerable rates. Heaven's sake, keep this quiet, but I'm getting acquainted with these country gals, getting ready for the day when we begin to organize against the corpus. I depend on them, not the well-to-do women that used to want suffrage but that can't endure the thought of revolution, Lorinda whispered to him. We've got to do something. All right, Lorinda B. Anthony, he sighed. And Carl Pascal stuck. At Polyco's garage, when he first saw Doremus after the jailing, he said, God, I was sorry to hear about their pinching you, Mr. Jessup. But say, aren't you ready to join us communists now? I thought there weren't any more bolos. Oh, we're supposed to be wiped out. But I guess you'll notice a few mysterious strikes starting now and then, even though there can't be any more strikes. Why aren't you joining us? There's where you belong, comrade. Look here, Carl, you've always said the difference between the socialists and the communists was that you believed in complete ownership of all means of production, not just utilities, and that you admitted the violent class war and the socialists didn't. That's poppycock. The real difference is that you communists serve Russia. It's your holy land. Well, Russia has all my prayers, right after the prayers for my family and for the chief, but what I'm interested in civilizing and protecting against its enemies isn't Russia but America. Is that so banal to say? Well, it wouldn't be banal for a Russian comrade to observe that he was for Russia. And America needs our propaganda more every day. Another thing, I'm a middle-class intellectual. I'd never call myself any such a damn silly thing, but since you Reds coined it, I'll have to accept it. That's my class, and that's what I'm interested in. The proletarians are probably noble fellows, but I certainly do not think that the interests of the middle-class intellectuals and the proletarians are the same. They want bread. We want, well, all right, say it, we want cake. And when you get a proletarian ambitious enough to want cake, too, why, in America, he becomes a middle-class intellectual just as fast as he can if he can. Look here, when you think of 3% of the people owning 90% of the wealth, I don't think of it. It does not follow that because a good many of the intellectuals belong to the 97% of the broke that plenty of actors and teachers and nurses and musicians don't get any better paid than stagehands or electricians, therefore their interests are the same. It isn't what you earn but how you spend it that fixes your class, whether you prefer bigger funeral services or more books. I'm tired of apologizing for not having a dirty neck. Honestly, Mr. Jessup, that's damn nonsense, and you know it. Is it? Well, it's my American covered wagon damn nonsense, and not the propaganda aeroplane damn nonsense of Marx and Moscow. Oh, you'll join us yet? Listen, Comrade Karl, Windrop and Hitler will join Stalin long before the descendants of Daniel Webster. You see, we don't like murder as a way of argument. That's what really marks the liberal. About his future father, Père Fix was brief. I'm going back to Canada where I belong, away to the freedom of the king. Hate to give up, Doremus, but I'm no Thomas A. Becket, but just a plain, scared, fat little clerk. The surprise among old acquaintances was Metairie Cole, the miller. A little younger than Francis Tasbra and R.C. Crowley, less intensely aristocratic than those noblemen, since only one generation separated him from a chin-whiskered Yankee farmer and not two, as with them, he had been their satellite at the country club and, as to solid virtue, been president of the Rotary Club. He had always considered Doremus a man who, without such excuse as being a Jew or a hunky or poor, was yet flippant about the sanctities of Main Street and Wall Street. They were neighbors, as Cole's Cape Cod cottage was just below Pleasant Hill, but they had not by habit been droppers in. Now, when Cole came bringing David home, or calling for his daughter Angela, David's new maid, toward supper time of a chilly fall evening, he stopped gratefully for a hot rum punch, and asked Doremus whether he really thought inflation was such a good thing. He burst out, one evening, "Jessup, there isn't another person in this town I'd dare say this to, not even my wife, but I'm getting awful sick of having these Minnie Mouses dictate where I have to buy my gunny sacks and what I can pay my men. I won't pretend I ever cared much for labor unions. But in those days, at least the union members did get some of the swag. Now it goes to support the MMS. We pay them and pay them big to bully us. It don't look so reasonable as it did in 1936. But, golly, don't tell anybody I said that." And Cole went off shaking his head, bewildered, he who had ecstatically voted for Mr. Winthrop. On a day in late October, suddenly striking in every city and village and backhill hideout, the corpus ended all crime in America forever, so titanic a feat that it was mentioned in the London Times. 70,000 selected Minutemen, working in combination with town and state police officers, all under the chiefs of the government Secret Service, arrested every known or faintly suspected criminal in the country. They were tried under court-martial procedure. 1 in 10 was shot immediately, 4 in 10 were given prison sentences, 3 in 10 released as innocent, and 2 in 10 taken into the MMS as inspectors. There were protests that at least 6 in 10 had been innocent, but this was adequately answered by Winthrop's courageous statement, "The way to stop crime is to stop it." The next day, Metairie Cole crowed at Doremus, "Sometimes I felt like criticizing certain features of corpo policy, but did you see what the chief did to the gangsters and racketeers? Wonderful. I've told you right along what this country's needed is a firm hand like Winthrop's. No shilly-shallying about that fellow. He saw that the way to stop crime was to just go out and stop it." Then was revealed the new American education, which, as Saracen so justly said, was to be ever so much newer than the new educations of Germany, Italy, Poland, or even Turkey. The authorities abruptly closed some scores of the smaller, more independent colleges such as Williams, Bowdoin, Oberlin, Georgetown, Antioch, Carleton, Lewis Institute, Commonwealth, Princeton, Swarthmore, Kenyon, all vastly different one from another but alike in not yet having entirely become machines. Few of the state universities were closed, they were merely to be absorbed by central corpo universities, one in each of the 8 provinces. But the government began with only 2. In the Metropolitan District, Winthrop University took over the Rockefeller Center and Empire State Buildings, with most of Central Park for playground. The second was Maccablin University, in Chicago and vicinity, using the buildings of Chicago and Northwestern Universities, and Jackson Park. President Hutchins of Chicago was rather unpleasant about the whole thing and declined to stay on as an assistant professor, so the authorities had politely to exile him. Tattlemongers suggested that the naming of the Chicago plant after Maccablin instead of Saracen suggested a beginning coolness between Saracen and Winthrop, but the two leaders were able to quash such canards by appearing together at the great reception given to Bishop Cannon by the Woman's Christian Temperance Union and being photographed shaking hands. Each of the 2 pioneer universities started with an enrollment of 50,000, making ridiculous the pre-corpo schools, none of which, in 1935, had more than 30,000 students. The enrollment was probably helped by the fact that anyone could enter upon presenting a certificate showing that he had completed 2 years in a high school or business college, and a recommendation from a corpo commissioner. Dr. Macablin pointed out that this founding of entirely new universities showed the enormous cultural superiority of the corpo state to the Nazis, Bolsheviks, and fascists. Where these amateurs in re-civilization had merely kicked out all treacherous so-called intellectual teachers who mulishly declined to teach physics, cookery, and geography according to the principles and facts laid down by the political bureaus, and the Nazis had merely added the sound measure of discharging Jews who dared attempt to teach medicine, the Americans were the first to start new and completely orthodox institutions, free from the very first of any taint of intellectualism. All corpo universities were to have the same curriculum, entirely practical and modern, free of all snobbish tradition. Entirely omitted were Greek, Latin, Sanskrit, Hebrew, biblical study, archaeology, philology, all history before 1500 except for one course which showed that, through the centuries, the key to civilization had been the defense of Anglo-Saxon purity against barbarians. Philosophy and its history, psychology, economics, anthropology were retained, but, to avoid the superstitious errors in ordinary textbooks, they were to be conned only in new books prepared by able young scholars under the direction of Dr. Macablin. Students were encouraged to read, speak, and try to write modern languages, but they were not to waste their time on the so-called literature. Reprints from recent newspapers were used instead of antiquated fiction and sentimental poetry. As regards English, some study of literature was permitted, to supply quotations for political speeches, but the chief courses were in advertising, party journalism, and business correspondence, and no authors before 1800 might be mentioned, except Shakespeare and Milton. In the realm of so-called pure science, it was realized that only too much and too confusing research had already been done, but no pre-corpo university had ever shown such a wealth of courses in mining engineering, lakeshore cottage architecture, modern foremanship and production methods, exhibition gymnastics, the higher accountancy, therapeutics of athlete's foot, canning and fruit dehydration, kindergarten training, organization of chess, checkers and bridge tournaments, cultivation of willpower, band music for mass meetings, schnauzer breeding, stainless steel formulae, cement road construction, and all other really useful subjects for the formation of the New World mind and character. And no scholastic institution, even West Point, had ever so richly recognized sport as not a subsidiary but a primary department of scholarship. All the more familiar games were earnestly taught, and to them were added the most absorbing speed contests in infantry drill, aviation, bombing, and operation of tanks, armored cars, and machine guns. All of these carried academic credits, though students were urged not to elect sports for more than 1/3 of their credits. What really showed the difference from old foggy inefficiency was that with the educational speed up of the corpo universities, any bright lad could graduate in 2 years. As he read the prospectuses for these Olympian, these Ringling Barnum and Bailey universities, Doremus remembered that Victor Loveland, who a year ago had taught Greek in a little college called Isaiah, was now grinding out reading and arithmetic in a corpo labor camp in Maine. Oh well, Isaiah itself had been closed, and its former president, Dr. Owen J. Peasley, district director of education, was to be right-hand man to Professor Almeric Trout when they founded the University of the Northeastern Province, which was to supplant Harvard, Radcliffe, Boston University, and Brown. He was already working on the University Yale, and for that project had sent out letters to 167 of the more prominent poets in America, asking for suggestions. 21. It was not only the November sleet, setting up a forbidding curtain before the mountains, turning the roadways into slipperiness on which a car would swing around and crash into poles, that kept Doremus stubbornly at home that morning, sitting on his shoulder blades before the fireplace. It was the feeling that there was no point in going to the office, no chance even of a picturesque fight. But he was not contented before the fire. He could find no authentic news even in the papers from Boston or New York, in both of which the morning papers had been combined by the government into one sheet, rich in comic strips, in syndicated gossip from Hollywood, and, indeed, lacking only any news. He cursed, threw down the New York Daily Corporate, and tried to read a new novel about a lady whose husband was indelicate in bed and who was too absorbed by the novels he wrote about lady novelists whose husbands were too absorbed by the novels they wrote about lady novelists to appreciate the fine sensibilities of lady novelists who wrote about gentlemen novelists anyway. He chucked the book after the newspaper. The lady's woes didn't seem very important now, in a burning world. He could hear Emma in the kitchen discussing with Mrs. Candy the best way of making a chicken pie. They talked without relief, really, they were not so much talking as thinking aloud. Doremus admitted that the nice making of a chicken pie was a thing of consequence, but the blur of voices irritated him. Then Sissy slammed into the room, and Sissy should an hour ago have been at high school, where she was a senior to graduate next year and possibly go to some new and horrible provincial university. What ho? What are you doing home? Why aren't you in school? Oh. That. She squatted on the padded fender seat, chin in hands, looking up at him, not seeing him. I don't know as I'll ever go there anymore. You have to repeat a new oath every morning. I pledge myself to serve the corporate state, the chief, all commissioners, the mystic will, and the troops of the republic in every thought and deed. Now I ask you. Is that tripe? How you going to get into the university? Huh? Smile at Professor Stogmeyer if it doesn't gag me. Oh, well he could not think of anything meatier to say. The doorbell, a shuffling in the hall as of snowy feet, and Julian Falk came sheepishly in. Sissy snapped, well, I'll be what are you doing home? Why aren't you in Amherst? Oh. That. He squatted beside her. He absently held her hand, and she did not seem to notice it, either. Amherst's got hers. Corpus closing it today. I got tipped off last Saturday and beat it. To Doremus, well, sir, I think you'll have to find a place for me on the Informer, wiping presses. Could you? Afraid not, boy. Give anything if I could. But I'm a prisoner there. God. Just having to say that makes me appreciate what a rotten position I have. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I understand, of course. Well, I don't just know what I am going to do. Remember back in 33 and 34 and 35 how many good eggs there were, and some of them medics and law graduates and trained engineers and so on that simply couldn't get a job? Well, it's worse now. I looked over Amherst, and had a try at Springfield, and I been here in town 2 days. I'd hoped to have something before I saw you, sis. Why, I even asked Mrs. Pike if she didn't need somebody to wash dishes at the tavern, but so far there isn't a thing. Young gentleman, 2 years in college, 99.3 pure and thorough knowledge, 39 articles, able drive car, teach tennis and contract, amiable disposition, desires position digging ditches. You will get something. I'll see you do, my poppet, insisted Sissy. She was less modernistic and cold with Julian now than Doremus had thought her. Thanks, sis, but honest to God I hope I'm not whining, but looks like I'd either have to enlist in the lousy MMS, or go to a labor camp. I can't stay home and sponge on Grandad. The poor old Reverend hasn't got enough to keep a pussycat in face powder. Look it. Look it. Sissy clinched with Julian and bussed him, unabashed. I've got an idea, a new stunt. You know, one of these new careers for youth things. Listen. Last summer there was a friend of Lindy Pike's staying with her, and she was an interior decorator from Buffalo, and she said they have a hell of a time getting real, genuine, old hand-hewn beams that everybody wants so much now in these phony old English suburban living rooms. Well, look. Round here there's 10 million old barns with hand-adzed beams just falling down. Farmers probably be glad to have you haul 'em off. I kind of thought about it for myself, being an architect, you know, and John Polico said he'd sell me a swell, dirty-looking old 5-ton truck for $400 in pre-inflation real money, I mean, and on time. Let's you and me try a load of assorted fancy beams. Swell, said Julian. Well, said Doremus. Come on. Sissy leaped up. Let's go ask Lindy what she thinks. She's the only one in this family that's got any business sense. I don't seem to hanker much after going out there in this weather, nasty roads, Doremus puffed. Nonsense, Doremus. With Julian driving? He's a poor speller and his backhand is fierce, but as a driver, he's better than I am. Why, it's a pleasure to skid with him. Come on. Hey, mother. We'll be back in an hour or two. If Emma ever got beyond her distant, why, I thought you were in school, already, none of the three musketeers heard it. They were bundling up and crawling out into the sleet. Lorinda Pike was in the tavern kitchen, in a calico print with rolled sleeves, dipping donuts into deep fat, a picture right out of the romantic days when a female who had brought up 11 children and been midwife to dozens of cows was regarded as too fragile to vote. She was ruddy-faced from the stove, but she cocked a lively eye at them, and her greeting was, "Have a donut?" Good. She led them from the kitchen with its attendant and eavesdropping horde of a Canuck kitchen maid and 2 cats, and they sat in the beautiful butler's pantry, with its shelved rows of Italian majolica plates and cups and saucers entirely unsuitable to Vermont, attesting a certain artiness in Lorinda, yet by their cleanness and order revealing her as a sound worker. Sissy sketched her plan behind the statistics. There was an agreeable picture of herself and Julian, gypsies in khaki, on the seat of a gypsy truck, peddling silvery old pine rafters. Nope. Not a chance, said Lorinda regretfully. The expensive suburban villa business, oh, it isn't gone. There's a surprising number of middlemen and professional men who are doing quite well out of having their wealth taken away and distributed to the masses. But all the building is in the hands of contractors who are in politics. Good old Winthrop is so consistently American that he's kept up all our traditional graft, even if he has thrown out all our traditional independence. They wouldn't leave you 1 cent profit. She's probably right, said Doremus. Be the first time I ever was, then, sniffed Lorinda. Why, I was so simple that I thought women voters knew men too well to fall for noble words on the radio. They sat in the sedan, outside the tavern, Julian and Sissy in front, Doremus in the back seat, dignified and miserable in mummy swattings. That's that, said Sissy. Swell period for young dreamers the dictators brought in. You can march to military bands, or you can sit home, or you can go to prison. Primavera di bellezza. Yes. Well, I'll find something to do. Sissy, are you going to marry me soon as I get a job? Before, if you want to. Though marriage seems to me absolute rot now, Julian. They can't go and let us see that every doggone one of our old institutions is a rotten fake, the way church and state and everything has laid down to the corpus, and still expect us to think they're so hot. But for unformed minds like your grandfather and Doremus, I suppose we'll have to pretend to believe that the preachers who stand for Big Chief Winthrop are still so sanctified that they can sell God's license to love. But anyway, we're not going to have any kids. Oh, I like children. I'd like to have a dozen of the little devils around. But if people have gone so soft and turned the world over to stuffed shirts and dictators, they needn't expect any decent woman to bring children into such an insane asylum. Why, the more you really do love children, the more you'll want them not to be born, now. Julian boasted, in a manner quite as lover-like and naive as that of any suitor 100 years ago, yes. But just the same, we'll be having children. Hell. I suppose so, said the golden girl. It was the unconsidered Doremus who found a job for Julian. Old Dr. Marcus Olmsted was trying to steel himself to carry on the work of his sometime partner, Fowler Greenhill. He was not strong enough for much winter driving, and so hotly now did he hate the murderers of his friend that he would not take on any youngster who was in the MMS or who had half acknowledged their authority by going to a labor camp. So Julian was chosen to drive him, night and day, and presently to help him by giving anesthetic, bandaging hurt legs, and the Julian who had within 1 week decided that he wanted to be an aviator, a music critic, an air conditioning engineer, an archaeologist excavating in Yucatan, was dead set on medicine and replaced for Doremus his dead doctor's son-in-law. And Doremus heard Julian and Sissy boasting and squabbling and squeaking in the half-lighted parlor, and from them and from David and Lorinda and Buck Titus got resolution enough to go on in the informer office without choking Stogmeyer to death. 22. D. December 10 was the birthday of Berzelius Winthrop, though in his earlier days as a politician, before he fruitfully realized that lies sometimes get printed and unjustly remembered against you, he had been wont to tell the world that his birthday was on December 25, like one whom he admitted to be an even greater leader, and to shout, with real tears in his eyes, that his complete name was Berzelius Noel Vanacht Winthrop. His birthday in 1937 he commemorated by the Historical Order of Regulation, which stated that though the corporate government had proved both its stability and its goodwill, there were still certain stupid or vicious elements who, in their foul envy of corpo success, wanted to destroy everything that was good. The kind-hearted government was fed up, and the country was informed that, from this day on, any person who by word or act sought to harm or discredit the state, would be executed or interned. Inasmuch as the prisons were already too full, both for these slanderous criminals and for the persons whom the kind-hearted state had to guard by protective arrest, there were immediately to be opened, all over the country, concentration camps. Doremus guessed that the reason for the concentration camps was not only the provision of extra room for victims but, even more, the provision of places where the livelier young MMS could amuse themselves without interference from old-time professional policemen and prison keepers, most of whom regarded their charges not as enemies, to be tortured, but just as cattle, to be kept safely. On the 11th, a concentration camp was enthusiastically opened, with band music, paper flowers and speeches by District Commissioner Reek and Shad Leju, at Trianon, 9 miles north of Fort Beulah, in what had been a modern experimental school for girls. And on that day and every day afterward, Doremus got from journalist friends all over the country secret news of corpo terrorism and of the first bloody rebellions against the corpus. In Arkansas, a group of 96 former sharecroppers, who had always bell-yawked about their misfortunes yet seemed not a bit happier in well-run, hygienic labor camps with free weekly band concerts, attacked the superintendent's office at one camp and killed the superintendent and 5 assistants. They were rounded up by an MM regiment from Little Rock, stood up in a winter ragged cornfield, told to run, and shot in the back with machine guns as they comically staggered away. In San Francisco, dock workers tried to start an absolutely illegal strike, and their leaders, known to be communists, were so treasonable in their speeches against the government that an MM commander had 3 of them tied up to a bale of rattan, which was soaked with oil and set afire. The commander gave warning to all such malcontents by shooting off the criminals' fingers and ears while they were burning, and so skilled a marksman was he, so much credit to the efficient MM training, that he did not kill one single man while thus trimming them up. He afterward went in search of Tom Mooney, but that notorious anti-corpo agitator had had the fear of God put into him properly, and had escaped on a schooner for Tahiti. In Pawtucket, a man who ought to have been free from the rotten seditious notions of such so-called labor leaders, in fact a man who was a fashionable dentist and director in a bank, absurdly resented the attentions which half a dozen uniformed MMS, they were all on leave, and merely full of youthful spirits, anyway bestowed upon his wife at a cafe and, in the confusion, shot and killed 3 of them. Ordinarily, since it was none of the public's business anyway, the MMS did not give out details of their disciplining of rebels, but in this case, where the fool of a dentist had shown himself to be a homicidal maniac, the local MM commander permitted the papers to print the fact that the dentist had been given 69 lashes with a flexible steel rod, then, when he came to, left to think over his murderous idiocy in a cell in which there was 2 feet of water in the bottom but, rather ironically, none to drink. Unfortunately, the fellow died before having the opportunity to seek religious consolation. In Scranton, the Catholic pastor of a working-class church was kidnapped and beaten. In central Kansas, a man named George W. Smith pointlessly gathered a couple of hundred farmers armed with shotguns and sporting rifles and an absurdly few automatic pistols, and led them in burning an barracks. Tanks were called out, and the hick would-be rebels were not, this time, used as warnings, but were overcome with mustard gas, then disposed of with hand grenades, which was an altogether intelligent move, since there was nothing of the scoundrels left for sentimental relatives to bury and make propaganda over. But in New York City the case was the opposite. Instead of being thus surprised, the MMS rounded up all suspected communists in the former boroughs of Manhattan and the Bronx, and all persons who were reported to have been seen consorting with such communists, and interned a lot of them in the 19 concentration camps on Long Island. Most of them wailed that they were not communists at all. For the first time in America, except during the Civil War and the World War, people were afraid to say whatever came to their tongues. On the streets, on trains, at theaters, men looked about to see who might be listening before they dared so much as say there was a drought in the West, for someone might suppose they were blaming the drought on the chief. They were particularly skittish about waiters, who were supposed to listen from the ambush which every waiter carries about with him anyway, and to report to the MMS. People who could not resist talking politics spoke of Winthrop as Colonel Robinson or Dr. Brown, and of Saracen as Judge Jones or my cousin Casper, and you would hear gossips hissing shhh, at the seemingly innocent statement, my cousin doesn't seem to be as keen on playing bridge with the doctor as he used to. I'll bet sometime they'll quit playing. Every moment everyone felt fear, nameless and omnipresent. They were as jumpy as men in a plague district. Any sudden sound, any unexplained footstep, any unfamiliar script on an envelope, made them startle, and for months they never felt secure enough to let themselves go, in complete sleep. And with the coming of fear went out their pride. Daily common now as weather reports were the rumors of people who had suddenly been carried off under protective arrest, and daily more of them were celebrities. At first the MMS had, outside of the one stroke against Congress, dared to arrest only the unknown and defenseless. Now, incredulously, for these leaders had seemed invulnerable, above the ordinary law. You heard of judges, army officers, ex-state governors, bankers who had not played in with the corpus, Jewish lawyers who had been ambassadors, being carted off to the common stink and mud of the cells. To the journalist Doremus and his family it was not least interesting that among these imprisoned celebrities were so many journalists: Raymond Moley, Frank Simons, Frank Kent, Haywood Broun, Mark Sullivan, Earl Browder, Franklin P. Adams, George Seldes, Fraser Hunt, Garrett Garrett, Granville Hicks, Edwin James, Robert Morse's Lovett, men who differed grotesquely except in their common dislike of being little disciples of Saracen and Macablin. Few writers for Hearst were arrested, however. The plague came nearer to Doremus when unrenowned editors in Lowell and Providence and Albany, who had done nothing more than fail to be enthusiastic about the corpus, were taken away for questioning, and not released for weeks, months. It came much nearer at the time of the book burning. All over the country, books that might threaten the Pax Romana of the corporate state were gleefully being burned by the more scholarly minute men. This form of safeguarding the state, so modern that it had scarce been known prior to AD 1300, was instituted by Secretary of Culture Macablin, but in each province the Crusaders were allowed to have the fun of picking out their own paper and ink traders. In the northeastern province, Judge Effingham Swan and Dr. Owen J. Peaslee were appointed censors by Commissioner Dewey Hike, and their index was lyrically praised all through the country. For Swan saw that it was not such obvious anarchists and soreheads as Darrow, Stephens, Norman Thomas, who were the real danger. Like rattlesnakes, their noisiness betrayed their venom. The real enemies were men whose sanctification by death had appallingly permitted them to sneak even into respectable school libraries, men so perverse that they had been traitors to the Corpo State years and years before there had been any Corpo State, and Swan barred from all sale or possession the books of Thoreau, Emerson, Whittier, Whitman, Mark Twain, Howells, and The New Freedom, by Woodrow Wilson, for though in later life Wilson became a sound manipulative politician, he had earlier been troubled with itching ideals. It goes without saying that Swann denounced all such atheistic foreigners, dead or alive, as Wells, Marx, Shaw, the Mann brothers, Tolstoy and P.G. Wodehouse with his unscrupulous propaganda against the aristocratic tradition. And in one item Swann showed blinding genius. He had the foresight to see the peril of that cynical volume, The Collected Sayings of Will Rogers. Of the book burnings in Syracuse and Schenectady and Hartford, Doremus had heard, but they seemed improbable as ghost stories. The Jessup family were at dinner, just after 7, when on the porch they heard the tramping they had half expected, altogether dreaded. Mrs. Candy, even the icicle, Mrs. Candy, held her breast in agitation before she stalked out to open the door. Even David sat at table, spoon suspended in air. Shad's voice, in the name of the chief. Harsh feet in the hall, and Shad waddling into the dining room, cap on, hand on pistol, but grinning, and with leering geniality bawling, "Are ya, folks? Search for bad books. Orders of the district commissioner. Come on, Jessup." He looked at the fireplace to which he had once brought so many armfuls of wood, and snickered. "If you'll just sit down in the other room I will like hell just sit down in the other room. We're burning the books tonight? Snap to it, Jessup." Shad looked at the exasperated Emma, he looked at Sissy, he winked with heavy deliberation and chuckled, "Are you, Miss Jessup? Hello, sis. How's the kid?" But at Mary Greenhill he did not look, nor she at him. In the hall, Doremus found Shad's entourage, 4 sheepish MMS and a more sheepish Emil Stogmeyer, who whimpered, "Just orders, you know, just orders." Doremus safely said nothing, led them up to his study. Now a week before he had removed every publication that any sane corpo could consider radical, his Das Kapital and Veblen and all the Russian novels and even Sumner's Folkways and Freud's Civilization and its Discontents, Thoreau and the other hoary scoundrels banned by Swann, old files of The Nation and New Republic and such copies as he had been able to get of Walt Trowbridge's Lance for Democracy, had removed them and hidden them inside an old horsehair sofa in the upper hall. "I told you there was nothing," said Stogmeyer, after the search. "Let's go," said Shad. "Huh. I know this house, Ensign. I used to work here, had the privilege of putting up those storm windows you can see there, and of getting bawled out right here in this room. You won't remember those times, Doc, when I used to mow your lawn, too, and you used to be so snotty." Stogmeyer blushed. "You bet. I know my way around, and there's a lot of fool books downstairs in the sit-in room. Indeed, in that apartment variously called the drawing room, the living room, the sit-in room, the parlor, and once, even, by a spinster who thought editors were romantic, the studio, there were 200 or 300 volumes, mostly in standard sets." Shad glumly stared at them, the while he rubbed the faded Brussels carpet with his spurs. He was worried. He had to find something seditious. He pointed at Doremus's dearest treasure, the 34-volume extra-illustrated edition of Dickens which had been his father's, and his father's only insane extravagance. Shad demanded of Stogmeyer, "That guy Dickens, didn't he do a lot of complaining about conditions, about schools and the police and everything?" Stogmeyer protested, "Yes, but Shad, but, Captain Ledoux, that was 100 years ago, makes no difference. Dead skunk stinks worse than a live one." Doremus cried, "Yes, but not for 100 years. Besides, the MMS, obeying Shad's gesture, were already yanking the volumes of Dickens from the shelves, dropping them on the floor, covers cracking." Doremus seized an MMS arm, from the door Sissy shrieked. Shad lumbered up to him, enormous red fist at Doremus's nose, growling, "Want to get the daylights beaten out of you now, instead of later." Doremus and Sissy, side by side on a couch, watched the books thrown in a heap. He grasped her hand, muttering to her, "Hush, hush." Oh, Sissy was a pretty girl, and young, but a pretty girl schoolteacher had been attacked, her clothes stripped off, and been left in the snow just south of town, 2 nights ago. Doremus could not have stayed away from the book burning. It was like seeing for the last time the face of a dead friend. Kindling, excelsior, and spruce logs had been heaped on the thin snow on the green. Round the pyre danced MMS schoolboys, students from the rather ratty business college on Elm Street, and unknown farm lads, seizing books from the pile guarded by the broadly cheerful Shad and skimming them into the flames. Doremus saw his Martin Hazelwood fly into air and land on the burning lid of an ancient commode. It lay there open to a fizz drawing of Sarah Gamp, which withered instantly. As a small boy he had always laughed over that drawing. He saw the old rector, Mr. Falk, squeezing his hands together. When Doremus touched his shoulder, Mr. Falk mourned, "They took away my urn burial, my Imitatio Christi. I don't know why, I don't know why. And they're burning them there." Who owned them, Doremus did not know, nor why they had been seized, but he saw Alice in Wonderland and Omar Khayyam and Shelley and The Man Who Was Thursday and A Farewell to Arms all burning together, to the greater glory of the dictator and the greater enlightenment of his people. The fire was almost over when Karl Pascal pushed up to Shad Leju and shouted, "I hear you stinkers, I been out driving a guy, and I hear you raided my room and took off my books while I was away." "You bet we did, comrade. And you're burning them, burning my—" "Oh no, comrade. Not burning em. Worth to blame much, comrade." Shad laughed very much. "They're at the police station. We've just been waiting for you. It was awful nice to find all your little communist books. Here. Take him along." So Karl Pascal was the first prisoner to go from Fort Beulah to the Trianon concentration camp. No, that's wrong, the second. The first, so inconspicuous that one almost forgets him, was an ordinary fellow, an electrician who had never so much as spoken of politics. Braden, his name was. A Minuteman who stood well with Shad and Stockmeyer wanted Braden's job. Braden went to concentration camp. Braden was flogged when he declared, under Shad's questioning, that he knew nothing about any plots against the chief. Braden died, alone in a dark cell, before January. An English globe-trotter who gave up 2 weeks of December to a thorough study of conditions in America, wrote to his London paper, and later said on the wireless for the BBC, "After a thorough glance at America I find that, far from there being any discontent with the Corpo administration among the people, they have never been so happy and so resolutely set on making a brave new world." I asked a very prominent Hebrew banker about the assertions that his people were being oppressed, and he assured me, "When we hear about such silly rumors, we are highly amused." 23. D. Ormuz was nervous. The Minutemen had come, not with Shad but with Emil and a strange battalion leader from Hanover, to examine the private letters in his study. They were polite enough, but alarmingly thorough. Then he knew, from the disorder in his desk at the Informer, that someone had gone over his papers there. Emil avoided him at the office. Doremus was called to Shad's office and gruffly questioned about correspondence which some denouncer had reported his having with the agents of Walt Trowbridge. So Doremus was nervous. So Doremus was certain that his time for going to concentration camp was coming. He glanced back at every stranger who seemed to be following him on the street. The fruitman, Tony Magliani, flowery advocate of Winthrop, of Mussolini and of tobacco quid as a cure for cuts and burns, asked him too many questions about his plans for the time when he should get through on the paper, and once a tramp tried to quiz Mrs. Candy, meantime peering at the pantry shelves, perhaps to see if there was any sign of their being understocked, as if for closing the house and fleeing. But perhaps the tramp really was a tramp. In the office, in mid-afternoon, Doremus had a telephone call from that scholar farmer, Buck Titus. "Going to be home this evening, about 9? Good. Got to see you. Important. Say, see if you can have all your family and Linda Pike and young Falk there, too, will you? Got an idea. Important. As important ideas, just now, usually concerned being imprisoned, Doremus and his women waited jumpily. Lorinda came in twittering, for the sight of Emma always did make her twitter a little, and in Lorinda there was no relief. Julian came in shyly, and there was no relief in Julian. Mrs. Candy brought in unsolicited tea with a dash of rum, and in her was some relief, but it was all a dullness of fidgety waiting till Buck slammed in, 10 minutes late and very snowy. "Sore keep waiting, but I been telephoning. Here's some news you won't have even in the office yet, Dormouse. The forest fire's getting nearer. This afternoon they arrested the editor of the Rutland Herald. No charge laid against him yet, no publicity. I got it from a commission merchant I deal with in Rutland. You're next, Doremus. I reckon they've just been laying off you till Stogmeyer picked your brains. Or maybe Leju has some nice idea about torturing you by keeping you waiting. Anyway, you've got to get out. And tomorrow? To Canada. To stay. By automobile. No can do by plane anymore. Canadian government stopped that. You and Emma and Mary and Dave and Sis and the whole damn shooting match, and maybe Foolish and Mrs. Candy and the Canary. Couldn't possibly. Take me weeks to realize on what investments I've got. Guess I could raise 20,000, but it'd take weeks. Sign 'em over to me, if you trust me, and you better. I can cash in everything better than you can stand in with the corpus. Better been selling 'em horses, and they think I'm the kind of loudmouthed walking gent that will join 'em. I've got 1,500 Canadian dollars for you right here in my pocket, for a starter. We'd never get across the border. The MMS are watching every inch, just looking for suspects like me. I've got a Canadian driver's license, and Canadian registration plates ready to put on my car. Will take mine less suspicious. I can look like a real farmer, that's because I am one. I guess I'm going to drive you all, by the way. I got the plates smuggled in underneath the bottles in a case of ale. So we're all set, and we'll start tomorrow night. If the weather isn't too clear, hope there'll be snow. But Buck. Good Lord. I'm not going to flee. I'm not guilty of anything. I haven't anything to flee for. Just your life, my boy, just your life. I'm not afraid of 'em. Oh yes you are. Oh well, if you look at it that way, probably I am. But I'm not going to let a bunch of lunatics and gunmen drive me out of the country that I and my ancestors made." Emma choked with the effort to think of something convincing. Mary seemed without tears to be weeping. Sissy squeaked. Julian and Lorinda started to speak and interrupted each other, and it was the uninvited Mrs. Candy who, from the doorway, led off. "Now isn't that like a man? Stubborn as mules. All of 'em. Every one. And show-offs, the whole lot of 'em. Course you just wouldn't stop and think how your women folks will feel if you get took off and shot. You just stand in front of the locomotive and claim that because you were on the section gang that built the track, you got more right there than the engine has, and then when it's gone over you and gone away, you expect us all to think what a hero you were. Well, maybe some call it being a hero, but well, confound it all of you picking on me and trying to get me all mixed up and not carry out my duty to the state as I see it. You're over 60, Doremus. Maybe a lot of us can do our duty better now from Canada than we can here, like Walt Trowbridge," besought Lorinda. Emma looked at her friend Lorinda with no particular affection. But to let the corpus steal the country and nobody protest? No. That's the kind of argument that sent a few million out to die, to make the world safe for democracy and a cinch for fascism, scoffed Buck. "Dad. Come with us. Because we can't go without you. And I'm getting scared here." Sissy sounded scared, too, Sissy the unconquerable. "This afternoon Shad stopped me on the street and wanted me to go out with him. He tickled my chin, the little darling. But honestly, the way he smirked, as if he was so sure of me, I got scared. I'll get a shotgun and why, I'll kill the dirty wait'll I get my hands on," cried Doremus, Julian, and Buck, all together, and glared at one another, then looked sheepish as Foolish barked at the racket, and Mrs. Candy, leaning like a frozen codfish against the door jamb, snorted, "Some more locomotive batters." Doremus laughed. For one only time in his life he showed genius, for he consented, "All right. We'll go. But just imagine that I'm a man of strong willpower and I'm taking all night to be convinced. We'll start tomorrow night." What he did not say was that he planned, the moment he had his family safe in Canada, with money in the bank and perhaps a job to amuse Sissy, to run away from them and come back to his proper fight. He would at least kill Shad before he got killed himself. It was only a week before Christmas, a holiday always greeted with good cheer and quantities of colored ribbons in the Jessup household, and that wild day of preparing for flight had a queer Christmas joyfulness. To dodge suspicion, Doremus spent most of the time at the office, and 100 times it seemed that Stogmeyer was glancing at him with just the ruler-threatening hidden ire he had used on whisperers and like young criminals in school. But he took off 2 hours at lunchtime, and he went home early in the afternoon, and his long depression was gone in the prospect of Canada and freedom, in an excited inspection of clothes that was like preparation for a fishing trip. They worked upstairs, behind drawn blinds, feeling like spies in an E. Phillips Oppenheim story, beleaguered in the dark and stone-floored ducal bedroom of an ancient inn just beyond Gras. Downstairs, Mrs. Candy was pretentiously busy looking normal after their flight. She and the Canary were to remain and she was to be surprised when the MMS reported that the Jessups seemed to have escaped. Doremus had drawn 500 from each of the local banks, late that afternoon, telling them that he was thinking of taking an option on an apple orchard. He was too well trained a domestic animal to be raucously amused, but he could not help observing that while he himself was taking on the flight to Egypt only all the money he could get hold of, plus cigarettes, 6 handkerchiefs, 2 extra pairs of socks, a comb, a toothbrush, and the first volume of Spengler's Decline of the West. Decidedly it was not his favorite book, but one he had been trying to make himself read for years, on train journeys while, in fact, he took nothing that he could not stuff into his overcoat pockets. Sissy apparently had need of all her newest lingerie and of a large framed picture of Julian, Emma of a Kodak album showing the 3 children from the ages of 1 to 20, David of his new model aeroplane, and Mary of her still, dark hatred that was heavier to carry than many chests. Julian and Lorinda were there to help them, Julian off in corners with Sissy. With Lorinda, Doremus had but one free moment, in the old-fashioned guest bathroom. "Linda. Oh, Lord. We'll come through. In Canada you'll have time to catch your breath. Join Trowbridge." "Yes, but to leave you I'd hoped somehow, by some miracle, you and I could have maybe a month together, say in Monterey or Venice or the Yellowstone. I hate it when life doesn't seem to stick together and get somewhere and have some plan and meaning. It's had meaning. No dictator can completely smother us now. Come. Goodbye, my Linda." Not even now did he alarm her by confessing that he planned to come back, into danger. Embracing beside an aged tin-lined bathtub with woodwork painted a dreary brown, in a room which smelled slightly of gas from an old hot water heater embracing in sunset-colored mist upon a mountain top. Darkness, edged wind, wickedly deliberate snow, and in it Buck Titus boisterously cheerful in his veteran nash, looking as farmer-like as he could, in sealskin cap with rubbed bare patches and an atrocious dogskin overcoat. Doremus thought of him again as a Captain Charles King cavalryman chasing the Sioux across blizzard-blinded prairies. They packed alarmingly into the car, Mary beside Buck, the driver, in the back, Doremus between Emma and Sissy, on the floor, David and Foolish and the toy aeroplane indistinguishably curled up together beneath a robe. Trunk rack and front fenders were heaped with tarpaulin-covered suitcases. "Lord, I wish I were going," moaned Julian. "Look. Sis. Grand spy story idea. But I mean seriously, send souvenir postcards to my granddad, views of churches and so on, just sign M. Jane, and whatever you say about the church, I'll know you really mean it about you, and oh, damn all mystery. I want you, Sissy." Mrs. Candy whisked a bundle in among the already intolerable mess of baggage which promised to descend on Doramis's knees and David's head, and she snapped, "Well, if you folks must go flyin' around the country, it's a coconut layer cake." Savagely, "Soon's you get around the corner, throw the fool thing in the ditch if you want to." She fled sobbing into the kitchen, where Lorinda stood in the lighted doorway, silent, her trembling hands out to them. The car was already lurching in the snow before they had sneaked through Fort Beulah by shadowy back streets and started streaking northward. Sissy sang out cheerily, "Well, Christmas in Canada. Skittles and beer and lots of holly." "Oh, do they have Santa Claus in Canada?" came David's voice, wondering, childish, slightly muffled by lap robe and the furry ears of Foolish. "Of course they do, dearie." Emma reassured him, and, to the grown-ups, now wasn't that the cutest thing? To Doramus, Sissy whispered, "Darn well ought to be cute. Took me 10 minutes to teach him to say it, this afternoon. Hold my hand. I hope Buck knows how to drive." Buck Titus knew every back road from Fort Beulah to the border, preferably in filthy weather, like tonight. Beyond Trianon he pulled the car up deep rutted roads, on which you would have to back if you were to pass anyone. Up grades on which the car knocked and panted, into lonely hills, by a zigzag of roads, they jerked toward Canada. Wet snow sheathed the windshield, then froze, and Buck had to drive with his head thrust out through the open window, and the blast came in and circled round their stiff necks. Doramus could see nothing save the back of Buck's twisted, taut neck, and the icy windshield, most of the time. Just now and then a light far below the level of the road indicated that they were sliding along a shelf road, and if they skidded off, they would keep going 100 feet, 200 feet, downward, probably turning over and over. Once they did skid, and while they panted in an eternity of 4 seconds, Buck yanked the car up a bank beside the road, down to the left again, and finally straight, speeding on as if nothing had happened, while Doramus felt feeble in the knees. For a long while he kept going, rigid with fear, but he sank into misery, too cold and deaf to feel anything except a slow desire to vomit as the car lurched. Probably he slept at least. He awakened, and awakened to a sensation of pushing the car anxiously uphill, as she bucked and stuttered in the effort to make a slippery rise. Suppose the engine died, suppose the brakes would not hold and they slid back downhill, reeling, bursting off the road and down. A great many suppositions tortured him, hour by hour. Then he tried being awake and bright and helpful. He noticed that the ice-lined windshield, illuminated from the light on the snow ahead, was a sheet of diamonds. He noticed it, but he couldn't get himself to think much of diamonds, even in sheets. He tried conversation. "Cheer up. Breakfast at dawn across the border," he tried on Sissy. "Breakfast," she said bitterly. And they crunched on, in that moving coffin with only the sheet of diamonds and Buck's silhouette alive in all the world. After unnumbered hours the car reared and tumbled and reared again. The motor raced, its sound rose to an intolerable roaring, yet the car seemed not to be moving. The motor stopped abruptly. Buck cursed, popped his head back into the car like a turtle, and the starter ground long and whiningly. The motor again roared, again stopped. They could hear stiff branches rattling, hear Foolish moaning in sleep. The car was a storm-menaced cabin in the wilderness. The silence seemed waiting, as they were waiting. "Strubble," said Doramus. "Stuck. No traction. Hit a drift of wet snow drainage from a busted culvert, ish think. Hell. Have to get out and take a look." Outside the car, as Doramus crept down from the slippery running board, it was cold in a vicious wind. He was so stiff he could scarcely stand. As people do, feeling important and advisory, Doramus looked at the drift with an electric torch, and Sissy looked at the drift with the torch, and Buck impatiently took the torch away from them and looked twice. "Get some and brush would help," said Sissy and Buck together, while Doramus rubbed his chilly ears. They three trotted back and forth with fragments of brush, laying it in front of the wheels, while Mary politely asked from within, Can I help? And no one seemed particularly to have answered her. The headlights picked out an abandoned shack beside the road, an unpainted gray pine cabin with broken window glass and no door. Emma, sighing her way out of the car and stepping through the lumpy snow as delicately as a pacer at a horse show, said humbly, "That little house there, maybe I could go in and make some hot coffee on the alcohol stove didn't have room for a thermos." Hot coffee, Dormouse. To Doremus she sounded, just now, not at all like a wife, but as sensible as Mrs. Candy. When the car did kick its way up on the pathway of twigs and stand panting safely beyond the drift, they had, in the sheltered shack, coffee with slabs of Mrs. Candy's voluptuous coconut cake. Doremus pondered, "This is a nice place. I like this place. It doesn't bounce or skid. I don't want to leave this place." He did. The secure immobility of the shack was behind them, dark miles behind, and they were again pitching and rolling and being sick and inescapably chilly. David was alternately crying and going back to sleep. Foolish woke up to cough inquiringly and returned to his dream of rabbiting. And Doremus was sleeping, his head swaying like a masthead in long rollers, his shoulder against Emma's, his hand warm about Sissy's, and his soul in nameless bliss. He roused to a half-dawn filmy with snow. The car was standing in what seemed to be a crossroads hamlet, and Buck was examining a map by the light of the electric torch. "Got anywhere yet?" Doremus whispered. "Just a few miles to the border." "Anybody stopped us?" "Nope." "Oh, we'll make it, all right, oh man." Out of East Berkshire, Buck took not the main road to the border but an old wood lane so little used that the ruts were twin snakes. Though Doremus said nothing, the others felt his intensity, his anxiety that was like listening for an enemy in the dark. David sat up, the blue motor robe about him. Foolish started, snorted, looked offended but, catching the spirit of the moment, comfortingly laid a paw on Doremus's knee and insisted on shaking hands, over and over, as gravely as a Venetian senator or an undertaker. They dropped into the dimness of a tree-walled hollow. A searchlight darted, and rested hotly on them, so dazzling them that Buck almost ran off the road. "Confound it," he said gently. No one else said anything. He crawled up to the light, which was mounted on a platform in front of a small shelter hut. 2 Minutemen stood out in the road, dripping with radiance from the car. They were young and rural, but they had efficient repeating rifles. "Where you headed for?" demanded the elder, good-naturedly enough. "Montreal, where we live." Buck showed his Canadian license. Gasoline motor and electric light, yet Doremus saw the frontier guard as a sentry in 1864, studying a pass-by lantern light, beside a farm wagon in which hid General Joe Johnston's spies disguised as plantation hands. "I guess it's all right." "Seems in order. But we've had some trouble with refugees. You'll have to wait till the battalion leader comes, maybe long about noon." "But good Lord, Inspector, we can't do that. My mother's awful sick, in Montreal." "Yeah, I've heard that one before. And maybe it's true, this time. But afraid you'll have to wait for the bat. You folks can come in and sit by the fire, if you want to. But we've got to." "You heard what I said." The MMS were fingering their rifles. "All right. But tell you what we'll do. We'll go back to East Berkshire and get some breakfast and a wash and come back here." "Noon, you said." "Okay. And say, brother, it does seem kind of funny, you're taking this back road, when there's a first-rate highway. Long. Be good. Just don't try it again. The bat might be here next time and he ain't a farmer like you or me." The refugees, as they drove away, had an uncomfortable feeling that the guards were laughing at them. 3 border posts they tried, and at 3 posts they were turned back. "Well," said Buck. "Yes. I guess so. Back home." "My turn to drive," said Doremus wearily. The humiliation of retreat was the worse in that none of the guards had troubled to do more than laugh at them. They were trapped too tightly for the trappers to worry. Doramis's only clear emotion as, tails between their legs, they backtracked to Shad Ledge's sneer and to Mrs. Candy's "well, I never," was regret that he had not shot one guard, at least, and he raged. Now I know why men like John Brown became crazy killers. 24. H. He could not decide whether Emil Stogmeyer, and through him Shad Ledge, knew that he had tried to escape. Did Stogmeyer really look more knowing, or did he just imagine it? What the deuce had Emil meant when he said, "I hear the roads aren't so good up north, not so good"? Whether they knew or not, it was grinding that he should have to shiver lest an illiterate roustabout like Shad Ledge find out that he desired to go to Canada, while a ruler slapper like Stogmeyer, a squeers with certificates in pedagogy, should now be able to cuff grown men instead of urchins and should be editor of the Informer. Doramis's Informer. Stogmeyer? That human blackboard. Daily Doramis found it more cramping, more instantly stirring to fury, to write anything mentioning Winthrop. His private office, the cheerfully rattling linotype room, the shouting press room with its smell of ink that to him hitherto had been like the smell of grease paint to an actor, they were hateful now, and choking. Not even Lorinda's faith, not even Sissy's jibes and Buck's stories, could rouse him to hope. He rejoiced the more, therefore, when his son Philip telephoned him from Worcester, "Be home Sunday? Marilla's in New York, gadding, and I'm all alone here. Thought I'd just drive up for the day and see how things are in your neck of the woods. Come on." "Splendid. So long since we've seen you. I'll have your mother start a pot of beans right away." Doramis was happy. Not for some time did his cursed two-way-mindedness come to weaken his joy, as he wondered whether it wasn't just a myth held over from boyhood that Philip really cared so much for Emma's beans and brown bread, and wondered just why it was that up-to-date Americans like Philip always used the long-distance telephone rather than undergo the dreadful toil of dictating a letter a day or two earlier. It didn't really seem so efficient, the old-fashioned village editor reflected, to spend 75 cents on a telephone call in order to save 5 cents worth of time. Oh hush. Anyway, I'll be delighted to see the boy. I'll bet there isn't a smarter young lawyer in Worcester. There's one member of the family that's a real success." He was a little shocked when Philip came, like a one-man procession, into the living room, late on Saturday afternoon. He had been forgetting how bald this upstanding young advocate was growing even at 34. And it seemed to him that Philip was a little heavy and senatorial in speech and a bit too cordial. "By Jove, Dad, you don't know how good it is to be back in the old digs. Mother and the girls upstairs?" "By Jove, sir, that was a horrible business, the killing of poor Fowler." "Horrible. I was simply horrified. There must have been a mistake somewhere, because Judge Swan has a wonderful reputation for scrupulousness." "There was no mistake. Swan is a fiend. Literally." Doramis sounded less paternal than when he had first bounded up to shake hands with the beloved prodigal. "Really? We must talk it over. I'll see if there can't be a stricter investigation." "Swan. Really? We'll certainly go into the whole business. But first I must just skip upstairs and give Mammy a good smack, and Mary and little sis." And that was the last time that Philip mentioned Effingham Swan or any stricter investigation of the acts thereof. All afternoon he was relentlessly filial and fraternal, and he smiled like an automobile salesman when Sissy griped at him, "What's the idea of all the tender hand dusting, Philco?" Doramis and he were not alone till nearly midnight. They sat upstairs in the sacred study. Philip lighted one of Doramis's excellent cigars as though he were a cinema actor playing the role of a man lighting an excellent cigar, and breathed amiably. "Well, sir, this is an excellent cigar." "It certainly is excellent." "Why not?" "Oh, I just mean I was just appreciating it." "What is it, Phil? There's something on your mind." "Shoot. Not rowing with Marilla, are you?" "Certainly not. Most certainly not. Oh, I don't approve of everything Mary does. She's a little extravagant, but she's got a heart of gold, and let me tell you, Pater, there isn't a young society woman in Worcester that makes a nicer impression on everybody, especially at nice dinner parties. Well then? Let's have it, Phil. Something serious? Yeah, yes, I'm afraid there is. Look, Dad. Oh, do sit down and be comfortable. I've been awfully perturbed to hear that that you're in slightly bad odor with some of the authorities. You mean the corpus? Naturally. Who else? Maybe I don't recognize them as authorities. Oh, listen, Pater, please don't joke tonight. I'm serious. As a matter of fact, I hear you're more than just slightly in wrong with them. And who may your informant be? Oh, just Letter's old school friends. Now you aren't really pro corpo, are you? How did you ever guess? Well, I didn't vote for Winthrop, personally, but I begin to see where I was wrong. I can see now that he has not only great personal magnetism, but real constructive power, real sure enough statesmanship. Some say it's Lee Saracen's doing, but don't you believe it for a minute. Look at all Buzz did back in his home state, before he ever teamed up with Saracen. And some say Winthrop is crude. Well, so were Lincoln and Jackson. Now what I think of Winthrop, the only thing you ought to think of Winthrop is that his gangsters murdered your fine brother-in-law. And plenty of other men just as good. Do you condone such murders? No. Certainly not. How can you suggest such a thing, Dad? No one abhors violence more than I do. Still, you can't make an omelette without breaking eggs. Hell and damnation. Why, Pater? Don't call me Pater. If I ever hear that can't make an omelette phrase again, I'll start doing a little murder myself. It's used to justify every atrocity under every despotism, fascist or Nazi or communist or American labor war. Omelette. Eggs. By God, sir, men's souls and blood are not eggshells for tyrants to break. Oh, sorry, sir. I guess maybe the phrase is a little shop-worn. I just mean to say I'm just trying to figure the situation out realistically. Realistically? That's another buttered bun to excuse murder. But honestly, you know horrible things do happen, thanks to the imperfection of human nature, but you can forgive the means if the end is a rejuvenated nation. That I can do nothing of the kind. I can never forgive evil and lying and cruel means, and still less can I forgive fanatics that use that for an excuse. If I may imitate Romain Rolland, a country that tolerates evil means evil manners, standards of ethics for a generation, will be so poisoned that it never will have any good end. I'm just curious, but do you know how perfectly you're quoting every Bolshevik apologist that sneers at decency and kindness and truthfulness in daily dealings as bourgeois morality? I hadn't understood that you'd gone quite so Marxo-materialistic. Marxian. Good God. Doremus was pleased to see that he had stirred his son out of his "if your honor please" smugness. Why, one of the things I most admire about the corpus is that, as I know, absolutely I have reliable information from Washington, they have saved us from a simply ghastly invasion by red agents of Moscow communists pretending to be decent labor leaders. Not really. Really. And to be realistic, sorry, sir, if you don't like the word, but to be in fact, to be realistic. Well, yes, then. The whole point is that Winthrop, or anyway the corpus, are here to stay, Pater, and we've got to base our future actions not on some desired utopia but on what we really and truly have. And think of what they've actually done. Just, for example, how they've removed the advertising billboards from the highways, and ended unemployment, and their simply stupendous feat in getting rid of all crime. Good God. Pardon me, what why say, Dad? Nothing. Nothing. Go on. But I begin to see now that the corpo gains haven't been just material but spiritual. Really. They've revitalized the whole country. Formerly we had gotten pretty sordid, just thinking about material possessions and comforts, about electric refrigeration and television and air conditioning. Kind of lost the sturdiness that characterized our pioneer ancestors. Why, ever so many young men were refusing to take military drill, and the discipline and willpower and good fellowship that you only get from military training. Oh, pardon me. I forgot you were a pacifist. Doremus grimly muttered, not anymore. Of course there must be any number of things we can't agree on, Dad. But after all, as a publicist you ought to listen to the voice of youth. You. Youth. You're not youth. You're 2000 years old, mentally. You date just about 100 BC in your fine new imperialistic theories. No, but you must listen, Dad. Why do you suppose I came clear up here from Worcester just to see you? God only knows. I want to make myself clear. Before Winthrop, we'd been lying down in America, while Europe was throwing off all her bonds, both monarchy and this antiquated parliamentary democratic liberal system that really means rule by professional politicians and by egotistic intellectuals. We've got to catch up to Europe again, got to expand. It's the rule of life. A nation, like a man, has to go ahead or go backward. Always. I know, Phil. I used to write that same thing in those same words, back before 1914. Did you? Well, anyway, got to expand. Why, what we ought to do is to grab all of Mexico, and maybe Central America, and a good big slice of China. Why, just on their own behalf we ought to do it, misgovern the way they are. Maybe I'm wrong, but impossible. Winthrop and Saracen and Dewey Hike and Macablin, all those fellows, they're big, they're making me stop and think. And now to come down to my errand here, you think I ought to run the Informer according to corpo theology? Why yes. That was approximately what I was going to say. After all, the time for selfish individualism is gone. We've got to have mass action. One for all and all for one. Philip, would you mind telling me what the deuce you're really heading toward? Cut the cackle. Well, since you insist to cut the cackle, as you call it not very politely, seems to me, seeing I've taken the trouble to come clear up from Worcester, I have reliable information that you're going to get into mighty serious trouble if you don't stop opposing or at least markedly failing to support the government. All right. What of it? It's my serious trouble. That's just the point. It isn't. I do think that just for once in your life you might think of Mother and the girls, instead of always of your own selfish ideas that you're so proud of. In a crisis like this, it just isn't funny any longer to pose as a quaint liberal. Doremus's voice was like a firecracker. Cut the cackle, I told you. What you after? What's the corpo gang to you? I have been approached in regard to the very high honor of an assistant military judgeship, but your attitude, as my father Philip, I rather think, that I give you my parental curse, not so much because you are a traitor as because you have become a stuffed shirt. Good night. 25. H. Holidays were invented by the devil, to coax people into the heresy that happiness can be won by taking thought. What was planned as a rackety day for David's first Christmas with his grandparents was, they saw too well, perhaps David's last Christmas with them. Mary had hidden her weeping, but the day before Christmas, when Shad Ledger tramped in to demand of Doremus whether Karl Pascal had ever spoken to him of communism, Mary came on Shad in the hall, stared at him, raised her hand like a boxing cat, and said with dreadful quietness, "You murderer! I shall kill you and kill Swan." For once Shad did not look amused. To make the holiday as good an imitation of mirth as possible, they were very noisy, but their holly, their tinsel stars on a tall pine tree, their family devotion in a serene old house in a little town, was no different at heart from despairing drunkenness in the city night. Doremus reflected that it might have been just as well for all of them to get drunk and let themselves go, elbows on slopped cafe tables, as to toil at this pretense of domestic bliss. He now had another thing for which to hate the corpus for stealing the secure affection of Christmas. For noon dinner, Louis Rotenstern was invited, because he was a lorn bachelor and, still more, because he was a Jew, now insecure and snubbed and threatened in an insane dictatorship. After dinner came Buck Titus, David's most favorite person, bearing staggering amounts of Woolworth tractors and fire engines and a real bow and arrow, and he was raucously insisting that Mrs. Candy dance with him what he not very precisely called the light fantastic, when the hammering sounded at the door. A Rostilly tramped in with 4 men. "Lookin' for Rotenstern." "Oh, that you, Louis. Get your coat and come on orders." "What's the idea? What do you want of him?" "What's the charge?" demanded Buck, still standing with his arm about Mrs. Candy's embarrassed waist. "Dunno's there be any charges. Just ordered to headquarters for questioning. District Commissioner Reek in town. Just astin' few people a few questions. Come on, you." The hilarious celebrants did not, as they had planned, go out to Lorinda's tavern for skiing. Next day they heard that Rotenstern had been taken to the concentration camp at Trianon, along with that crabbed old Tory, Raymond Pridewell, the hardware dealer. Both imprisonments were incredible. Rotenstern had been too meek. And if Pridewell had not ever been meek, if he had constantly and testily and loudly proclaimed that he had not cared for Lejew as a hired man and now cared even less for him as a local governor, yet why, Pridewell was a sacred institution. As well think of dragging the Brownstone Baptist Church to prison. Later, a friend of Shad Lejew took over Rotenstern's shop. "It can happen here," meditated Doremus. It could happen to him. How soon? Before he should be arrested, he must make amends to his conscience by quitting the Informer. Professor Victor Loveland, once a classicist of Isaiah College, having been fired from a labor camp for incompetence in teaching arithmetic to lumberjacks, was in town, with wife and babies, on his way to a job clerking in his uncle's slate quarry near Fairhaven. He called on Doremus and was hysterically cheerful. He called on Clarence Little dropped in to visit with him, Clarence would have said. Now that twitchy, intense jeweler, Clarence, who had been born on a Vermont farm and had supported his mother till she died when he was 30, had longed to go to college and, especially, to study Greek. Though Loveland was his own age, in the mid-30s, he looked on him as a combination of Keats and Liddell. His greatest moment had been hearing Loveland read Homer. Loveland was leaning on the counter. "Gone ahead with your Latin grammar, Clarence. Golly, Professor, it just doesn't seem worthwhile anymore. I guess I'm kind of a weak sister, anyway, but I find that these days it's about all I can do to keep going." "Me too. And don't call me Professor. I'm a timekeeper in a slate quarry." What a life. They had not noticed the clumsy-looking man in plain clothes who had just come in. Presumably he was a customer. But he grumbled, "So you two pansies don't like the way things go nowadays. Don't suppose you like the corpus. Don't think much of the chief." He jabbed his thumb into Loveland's ribs so painfully that Loveland yelped, "I don't think about him at all." "Oh, you don't, eh? Well, you two fairies can come along to the courthouse with me." "And who may you be?" "Oh, just an ensign in the MMS, that's all." He had an automatic pistol. Loveland was not beaten much, because he managed to keep his mouth shut. But Little was so hysterical that they laid him on a kitchen table and decorated his naked back with 40 slashes of a steel ramrod. They had found that Clarence wore yellow silk underwear, and the MMS from Factory and Ploughland laughed, particularly one broad young inspector who was rumored to have a passionate friendship with a battalion leader from Nashua who was fat, eyeglassed, and high-pitched of voice. Little had to be helped into the truck that took Loveland and him to the Trianon concentration camp. One eye was closed and so surrounded with bruised flesh that the driver said it looked like a Spanish omelet. The truck had an open body, but they could not escape, because the 3 prisoners on this trip were chained hand to hand. They lay on the floor of the truck. It was snowing. The third prisoner was not much like Loveland or Little. His name was Ben Trippin. He had been a mill hand for Metairie coal. He cared no more about the Greek language than did a baboon, but he did care for his 6 children. He had been arrested for trying to strike coal and for cursing the Corpo regime when coal had reduced his wages from $9 a week to $7.50. As to Loveland's wife and babies, Lorinda took them in till she could pass the hat and collect enough to send them back to Mrs. Loveland's family on a rocky farm in Missouri. But then things went better. Mrs. Loveland was favored by the Greek proprietor of a lunchroom and got work washing dishes and otherwise pleasing the proprietor, who brillianted his mustache. The county administration, in a proclamation signed by Emil Stogmeyer, announced that they were going to regulate the agriculture on the submarginal land high up on Mount Terror. As a starter, half a dozen of the poorer families were moved into the large, square, quiet, old house of that large, square, quiet, old farmer, Henry Veeder, cousin of Doremus Jessup. These poorer families had many children, a great many, so that there were 4 or 5 persons bedded on the floor in every room of the home where Henry and his wife had placidly lived alone since their own children had grown. Henry did not like it, and said so, not very tactfully, to the MMS herding the refugees. What was worse, the dispossessed did not like it any better. "'Tain't much, but we got a house of our own. Dunno why we should get shoved in on Henry," said one. "Don't expect other folks to bother me, and don't expect to bother other folks. Never did like that fool kind of yellow color Henry painted his barn, but guess that's his business." So Henry and 2 of the regulated agriculturists were taken to the Trianon concentration camp, and the rest remained in Henry's house, doing nothing but finish up Henry's large larder and wait for orders. "And before I'm sent to join Henry and Carl and Loveland, I'm going to clear my skirts," Doremus vowed, along in late January. He marched in to see County Commissioner Lejew. "I want to quit the Informer. Stogmeyer has learned all I can teach him." "Stogmeyer? Oh. You mean Assistant Commissioner Stogmeyer. Chuck it, will you? We're not on parade, and we're not playing soldiers. Mind if I sit down? Don't look like you cared a hell of a lot whether I mind or not. But I can tell you, right here and now, Jessup, without any monkey business about it, you're not going to leave your job. I guess I could find enough grounds for sending you to Trianon for about 1,000,000 years, with 90 lashes, but you've always been so stuck on yourself as such an all-fired. Honest editor, it kind of tickles me to watch you kissing the chief's foot and mine. I'll do no more of it. That's certain. And I admit that I deserve your scorn for ever having done it. Well, isn't that elegant? But you'll do just what I tell you to, and like it? Jessup, I suppose you think I had a swell time when I was your hired man. Watching you and your old woman and the girls go off on a picnic while I was just your hired man, with dirt in my ears, your dirt. I could stay home and clean up the basement. Maybe we didn't want you along, Shad. Good morning." Shad laughed. There was a sound of the gates of Trianon concentration camp in that laughter. It was really Sissy who gave Doremus his lead. He drove to Hanover to see Shad's superior, District Commissioner John Sullivan Reek, that erstwhile jovial and red-faced politician. He was admitted after only half an hour's waiting. He was shocked to see how pale and hesitant and frightened Reek had become. But the commissioner tried to be authoritative. "Well, Jessup, what can I do for you? May I be frank?" "What? What?" "Why, certainly. Frankness has always been my middle name." "I hope so. Governor, I find I'm of no use on the Informer, at Fort Beulah. As you probably know, I've been breaking in Emil Stogmeyer as my successor. Well, he's quite competent to take hold now, and I want to quit. I'm really just in his way. Why don't you stick around and see what you can still do to help him? There'll be little jobs cropping up from time to time." Because it's got on my nerves to take orders where I used to give 'em for so many years. You can appreciate that, can't you? My God, can I appreciate it? And how? Well, I'll think it over. You wouldn't mind writing little pieces for my own little sheet, at home? I own part of a paper there. No. Sure. Delighted. Yes, I can see how you might feel, Brother Jessup. Thanks. Would you mind giving me a note to County Commissioner Lejew, telling him to let me out, without prejudice, making it pretty strong? No. Not a bit. Just wait a minute, old fellow, I'll write it right now. Doremus made as little ceremony as possible of leaving the informer, which had been his throne for 37 years. Stogmeyer was patronizing, Doc Itchett looked quizzical, but the chapel, headed by Dan Wilgus, shook hands profusely. And so, at 62, stronger and more eager than he had been in all his life, Doremus had nothing to do more important than eating breakfast and telling his grandson stories about the elephant. But that lasted less than a week. Avoiding suspicion from Emma and Sissy and even from Buck and Lorinda, he took Julian aside. Look here, boy. I think it's time now for me to begin doing a little high treason. I guess you know, the communists are too theocratic for my tastes. But looks to me as though they have more courage and devotion and smart strategy than anybody since the early Christian martyrs, whom they also resemble in hairiness and a fondness for catacombs. I want to get in touch with them and see if there's any dirty work at the crossroads I can do for 'em, say distributing a few early Christian tracts by St. Lenin. But of course, theoretically, the communists have all been imprisoned. Could you get to Karl Pascal in Trianon and find out whom I could see? Said Julian, I think I could. Dr. Olmsted gets called in there sometimes on cases they hate him, because he hates them, but still, their camp doctor is a drunken bum, and they have to have a real doc in when one of their warders busts his wrist beating up some prisoner. I'll try, sir. 2 days afterward Julian returned. My God, what a sewer that Trianon place is. I'd waited for Olmsted before, in the car, but I never had the nerve to butt inside. The buildings, they were nice buildings, quite pretty, when the girls' school had them. Now the fittings are all torn out, and they put up wallboard partitions for cells, and the whole place stinks of carbolic acid and excrement, and the air there isn't any. You feel as if you were nailed up in a box. I don't know how anybody lives in one of those cells for an hour, and yet there's 6 men bunked in a cell 12 feet by 10, with a ceiling only 7 feet high, and no light except a 25-watt, I guess it is, bulb in the ceiling. You couldn't read by it. But they get out for exercise 2 hours a day, walk around and around the courtyard. They're all so stooped, and they all look so ashamed, as if they'd had the defiance just licked out of 'em, even Carl a little, and you remember how proud and sort of sardonic he was. Well, I got to see him, and he says to get in touch with this man here. I wrote it down, and for God's sake, burn it up soon as you've memorized it. Was he had they? Oh, yes, they beaten him, all right. He wouldn't talk about it. But there was a scar right across his cheek, from his temple right down to his chin. And I had just a glimpse of Henry Veeder. Remember how he looked like an oak tree? Now he twitches all the time, and jumps and gasps when he hears a sudden sound. He didn't know me. I don't think he'd know anybody. Doremus announced to his family and told it loudly in Gath that he was still looking for an option on an apple orchard to which they might retire, and he journeyed southward, with pajamas and a toothbrush and the first volume of Spengler's Decline of the West in a briefcase. The address given by Karl Pascal was that of a most gentlemanly dealer in altar cloths and priestly robes, who had his shop and office over a tea room in Hartford, Connecticut. He talked about the cembalo and the spinetta di serenata and the music of Palestrina for an hour before he sent Doremus on to a busy engineer constructing a dam in New Hampshire, who sent him to a tailor in a side street shop in Lynn, who at last sent him to northern Connecticut and to the eastern headquarters of what was left of the communists in America. Still carrying his little briefcase, he walked up a greasy hill, impassable to any motorcar, and knocked at the faded green door of a squat New England farm cottage masked in wintry old lilac bushes and spirea shrubs. A stringy farm wife opened and looked hostile. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Ailey, Mr. Bailey, or Mr. Cayley. None of 'em home. You'll have to come again. Then I'll wait. What else should one do, these days?" "All right. Kmin. Thanks. Give them this letter." Doremus sat now in a tiny hall off a flight of stairs steep as the side of a roof, a hall with sprigged wallpaper and Currier and Ives prints, and black-painted wooden rocking chairs with calico cushions. There was nothing to read but a Methodist hymnal and a desk dictionary. He knew the former by heart, and anyway, he always loved reading dictionaries, often had one seduced him from editorial writing. Happily he sat conning. Phenyl. N. Chem. The univalent radical C. 6. H. 5. Regarded as the basis of numerous benzene derivatives, as phenyl hydroxide C. 6. H. 5. O. For Cratian. N. A cha-iambic trimeter catalectic, or catalectic glyconic, composed of a spondy, a choriambic, and a catalectic syllable. Well, I never knew any of that before. I wonder if I do now, thought Doremus contentedly, before he realized that glowering from a very narrow doorway was a very broad man with wild grey hair and a patch over one eye. Doremus recognized him from pictures. He was Bill Atterbury, miner, longshoreman, veteran IWW leader, old AF of L strike leader, 5 years in San Quentin and 5 honored years in Moscow, and reputed now to be the secretary of the illegal Communist Party. "I'm Mr. Ailey. What can I do for you?" Bill demanded. He led Doremus into a musty back room where, at a table which was probably mahogany underneath the scars and the clots of dirt, sat a squat man with kinky tow-colored hair and with deep wrinkles in the thick pale skin of his face, and a slender young elegant who suggested Park Avenue. "How'rya," said Mr. Bailey, in a Russian Jewish accent. Of him Doremus knew nothing save that he was not named Bailey. "Morning," snapped Mr. Cayley, whose name was Elfrey, if Doremus guessed rightly, and who was the son of a millionaire private banker, the brother of one explorer, one bishop's wife, and one countess, and himself a former teacher of economics in the University of California. Doremus tried to explain himself to these hard-eyed, quick-glancing plotters of ruin. "Are you willing to become a party member, in the extremely improbable case that they accept you, and to take orders, any orders, without question?" asked Elfrey, so suavely. "Do you mean, am I willing to kill and steal? You've been reading detective stories about the Reds." "No. What you'd have to do would be much more difficult than the amusement of using a Tommy gun. Would you be willing to forget you ever were a respectable newspaper editor, giving orders, and walk through the snow, dressed like a bum, to distribute seditious pamphlets, even if, personally, you should believe the pamphlets were of no slightest damn good to the cause?" "Why, I don't know. Seems to me that as a newspaperman of quite a little training, hell. Our only trouble is keeping out the trained newspapermen. What we need is trained bill posters that like the smell of flour paste and hate sleeping. But you're a little old for this, crazy fanatics that go out and start strikes, knowing they'll get beaten up and thrown in the bullpen. No, I guess I look here. I'm sure Walt Trowbridge will be joining up with the socialists and some of the left-wing radical ex-senators and the farmer laborites and so on." Bill Atterbury guffawed. It was a tremendous, somehow terrifying blast. "Yes, I'm sure they'll join up all the dirty, sneaking, half-headed, reformist social fascists like Trowbridge, that are doing the work of the capitalists and working for war against Soviet Russia without even having sense enough to know they're doing it and to collect good pay for their crookedness." "I admire Trowbridge," snarled Doremus. "You would?" Elfrey rose, almost cordial, and dismissed Doremus with, "Mr. Jessup, I was brought up in a sound bourgeois household myself, unlike these two roughnecks, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, even if they don't. I imagine that your rejection of us is even firmer than our rejection of you. That's right, Comrade Elfrey. Both you and this fellow got ants in your bourgeois pants, like your Hugh Johnson would say, chuckled the Russian Mr. Bailey. But I just wonder if Walt Trowbridge won't be chasing out Buzz Windrop while you boys are still arguing about whether Comrade Trotsky was once guilty of saying Mass facing the north. Good day, said Doremus. When he recounted it to Julian, 2 days later, and Julian puzzled, I wonder whether you won or they did. Doremus asserted, I don't think anybody won except the ants. Anyway, now I know that man is not to be saved by black bread alone but by everything that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Lord our God. Communists, intense and narrow, Yankees, tolerant and shallow, no wonder a dictator can keep us separate and all working for him. Even in the 1930s, when it was radiantly believed that movies and the motor car and glossy magazines had ended the provinciality of all the larger American villages, in such communities as Fort Beulah all the retired businessmen who could not afford to go to Europe or Florida or California, such as Doremus, were as aimless as an old dog on Sunday afternoon with the family away. They poked uptown to the shops, the hotel lobbies, the railway station, and at the barber shop were pleased rather than irritated when they had to wait a quarter hour for the tri-weekly shave. There were no cafes as there would have been in continental Europe, and no club save the country club, and that was chiefly a sanctuary for the younger people in the evening and late afternoons. The superior Doremus Jessup, the bookman, was almost as dreary in retirement as banker Crowley would have been. He did pretend to play golf, but he could not see any particular point in stopping a good walk to wallop small balls and, worse, the links were now bright with uniforms. And he hadn't enough brass, as no doubt Metairie Cole would have, to feel welcome hour on hour in the Hotel Wessex lobby. He stayed in his third-story study and read as long as his eyes would endure it. But he irritably felt Emma's irritation and Mrs. Candy's ire at having a man around the house all day. Yes. He'd get what he could for the house and for what small share in informer stock the government had left him when they had taken it over, and just go the Rockies or anywhere that was new. But he realized that Emma did not at all wish to go new places, and realized that the Emma to whose billowy warmth it had been comforting to come home after the office, bored him and was bored by him when he was always there. The only difference was that she did not seem capable of admitting that one might, without actual fiendishness or any signs of hot-fooding it for Reno, be bored by one's faithful spouse. Why don't you drive out and see Buck or Lorinda, she suggested. Don't you ever get a little jealous of my girl, Linda, he said, very lightly because he very heavily wanted to know. She laughed. You? At your age? As if anybody thought you could be a lover. Well, Lorinda thought so, he raged, and promptly he did drive out and see her, a little easier in mind about his divided loyalties. Only once did he go back to the informer office. Stogmeyer was not in sight, and it was evident that the real editor was that sly bumpkin, Doc Itchett, who didn't even rise at Doremus's entrance nor listen when Doremus gave his opinion of the new makeup of the rural correspondence pages. That was an apostasy harder to endure than Shad Lejew's, for Shad had always been rustically certain that Doremus was a fool, almost as bad as real city folks, while Doc Itchett had once appreciated the tight joints and smooth surfaces and sturdy bases of Doremus's craftsmanship.